Undead Mecha. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction, so don't try any techniques you hear here in real life. Your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 76, Defense 5. I get it. The farther their light attacks reach, the weaker they become. Furthermore, they might have run out of mana, Prince Caesar roared, seemingly trying to encourage the others. However, what had just happened also proved another point. Their opponents possessed long-range attack capabilities. They could kill swordsmen at a distance of 150 meters. However, when the others looked back at the magic puppets, they discovered that the 10 had turned away. Before they could rejoice, 10 more appeared to attack. This situation filled Shabak with despair. If there had been only 10 of them, charging forward together might have drained the enemy's mana. But now, it looked like those puppets had backups. What was the solution? A few hundred meters behind the magic puppets lay Keri and the others. Looking at Shabak and Prince Caesar, driven to madness, they all expressed satisfaction. I never imagined the Mecha warriors' laser attacks would be so powerful. If a fully organized army of Mecha warriors were to emerge, they could completely sweep across the continent of gods and demons. Tudeos's face was filled with excitement, for this was the power they controlled. As a veteran, would he have fewer cultivation resources when he went on expeditions? With more resources, his cultivation speed would increase. Not to mention advancing to the mage level, even reaching the saint level wouldn't be impossible. Perhaps the best choice he had made in his life was signing a contract with Kenolite, and now, he was already reaping the benefits. Sweeping invincibility. Any saint-level warrior could easily sweep them all away. Even a mage, with a large-scale magic attack scroll, could annihilate them all. Even the dragons could be annihilated one by one. After all, laser guns can only kill swordsmen, and at close range. Unless a powerful target runs in front of them and they are surrounded and killed. Besides that, there are the elves and the sea creatures, both of which the mech warriors cannot handle. Moreover, these mech warriors may appear powerful, but their defense is greatly reduced. If attacked by a great swordsman with all his might, the great swordsman can destroy the mech warriors in a single blow. However, Shabak was frightened by Keno's laser cannon and dared not charge forward. Otherwise, how could 10 mech warriors possibly stop them? Of course, if Shabak dared to charge, he would also kill. Behind him, there were laser cannons waiting. Explosive arrows, shoot, Prince Caesar roared, and the orc archers suddenly rushed out from the fork in the road, firing explosive arrows at the mech warriors. The next moment, lasers blazed down, killing them all. But at the same instant, explosive arrows also blazed forward. Boom, a deafening explosion echoed. Over a dozen explosive arrows blasted forward, instantly obliterating all 10 mech warriors. This situation made Keno frown. Each explosive arrow cost 1,000 gold coins, and his mech warriors cost about the same, but by comparison, he was at a disadvantage. Warriors in front, archers in the back. Use explosive arrows when you encounter magic golems. Charge, Prince Caesar roared, drawing his sword. All the orcs and mercenaries immediately charged forward. The warriors in front were clearly committing suicide, only by doing so could they escape alive. Keno mobilized 2 waves of mech warriors to intercept them. Although they killed dozens of orcs, they were also blasted to pieces by explosive arrows. This situation was far beyond Keno's expectations, and he needed to be more cautious in the future. The orcs' forging technology was meager, yet they still possessed explosive arrows. The 4 great empires were no match for them. It seemed their own mech warriors weren't truly invincible either. While he didn't know how many explosive arrows the orcs still had, Keno didn't want to continue wasting time. He ordered all his mech warriors to retreat and simultaneously unleashed 1,000 of them. While 900 of these mech warriors couldn't fire lasers at long range, their spirit-gathering arrays allowed them to unleash laser swords. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could still intimidate them. The orcs that had emerged numbered only 1,500, and only a little over 1,000 mercenaries remained. Upon seeing the neat formations of 1,000 mech warriors, their faces paled with fear, and they nearly retreated. Shabak and Prince Caesar's expressions were even more grimacing. They had never imagined that Keno's men possessed such formidable strength. It seemed that after all their hard work in the mines, they hadn't inflicted a single injury. If they had wanted to kill them, it would have been a piece of cake. Prince Caesar, in particular, knew his own business. He had less than 10 explosive arrows left, and how could he possibly fight them head-on? What terrified them most was the sight of a gigantic, bizarre chariot behind Keno. It resembled an airship, but was 5 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 10 meters high. Its surface was covered in scaly steel and inscribed with magical arrays. This was a mecha chariot Keno had designed. He had originally intended to design a burrowing chariot, but after studying the geography of the divine and demonic continent, he discovered, frustratingly, that the ground there was mostly rock and sand, making burrowing too slow. So, after some thought, Keno decided to build a mecha chariot. It was just massive, meant for transporting people back and forth and maintaining suppressive fire. It was equipped with 2 cannons, a laser cannon, and 10 mortars. The expansive interior served as a secure mobile production facility capable of mass-producing armor-piercing rounds and artillery shells. Most importantly, the mecha chariot's speed was swift, almost rivaling the full speed run of a high-level magical beast. Capturing it was a pipe dream for anyone other than a saint-level cultivator. Keno was helpless against this, given the sheer number of masters in this world. His mecha chariot was impressive, but if it were truly blocked by a horde of archers wielding explosive arrows, it would be annihilated. You are Lord Keno, right? I am Prince Caesar of the Orc Kingdom. I would like to make a deal with you. Prince Caesar's reaction was remarkable. Just moments ago, he was terrified, but now he was suddenly eager to cooperate. Without defeating Keno's mecha warriors, Prince Caesar had no other options. As for Shabak, it was even more obvious. He immediately calmed down when he saw the laser cannon. He was no fool, he understood its power. Besides, there were so many magic golems here, each one firing a laser. If nothing else, they could easily wipe out a mere 2,000 of them. There were also the remains of a sacred dragon and a behemoth. There was a necromancer here. And he didn't believe the 2 remains hadn't turned undead. If these 2 giant undead were pulled out, they would be enough to kill them too. Cooperation. We do have a cooperative relationship, but you returned those cooperative items to us, which makes us feel guilty. Keno, you're so hypocritical, and these guys are even more trash. They say orcs are the most honest, but I don't see that. They said they were cooperating, but soon they used the things they bought from us to attack us. They really think we are idiots. Jingbeo was not a good-tempered person. Although there was no loss this time, the other party's treachery and sneak attack on them made him very angry. If it weren't for Keno's strength, they would probably be wiped out this time. Miss Undead Dragon Jingbeo, am I correct in addressing you? There are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. This time, we were indeed at fault. To demonstrate our sincerity, we are willing to pay a large sum of magic cores, magic metals, and iron ore, but how can I believe what you say is true? Keno's expression was nonchalant. Killing Prince Caesar not meant little to him, however, if he could gain a treasure in exchange, that would be even better. As Prince Caesar had said, there are no eternal friends in this world, only eternal interests. Keno's priority now was to rapidly improve his strength. I can tell you 2 secrets. These 2 secrets will definitely be your greatest opportunities. Oh, tell me. Prince Caesar's confidence piqued Keno's interest. At this point, he wasn't worried about a sneak attack, unless they were truly desperate. Captain Shabak suddenly thought of something and stared at Prince Caesar. But the next moment, sensing Keno's gaze, he lowered his head. Your Excellency Keno, you certainly don't know that our Orc Kingdom is currently collaborating with the Holy Sea of Light. Our next goal is to capture the Dwarf Kingdom, the Savage Plains, the Guild Kingdom, and the 12 Alliance. Your idea is insane. Tudeos has stood aside, his face filled with shock. The ambition of the Holy Sea of Light was obvious to all. Initially, the Empire of Light was only the size of a kingdom, and it was through constant conquest that the Holy Sea of Light came into being. He hadn't expected them to set their sights on the Dwarf Kingdom, the Savage Plains, the Guild Kingdom, and the 12 Alliances. If they were to conquer them, it wouldn't be long before the Divine Demon Continent would be entirely under the control of the Holy Sea of Light. The orcs' actions were utterly self-destructive. There's another secret that concerns your life and death. Because of the sacred dragon remains, the Dragon Clan has dispatched the Dragon Tomb Guards. If they find you, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be. Prince Caesar's news made Keno's eyes darken. He hadn't expected the Dragon Clan to send the Dragon Tomb Guards. The Dragon Tomb Guards are expert fighters of the Dragon Clan, their strength far surpassing those of their peers. They usually guard the Dragon Tomb and will not leave easily. This time, it is definitely not going to end peacefully. In this case, Keno has to consider the issue of self-preservation. The Mecha warriors are powerful, but it seems impossible to harm the dragon. If you are willing to join this alliance, the Savage Plains will be given to you. Although this place is a bit barren, it is large enough and there is no danger. Not interested. We don't want to join your affairs. But if you want to survive, you must give me magic cores and magic metals. Chapter 77, Preventive Measures. Keno did want the Savage Plains, but definitely not now. If he truly joined the Church of Light, he would likely be used as a pawn, easily destroyed by any empire. Therefore, he flatly rejected Prince Caesar's offer. His sole goal was to sell weapons until he became truly powerful. As for the dragon's trouble with him, it was entirely to be expected. Or perhaps it was a conspiracy by the orcs, a plot to destroy them. In that case, he would probably have to leave. However, the dwarves didn't need to worry about their safety within the mines. The dragon's pride kept them from descending into the mines. I believe in your sincerity, so I'll let you all go. Remember to give me something. If I'm not satisfied, I don't mind giving you a surprise. The surprise Keno was referring to wasn't necessarily a good thing. The Mecha battle vehicle had been a failure, and he didn't intend to take it with him. However, his Mecha warriors, on the other hand, were perfectly adequate. They possessed sufficient deterrent power for both surprise attacks and direct combat. Of course, he wouldn't let them out to fight the great swordsmen head-on. That would be extremely unwise. Those outside wouldn't know the power of the magic cannon, and a single rage slash would likely damage this giant mech. If you let them go without holding them hostage, will they deliver the goods? Jingbao's face was filled with surprise, a bit puzzled. Keno's style of action was truly beyond his expectations. I believe they're smart and will show me enough sincerity. Otherwise, they'll regret it for the rest of their lives. Just like today, Keno's confident expression embarrassed Prince Caesar and Shabak. Shabak stared at Keno, a surge of urges building within him, but when he saw Keno smile, he finally calmed down. Under the mech's escort, all the orcs and mercenaries left in an orderly manner. The difference was that they had entered in the tens of thousands, but left with only 2,000. News of this battle would remain secret. Prince Caesar would issue a silence order. Similarly, Captain Shabak would not tolerate such a defeat. As for the lives of the goblins, no one cared. The corpses were cleared with impeccable efficiency. With the offerings of tens of thousands of corpses, Keno's strength rose once again to that of an intermediate mage and intermediate swordsman. Such rapidity amazed Jingbao and Tadeoza. His 9 extreme hammer reached its 5th level almost effortlessly. 5 consecutive aggravated attacks left ordinary swordsmen no match. Perhaps his only flaw was his lack of Dao Ki to protect him. While his sword ki was sharp, it offered powerful attacks but limited defense. Furthermore, Keno had no experience in physical maneuvering, and his close combat experience was inferior to that of the seasoned mercenaries. The Undead Canyon had become unsafe, given its conspicuousness. Furthermore, the mines below were already severely damaged, and could collapse completely at any moment. Consequently, Keno had to search for another underground mine. Fortunately, the Savage Plains offered many mines. These intricate mines, all of similar size, are found almost everywhere, a fact the dwarves are well aware of. If it weren't for their need to gather food, they would likely live in the mines. After all, they are relatively safe. This time, led by Chief Zack, after careful consideration, they found a massive mine 100 feet deep. Although there was only one exit, the mine itself was complex and contained numerous dead ends. Even more surprising was the discovery of a cavern within, containing an underground river. While the water source was limited, it was sufficient for 1,000 people. The only drawback was the lack of iron ore. If they wanted food, they would need to go to land. After conquering the area, Keno immediately expanded it with 7 or 8 exits, each extending over 10 miles, reaching the nearby barbarian and goblin tribes. The Undead Canyon's current prestige made the natives of the Savage Plains fearful of offending it. The goblins, in particular, were completely fence-sitters, siding with the more powerful of their neighbors. As for the barbarians, if you don't provoke them, they won't provoke you either. However, Shuangxi, whom Keri had released, has not returned. Instead, he has established his own territory in the Savage Plains. Surrounding Keri's forces are two barbarian tribes organized by SYNOPSIS. They provide food to the dwarves and receive a large amount of weapons and equipment from them. If anyone resists, Keri will eliminate the threat without hesitation. For him, it's better to be safe. Moreover, before this, SYNOPSIS led the barbarians to a surprise attack on the Orcs Canyon and the Dark Mercenaries, defeating them with almost no effort. Apparently wary of Keri's strength, the Dark Mercenaries and the Orcs Canyon completely withdrew, leaving the Savage Plains completely under Keri's control. It remains to be seen whether they truly wish to surrender and are unwilling to fight Keri, or whether they have other plans, to eliminate Keri or perhaps even to exploit him. This is possible. With the power of the Holy Sea of Light, whether with the help of the Dragon Clan or the 12 Alliances, Keri can be annihilated. Alternatively, they could wait until Keri had grown stronger and then have the 12 Alliances attack him. The 12 Alliances would inevitably suffer heavy losses, and the Holy Sea of Light could easily conquer the 12 Alliances. As for Keri, despite his strength, his forces were too few. He might be able to rule a territory, but a kingdom would be beyond his control. Furthermore, the 12 Alliances were vast, far larger than an empire. Even if the Holy Sea of Light conquered them, the other three empires would likely share in the spoils. As for the guild kingdoms, their power structures were too complex and intertwined. Even the Holy Sea of Light could only conquer one at a time. How long it would take to resolve the situation was uncertain. Time passed quickly, and another month had passed in the blink of an eye. Prince Caesar, rather than breaking his promise, demonstrated his sincerity. Besides thousands of magic cores and thousands of pounds of magic metal, he also sent several magic apprentices, storage rings, and a large amount of food and pig iron. These supplies relieved Keri's immediate needs, ensuring peace of mind for the next 6 months. During this time, Keri's massive mecha warrior finally made its grand entrance. Its form resembled that of a typical robot, but it reached a stature of 50 feet. Armed with two 10-foot square iron hammers, it could easily crush a great swordmaster with a single blow. Its body was engraved with spirit-gathering arrays, and it wore a cloak of living armor. Its ability to absorb mana rivaled that of a holy undead dragon. Thousands of pounds of magic metal pelted the mecha's body. Its armor, shields, acceleration, agility, and stone muscle, a series of magical arrays that could drive a person mad. Its head, of course, was the most important target, housing a laser cannon. Its effective range extended within 2,000 feet, and at close range, it could decimate a fully defended great swordmaster. If that weren't impressive enough, then its rear-mounted weaponry consisted of 6 high-caliber short-range missiles with a range of 100 miles and 3 to 4 times the power of a bomb. Initially, Keri had considered attaching laser guns to his arms, but considering the laser cannon's concentrated attack, he ultimately abandoned the idea. After all, if the magic cores consumed too much mana, the laser cannon's power would be greatly reduced. Overall, the gains weren't worth the losses. Given the massive size of the giant mech warriors, a single stomping on them would still cause immense devastation. After acquiring the magic cores, Keri naturally equipped the mech warriors with swift action. Thousands of mech warriors were revived and lined up in neat rows. Their mere presence was enough to intimidate. For the next few minutes, Zack and SYNOPSIS were both busy. One was constantly recruiting dwarves to join the manufacturing industry, while the other was constantly attacking nearby barbarian and goblin tribes. The barbarians were a powerful race, their combined offensive power was formidable. If they were united, they would be a formidable force. The goblins, though somewhat fence-sitters, were omnipresent. They knew everything about the Savage Plains, a crucial source of information. In times of need, using them as cannon fodder would be an excellent option. If advancement were imminent, they could probably be helpful. Keri's idea was to build a city on the Savage Plains, split between an above-ground city and an underground one. He would gather all the barbarian and goblin children, educate them, and slowly transform them. He had a long lifespan, so decades or even centuries wouldn't matter. Besides, both goblins and barbarians grew up quickly, and in ancient times, goblins were known to be incredibly intelligent. Keri's primary concern was the goblins' numerical advantage. Once they mastered the blaster, the effect would be truly extraordinary. While the outcome sounded horrific, as long as they were under Keri's control, it would be enough. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, It was all over. A large number of goblins were being recruited to build the above-ground city, and their children would be the first residents. The selfish goblins were naturally reluctant, but there was no other way. They valued their own lives more than anything else. The surrounding barbarians would warn them of the consequences of disobeying orders. I object. I strongly object. These goblins are truly hideous. You actually want them to dominate the continent of gods and demons. This is a humiliation to other races. Jingbeo was the first to speak out in opposition. Tudeos's expression wasn't much better either. Shuanxi and Zack said nothing, but their faces were filled with gloom. What are goblins? They are the lowest and most despicable beings in the continent of gods and demons. Letting them wield explosive guns and become the overlords of the continent of gods and demons is simply the biggest joke in the world. Kano, standing aside, didn't care. He calmly corrected him, "We are the rulers, we are. And I don't intend to rule the continent of gods and demons. They are merely protecting our homeland. Besides, I don't intend to rule the continent of gods and demons either." Chapter 78, Kingdom of the Dead. Educate them, give them blasters. With their intelligence, they might even learn gunpowder technology. By then, will they still be obedient? You've forgotten my existence. I have mech warriors. If they dare to resist, I'll kill them all. Don't think they were that powerful just because they've mastered gunpowder. Even if everyone has a blaster, what can they do? Sword masters, great swordsmen, mages, wizards, and holy level warriors, it's easy to wipe them out. The goblins may seem numerous, but the savage plains are too poor. The entire goblin population now only numbers tens of millions, while humans number in the billions. There's no comparison. Kano's face was filled with indifference. Goblins were indeed powerful with blasters, but their inherent strength was too weak. They couldn't learn fighting spirit or magic, so they were destined to be of little use. Take, for example, the Goblin Empire, which once dominated with its powerful civilization, but in the end, it was easily destroyed by the armies of other races. The main reason for the Goblin Empire's demise was its fundamental weakness as an individual. From ancient times to the present, no goblin had ever surpassed the strength of a swordsman. A grandmaster could practically kill as many as he pleased. Jingbeo and the others opposed the plan because of racial discrimination. Goblins were the lowest class of beings in the continent of gods and demons, bar none. But to Kano, the continent of gods and demons was a gaming battlefield. All creatures were the same, and he didn't discriminate. It was just that the goblins were truly filthy. Numerous goblins participated in the construction of the city, and within just 2 months, a simple city had emerged in the heart of the savage plains. The main underground city was also continuously expanded, with the goal of connecting all the mines. The above-ground city could be attacked, but the underground city was complex and intricate. Even an army of hundreds of thousands could trap them all. Human soldiers weren't that foolish. Simultaneously with the city's success, the Undead Kingdom's conscription order was issued. All young goblin barbarians and dwarves were required to enter the Undead City. Those who disobeyed would be annihilated. Kano's move was ruthless. More accurately, it severed the inheritance of others. Even the most selfish and cowardly goblins wouldn't give their heritage away. That was their future. Without their young, their tribe couldn't survive. Furthermore, they knew their children would lose their freedom and become eternal slaves. So, after Kano's call for conscription, nearly all the goblins fled. Even some of the barbarians chose to retreat or band together. The entire Undead City spanned 10 miles, but its population of goblin, dwarf, and barbarian children totaled only 1,000, and that was the tribute of the goblins and barbarians who had submitted to the Undead Kingdom. Most of the goblins have fled, and the barbarians have formed an alliance. There are no more people around Undead City besides the goblins and barbarians who are dependent on us. Tudazi shared the latest news with Kano, causing Kano's brow to furrow. While he might seem unkind, he was indeed helping them. It was just that these goblins were unwilling to lose their freedom. Jingbeo remained silent, clearly gloating over the failure of Kano's racial enrichment policy. Now, they were the only ones occupying the vast central savage plains, a mere few thousand men occupying an entire empire's territory. Besides, food was definitely plentiful. It was unclear whether this would be a boon or a hindrance to the development of the Undead City. How many barbarians are there in Shuangxi's army now? It's already over 2,000, but it's a shame we don't have any shamans. Otherwise, these 2,000 barbarians would be a formidable force. What's the situation at the nearest barbarian settlement? 10 shamans, 8,000 barbarians, nearly 1,000 dwarves, over 70,000 goblins. Tadeoza paused for a moment before reeling off a series of figures. Even Kano was surprised by these figures. Over 70,000 goblins. Those goblins really didn't want to stray from the savage plains. In reality, most goblins didn't care about Kano, they simply wanted to stay away from him. However, this distance simply meant distance from Kano's undead city. The entire barbarian tribe is a soldier. 8,000 barbarians equals an army of 8,000. In a real fight, with the addition of 10 shamans, they could easily defeat a human force of 100,000. Kano has 1,000 mech warriors, and over the past month, they've worked overtime to expand their force to 15,000. It sounds like a lot, but if they were to engage the barbarian army in a desperate fight, he'd likely suffer significant losses. The remaining barbarians number only 2,000, while the goblin army is over 3,000. With all the dwarves serving as blacksmiths, he doesn't want to waste them. It seems his only option is to use mech chariots. To enhance the deterrent effect, Kano recently had the dwarves build a small mech chariot. It's twice the size of a tank and armed with standard ammunition, with a range of 10 miles. It's equipped with a small laser cannon and 4 mortars. Since its targets are goblins and barbarians, and potentially human armies in the future, Kano has added 2 heavy machine guns. Manned by 20 dwarves, it's perfectly suited for attacking armies. Its thick armor is enough to crush barbarians without attacking them. Because of their simplicity and the plentiful supply of magic core pig iron, Kano crafted 5 in a single go. Production would continue at a rapid pace in the underground workshop, and Kano estimated he could produce 1 per month. Eat them. Kano observed the markings on the map and drew a circle with his slate pencil. With 6 mecha battle vehicles and 1,500 mecha warriors, capturing this settlement wouldn't be a problem. He didn't mind the losses, as his mecha warriors were constantly increasing, producing 300 each month. The only real problem might be a shortage of magic cores. But that wasn't a problem. At worst, he could switch from ranged combat to melee combat, and using them to scare people would be enough. All he had to do was capture this settlement and bring all the children within to the undead city, and Kano would cease his attacks. At that point, the undead kingdom would slowly return to normalcy. After all, goblins only take a few years from birth to adulthood. With repeated training, their natures would soon change. Furthermore, Kano was using modern knowledge, far superior to the educational system of the gods and demons continent. Defeating them is easy. Just send out the mechas. But we can't cause any casualties. Our main goal is to capture the smaller ones. Furthermore, if they scatter, we won't have enough manpower to capture them. That's right. With so many goblin barbarians, it's impossible to kill them all. If they escape, we won't be able to capture them. After all, even if we move the goblins and barbarians over, there are only 5,000. Tadeoza expressed his doubts, and Jingbeo also spoke up. Ultimately, they were short-handed, otherwise, Kano wouldn't have considered attacking them. What do you mean? I mean to use force to intimidate them. Encircle them without attacking them, impossible. If they see our strength, they'll surely be frightened. Then they'll scatter and capture them will be impossible. Besides, we can't encircle them. With such a large area, those barbarians and goblins will surely find a way to break through, Kano pondered, and Jingbeo's face was filled with caution. She knew this matter was crucial to the Undead Kingdom, crucial to its future control of the entire Savage Plains. Then let's launch a sneak attack, Jingbeo said, looking at the two of them. When she heard her words, both Kano and Tadeoza felt that it made sense. If a sneak attack was carried out at night, it would indeed be a good idea. At that time, we could control those children without anyone noticing, and we wouldn't have to worry too much about other things. A sneak attack? Then why don't we poison them and knock down all the children and those with weak strength? There are few water sources in the Savage Plains, so we don't need to put in much poison. Good idea, use poison. Goblins and barbarians are highly resistant to poison, so they won't care. But they don't know that our main purpose is to confuse them. Then use a sneak attack to catch them off guard. In this way, we can be foolproof. You are so pathetic. You are absolutely suppressed in strength, yet you still want to poison. I, a dignified undead dragon, don't want to be with you anymore. Poisoning is absolutely a despicable act in the continent of gods and demons. They value fair duels, even if the strength is completely unequal. Alright, leave the poisoning to me. We have mecha tanks and are incredibly fast. We can pull off a successful surprise attack overnight. I'll gather all the troops now. Just in case, after we leave today, everyone should retreat to the mines. The Undead Kingdom was making massive preparations, and even the gathering place wasn't idle. The battle at Undead Canyon was unknown to the human world outside, but the indigenous people of the Savage Plains knew about it. Undead Canyon defeated the combined forces of the Dark Mercenaries, the Orcs Canyon, and the Goblins with almost no casualties. Their greatest fear was the towering artillery fire. Those who witnessed that scene simply didn't have the courage to face the Undead Kingdom. The Orcs Canyon and the Dark Mercenaries' retreat was a testament to the Undead Kingdom's strength. Now that the entire Savage Plains had fallen into their hands, their peaceful lives were shattered. A public figure on the Gods and Demons continent held an advantage in numbers, therefore, they assembled nearly 100,000 men at once, hoping the Undead Kingdom would be cautious and coexist peacefully with them. After all, as far as they knew, the Undead Kingdom only numbered about 10,000 or 20,000, and those were just the goblins and barbarians they recently recruited. Controlling them was already difficult, let alone controlling them. They also figured that if they couldn't defeat them, they could just flee. The Undead Kingdom only had a few people, so they couldn't possibly go all over the place to capture them. To protect themselves from artillery fire, they even took up residence in underground mines. This was something Keno wasn't entirely aware of, otherwise, he could have simply bombarded the mines, flattened them, and then entered and captured them. Chapter 79, Encounter with the Dragon Clan. Keno's entire army marched out, with Tadeoza remaining behind while he and Jinbeo provided the main support. After all, this matter was of grave importance, bearing upon the future of the Undead Kingdom, and it could not be taken lightly. However, just as they were halfway there, Jinbeo's expression suddenly changed. Keno's expression darkened. Without hesitation, Keno leaped from his chariot and shouted, "Everyone, retreat. Return to the Undead Kingdom. Tell Tadeoza that Jinbeo and I are engaged and won't be back anytime soon. Tell him to protect the Undead Kingdom." As Keno finished speaking, Jinbeo transformed into a 10-foot-tall gray dragon, shrouded in a deathly aura and emitting an extremely cold aura. The surrounding goblins and barbarians also sensed something was amiss and began to retreat as quickly as possible. But moments later, a powerful pressure swept over them, and a massive dark shadow appeared above them. Jinbeo's 10-foot figure was already enormous, but the behemoth that suddenly appeared in the sky was 10 feet tall. Its entire body was black, save for its blood-red eyes, giving off an aura of terrifying power. A true dragon, it resembled a giant lizard, with dragon horns on its head and wings on its back. Its body was pitch black, yet it was an earth-type black dragon. "Uncle Saraki, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to be even more powerful now, Jinbeo girl, I missed you so much. You were the most ladylike back in Dragon City." "What a pity," Saraki sneezed, and a thick cloud of sulfurous gas rushed out of his nostrils. The temperature around them plummeted, causing Keno to frown. Boom! With a resounding thud, the 10-foot-long body fell to the ground, and then a pair of enormous dragon eyes looked down at him. "Boy, were you the one who refined the sacred dragon into the undead dragon?" A gust of wind accompanied the voice, and Keno's brow furrowed. The being before him was at least nearing saint-level strength. Even if he revealed all his cards, he had no hope of defeating him. Jinbeo remained respectful and silent, so Keno had no choice but to step in. A smile crossed his face, and he said, "Yes, I refined the sacred dragon into the undead dragon." Keno didn't elaborate, as there was no need. He simply wondered if Saraki was truly looking for trouble. Judging from his appearance, he and Jinbeo seemed to have a good relationship, but since Jinbeo had been exiled from Dragon City, their relationship wasn't particularly close. "Well, since you've already admitted it, let's fight according to the rules. If I win, you'll give up your life. If you win, you can take the undead dragon." Keno was stunned by this. A one-on-one duel? Who was he kidding? The difference in their strength was vast. Saraki could crush him to death with a single foot. Unfair, unfair, this isn't fair. How could you, a noble dragon, do such a despicable thing? What are you talking about? How are we dragons despicable? If you don't explain, Jinbeo, will never let you go. Uncle Saraki, stand aside and watch me teach him a lesson. Before Saraki could even begin to speak, Jinbeo roared in anger, as if he was going to tear Keno into pieces if he couldn't explain. HMPH, a grown black dragon is incredibly powerful. Its physical form alone can easily kill a great swordsman. Now you're challenging a mere mid-level mage and mid-level swordsman. What else is this but despicable and shameless? I used to think all dragons were noble and sacred, but it seems I was wrong. Dragons only know how to bully the weak. Maybe if they really took human form and started fighting, with their cultivation restricted, they wouldn't be able to even hit a finger of mine. Kano looked menacing, paying no attention to Sarachi beside him. Sarachi, listening to Kano's words, had a strange expression on his face. Who knew what was going on in his head? What? You dare say Uncle Sarachi can't defeat you because of his limited strength? Is Uncle Sarachi that bad? If that's the case, he's even inferior to the goblins. Now, Uncle Sarachi doesn't need to take action. Let me deal with you. I'll use my strength to show you the terror of our dragon race, Jinbeo said, instantly transforming into a dragon. His face ferocious, he drew his magic wand and prepared to engage in a fight. Can you two stop acting? It's giving me a headache. You just want a fair fight, right? I'll grant you that. Sarachi seemed to have seen through their intentions and snorted with disdain. He had to interrupt their chorus. You really have to suppress your strength to that of a swordsman. If you surpass the swordsman, you lose. Of course, if you can't afford to lose, forget it. I won't force you. Kino was instantly delighted by Sarachi's words, but he still feigned disbelief and asked again. Boy, put away your little tricks. Every dragon hates provocation. I can change my size and limit my strength. But if you still fail, then don't waste your words. I'm doing this for Jinbeo's sake. I hope you won't let him down. This time, Sarachi's words left Kano confused. He felt like Sarachi and Jinbeo had a special relationship. Could they be related? After all, Kano had transformed a sacred dragon into an undead, a monstrous insult to the dragon race. Upon their arrival, the dragon should have attacked without a word, yet now, they were listening to him rationally. He didn't believe dragons were so good-tempered. Or perhaps, his words were having an effect. Alright, enough nonsense. My time is limited. Let's begin. Sarachi, with an impatient look on his face, rapidly shrank to a mere 3 feet. Typically, a swordsman-level dragon would be about that size. At the same time, Sarachi's aura rapidly diminished, soon reaching the level of a mage. Boy, don't expect me to transform into human form. I'm not that foolish, respected Senior Sarachi. I'm a necromancer. Can I summon my magical and undead familiars to fight? Of course. You can summon anything that's related to you. Sarachi didn't care. He believed that a necromancer like Kino could be that powerful. At best, he could only summon the undead holy dragon. Dragons fought each other physically, and he wasn't shy about that. Kino's face lit up at Sarachi's words. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 1,500 mecha warriors, with a giant one in the center. These mecha warriors surrounded Kino, creating a formidable scene. At that moment, Sarachi felt like he'd been tricked. The other mech warriors were fine, but the 50-foot-tall mech warrior, wielding 2 massive hammers, was simply too large. His aura, in particular, gave him a strong sense of oppression. He also had a feeling the giant mech warrior could inflict damage on him, fatal damage. You've set a huge trap, Uncle Sarachi. Kano has shown mercy. You should know he has a familiar. A holy undead dragon. What you don't know is that I'm also his familiar, and I also have a behemoth undead familiar. Uncle Sarachi, I have to tell you, these mech warriors are incredibly powerful. If you get hit by them, you're dead, Jinbeo warned with a worried look, but this only infuriated Sarachi enough to nearly lose his temper. Looking at the mech warriors, he instinctively wanted to retreat. But the next moment, 1,500 mech warriors unleashed a volley, instantly raising the temperature by 1,000 degrees. The ground around Sarachi instantly scorched black and then dropped significantly. Such terrifying attack speed and power were completely impossible to defend against. The black dragons couldn't teleport. Even if they were attacked like that, they would be practically doomed. Meanwhile, the massive, 5-meter-long mecha warrior hadn't yet launched its attack. He could sense its powerful, devastating attack. Then, with a faint smile, Kano gathered all the mecha warriors. The battle was over. No need to continue threatening them. Alright, I lose, but I must tell you, I'm only here to inform you that the Dragon Clan has sent a Gravikeeper to reclaim the sacred dragon bone. While that fellow isn't a saint, he's close to it. And once he finds you, he won't say a word to you. Sarachi spoke helplessly, but then he came to Jinbeo's side and stroked her head. his expression kind, like an elder encouraging a younger one. Uncle Sarachi, actually, I came here to take the holy dragon skeleton, but I suddenly realized you're quite powerful. It seems you might be able to stand up to that creature, so I changed my mind. It might not be a bad thing to let you experience some trouble. Okay, I'm leaving now, so you should leave quickly. It's best if you don't run into that lunatic. Sarachi said this, not giving the two a chance to speak. With a flap of his wings, a gust of wind suddenly swept over. Both Jinbei and Kenolite closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Sarachi had already soared 100 feet away, showing no sign of turning back. Remember, don't hold back, and don't even hope for the slightest chance. Otherwise, you'll be dead. With this final warning, Sarachi transformed into a gust of wind and vanished into the air. Kenolite and Jinbei looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Continuing to attack the tribe was perfectly possible, but if the tomb-guarding dragon arrived sooner, he might be hopeless. Therefore, he decided to leave immediately and go to the human kingdom as soon as possible. Given the strength of the human kingdom, the dragons would not dare to set foot there easily. There were too many dragon slayers there, and they would not let a single dragon go. Chapter 80, Kravegor Dragon Sorrow. Kenolite and Jinbei raced almost non-stop, reaching the magic empire at top speed. Humans and dragons had an agreement not to trespass into each other's territory. If one side violated the agreement, they could be killed. Of course, there were exceptions. Furthermore, most dragons visiting the human realm took human form, making them invisible to ordinary humans. Even if they could be spotted, slaying a dragon was another matter. After all, dragons weren't easy to slay. However, despite their speed, they were blocked by a Kravegor dragon just as they reached the border. Seeing the crimson dragon, 10 feet tall, in mid-air, Kenolite suddenly felt suicidal. An aggressive dragon would be fine, but a fire dragon. Filthy human necromancer, remember my name, Kravegor Dragon Yuanshang. Today, I will put an end to you once and for all. Roar. Yuanshang exhaled a dragon's breath just as he announced himself. Kenolite, about to say something, suddenly felt a change of heart. He pushed Jinbei aside and retreated rapidly. But his speed was incredibly slow, and the dragon's breath's reach was vast. It enveloped Kenolite in an instant. Kenolite, huh? A defensive shield? This kid actually possesses such a powerful item. A glint of wonder crossed Yuanshang's eyes, causing Jinbei's face to lighten with joy. Undoubtedly, Kenolite possessed some powerful defensive magic path that blocked Yuanshang's attack. Once the dragon's breath had passed, Kenolite waved his hand swiftly, revealing a dense swarm of mecha warriors. They aimed their lasers and launched a unified attack on Yuanshang. Over 1,000 beams and laser cannons shot up into the sky, instantly striking Yuanshang in the head. The sheer force of the attack caused Yuanshang to scream, clutching his face and wailing. His face was now a pitch-black mass, and black smoke billowed into the air. It looked as if he was seriously injured. Kenolite's face was solemn, chanting the incantation rapidly. He had to summon the holy undead dragon as quickly as possible, otherwise he would be powerless to stop Yuanshang. As the mech warriors attacked, the regular mech warriors began to disperse. Yuanshang's power was simply too great. If he had reacted, 1,500 mech warriors wouldn't have been enough to destroy him. Only the giant mech warriors showed no fear. Holding their massive hammers, they advanced towards Yuanshang, their bodies shimmering with light, a testament to the magic arrays at work. Elsewhere, the sutras were summoning undead beasts at breakneck speed. Kenolite alone was no match for a fully grown dragon. Damn it, you lowly wretch, you dared to hurt me. Yuanshang raised his hands, his face charred black, evidently from the mech warrior's laser cannons. Yuanshang, enraged, stomped out with a mighty kick, crushing the dozen or so mech warriors who hadn't dispersed into discus shapes. Roar. Yuanshang opened his mouth, a mighty burst of dragon's breath erupting. The next moment, a dozen more mech warriors were instantly annihilated. However, the mech warriors were completely fearless and attacked relentlessly. 1 or 2 mech warriors wouldn't be much, but over 1,000 was a formidable force. The giant mech's laser cannons, in particular, could completely shatter Yuanshang's defenses. Burned by the lasers, Yuanshang suffered excruciating pain. Yet, completely enraged, he ignored everything else and focused solely on attacking the mech warriors. In a matter of moments, over 500 mech warriors were completely annihilated. Anyone who came in contact with him was practically certain of his demise. However, Kenolite couldn't care less. He simply wanted to quickly summon the undead dragon. Fortunately, the giant mech rushed forward and temporarily blocked the undead dragon. The giant mech was 50 feet long, but against Yuan Shang, it was like a dwarf, its agility far superior to Yuan Shang's. Enraged, Yuan Shang raised his foot and sent the giant mech flying, followed by a blast of flames that consumed the mech before it even reached it. This scene left Yuan Shang stunned, a trace of disbelief on his face. After all, he was extremely confident in his own strength and magical attacks, but he hadn't expected to fail to destroy a single magic puppet. Especially since the magic attack was absorbed. What kind of method was this? Why hadn't he heard of it? The surrounding laser attacks brought him back to reality. Yuan Shang stomped his feet in anger. Simultaneously, another wave of magic blast shot out. The giant mech warrior slowly stood up and charged again. Judging from his appearance, he was not seriously injured. Yuan Shang roared, and a huge wave of fire erupted. This was the reinforced plate's advanced magic blast wave, powerful enough to kill a great swordsman. However, he hadn't noticed that the blast wave's power gradually decreased as it approached the giant mech warrior. By the time it reached the giant mech warrior, it was only a tiny bit of power left. In the end, it only burned the giant mech warrior's armor red, but it quickly recovered. Arriving before Yuan Shang, the giant mech warrior was about to attack when Yuan Shang launched a kick, sending it flying again. It felt like teasing a child. This situation left Kino helpless. It looked as if the giant mech warrior was no match for the full-grown dragon. With a mental command, the surrounding mech warriors immediately rushed forward, pounced on Yuan Shang like fleas. Yuan Shang swung his claws, sending a group of mech warriors flying. The next moment, a series of rumbling explosions echoed, and a powerful flame completely enveloped Yuan Shang. The mech warriors that charged forward self-destructed. The force was considerable, even the dragon's body was shattered. Of course, a true threat to its life was impossible. Roar, roar, amid Yuan Shang's furious screams, two roars suddenly echoed. Then, two 6-star formations flashed around him, and a deathly aura rose to the sky. Damn it! I waited so long before summoning you. If that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. Upon seeing the summoned holy undead dragon and behemoth, Yuan Shang roared in anger, his gaze filled with confusion and obvious surprise. After all, both the holy undead dragon and behemoth were now clad in armor. He reasoned that while this increased defense, it also hindered magical attacks. The behemoth's magic power was practically zero, but the holy dragon's was serious magic. Wearing ordinary armor was a sheer waste of talent. Following his roar, a cocky light flashed on his body, and he unexpectedly summoned 8 cocky shields. Their defensive power was extraordinary. Seeing the behemoth and holy undead dragon charging towards him, Yuan Shang unleashed a terrifying dragon breath without hesitation. However, he was surprised to see the attack sweep through, devouring the armor as it approached. This scene stunned Yuan Shang. A closer look revealed the armor of the undead dragon and behemoth, which was nearly identical to the mech warriors. Devour magic. Magic circle. Yuan Shang opened his mouth again in disbelief. A cryptic incantation emanating as a flaming shockwave swept across. This time, it was the behemoth that was struck, but the result was the same. It showed no damage at all, as if the magic had truly been absorbed. Now that the two sides were in close proximity, casting forbidden spells was a non-starter. High-level magic was useless, and hand-to-hand combat was all that was left. Just looking at the 3 opponents across from him, an iron golem, an undead dragon, and a behemoth, none of them seemed easy to handle, let alone a fight. In the blink of an eye, the undead behemoth was in front of him, roaring furiously and clawing fiercely. Looking at the extended steel claws, Yuan Shang felt a surge of irritation. For them, the most hated melee opponent was the behemoth. These creatures, claimed to be even more formidable than dragons, weren't exactly true. However, the behemoth before him was rather clumsy. He effortlessly dodged the attack with a casual dodge, his claws only snatching off a few chunks of armor. Honestly, instincts compelled him to bite, but the thought of the other creature's steel made it impossible for him to bite, even with his sharpest teeth. Just as he dodged the undead behemoth, the undead holy dragon appeared before him, opening its mouth and spewing forth soul-burning fire. Seeing the gray-red flames, Yuan Shang was stunned. He had never heard of such a flame before. And when had the holy dragon begun to breathe fire? What he hadn't expected was that the gray-red flames ignored his magic shield and burned directly into his body. and they clung to him like a leech, unable to extinguish even his utmost magic. Keno, upon witnessing the power of the burning soul fire, was overjoyed. Honestly, he hadn't trusted his own burning soul fire against a real dragon. Now, it seemed, while limited in power, it was still somewhat useful. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Damn it, Yuan Shuang roared, his voice deafening. Meanwhile, the surrounding mecha warriors charged forward, repeatedly exploding to shatter the shield. In his rage, Yuan Shuang continued to spit out dragon breath. Though to no avail, he refused to give up. The giant mecha warrior finally reached Yuan Shuang, but this time he wasn't sent flying. A 10-foot-long hammer crashed down, striking Yuan Shuang's foot. Ouch! A scream of agony pierced Keno's eyes, and with a resounding thud, Yuan Shuang lifted his foot and kicked the giant mecha directly outward. Meanwhile, the undead behemoth pounced on Yuan Shuang, biting him down. The undead holy dragon opened its mouth, spewing forth a stream of igniting soul fire. Under the continuous assault of the two undead, Yuan Shuang immediately suffered 2 massive wounds. However, with a furious roar, he sent both undead flying. Then, with his eyes blazing, he roared in fury, "Damn reptiles! I'm going to make you suffer a fate worse than death." Chapter 81, Painful Injury. After Yuan Shuang finished speaking, he flew into the air. A shield immediately enveloped him, and he uttered obscure magical syllables. Magical energy rapidly gathered around him, as he seemed about to unleash a massive dragon language spell. Dragon language magic, that is, dragon language's own magic. It is powerful, consumes a lot of mana, and takes a long time to cast. Ordinary magicians simply cannot unleash it. Yuan Shuang, now casting his full strength, was a sitting duck for Keno, though ordinary mech warriors simply couldn't hit him. Laser cannon, fire. Undead holy dragon, fly and attack, Keno roared, commanding without hesitation. The next moment, the laser beam blasted out, instantly striking Yuan Shuang. However, the shield, for some reason, blocked the laser's attack. The undead holy dragon then spewed a breath of igniting soul fire, but to Keno's surprise, it was also blocked by the shield. The undead holy dragon then charged forward, only to be deflected. Don't waste your time. That's the dragon race's innate magical power, absolute defense. It's enough to withstand all attacks below the saint level for half an hour, and it can only be used once every 100 years. We can't break his defense, so leave quickly. If I'm not mistaken, he's about to unleash a small forbidden spell, Fiery City Incineration. Jingbeo frowned, describing the formidable defense. This made Keno a little frustrated. How could the dragon race have such a perverse talent? The creator was too partial. But then he thought about the other races, all of whom had similar talents. They all seemed favored by heaven, yet were suppressed by humans. Who said we can't break the defense? Try my short-range missiles. All of you, pack up your magical pets and burrow underground for protection, Keno sneered, unable to care about anything else at this point. He couldn't withstand this small forbidden spell, Fiery City Incineration. This fire was no ordinary flame, extinguished by nothing or a little water. A forbidden spell-level flame attack, even if dropped on a rocky mountain, could burn for 3 days and 3 nights, burning everything and inextinguishable by water. The only solution now was to stop the dragon magic. If possible, he would severely injure the wrath in front of him. Killing him was impossible, so at least he had to teach him a lesson. Keno's most powerful weapon at this moment was the short-range missile. With 6 missiles at once, Keno doubted he couldn't break through the absolute defense. With a single thought, the 6 missiles on the mech warrior's back shot out immediately. The falling flames practically burned a large hole in the ground. If it weren't for the mech warrior's special defenses and special high-temperature resistance treatment, the mech warrior would have been incinerated. 6 missiles flew through the air, all targeting the Wrath in mid-air. At this moment, the Wrath seemed to sense the danger and suddenly stopped his magic, then cast a protective shield on himself. Such a situation naturally left Keno dumbfounded. Could a small forbidden spell-level magic be stopped just like that? Fuck. That's outrageous. That was just a small forbidden spell, and it stopped instantly. And then they cast a protective shield right afterward. How reckless. What's the big deal? We dragons are under the care of the dragon god. We can stop any dragon language magic at any time without suffering any backlash. Jingbeo's face was filled with pride, leaving Keno speechless. But the next moment, 6 missiles struck Yuan Shuang, instantly breaking through its defenses. He roared louder. Damn it, you despicable human. I'll tear you into pieces, into pieces. Yuan Shang was now covered in black wounds, with dragon blood pouring down his body. It looked like small fountains had formed on his body. Jingbao stood by, his face filled with disbelief, his mouth wide open. Although he had heard Kano say the missiles were powerful, he hadn't imagined they could break through the dragon's absolute defenses. And judging by Yuan Shang's appearance, he looked truly badly beaten. Laser cannon, fire, Kano roared, and the laser cannon fired again. But this time, it wasn't the dragon's head that was struck, but its weakest chick. Kano had seen the dragon's head defenses before. Soul fire, laser cannons, and 6 missiles were all useless. And the more he attacked, the more excited he became. How could he not be frustrated? Picking on the weak. Unable to defeat, he had to find another way to survive. If he couldn't defeat it openly, he had to resort to underhanded tactics. Fortunately, the dragon wasn't wearing iron underwear. Kano couldn't believe he wouldn't feel pain when he couldn't defeat such an obvious target. The laser cannon's speed gave Yuan Shang no room to react. The next moment, it hit Yuan Shang's penis. Yuan Shang, who had been roaring in anger, suddenly froze, then took on a strange expression. Jingbao covered his eyes, as if he couldn't bear to look. Kano's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but cover his penis. It suddenly struck him that perhaps his initial attack had been misguided. Ouch! The scream of pain pierced his heart, and even Kano couldn't help but feel that he had made a mistake. Just thinking about what he had done was cruel. But after that scream, Yuan Shang's figure suddenly soared into the sky, then vanished into the horizon at an incredible speed. What's going on? Is he rushing home for dinner? Kano tugged at his ear, a look of confusion on his face. Jingbao beside him was also incredulous, lost in thought, unable to understand what was going on. Logically, even if the chicken was roasted, it wouldn't have run away. After such a humiliating incident, Yuan Shang should have immediately sought revenge. Dragons are all incredibly fiery, fighting to the bitter end as long as they survived. For them, running away is the most cowardly act. Faced with absolute dominance, no dragon would choose to flee. Strange, why did he just leave? Even if he was injured, killing 2 of us doesn't seem like a big deal. Maybe he really was rushing home for dinner. Kano smiled. The matter was finally over, at least in the short term, there wouldn't be any problems. But when he looked back at his mecha warrior, his expression darkened, his mouth twitching, his anger reaching its peak. Although the giant mecha warriors suffered no significant losses, many of their sacred armor scales were destroyed. Iron blocks still needed to be forged and magic circles carved. Of the original 1,500 mecha warriors, over 300 were crushed, and the remaining dragon breath had consumed over 1,000. Now only 110 mecha warriors remained, a sight that made Kano's heart bleed. This battle had dragged him down to the very edge of liberation. No one would have felt comfortable doing it. Furthermore, from beginning to end, he hadn't gained a single advantage. What a loss, a huge loss. Now there are only 110 mecha warriors left, barely able to defend ourselves, Kano grumbled. This was a complete loss. The only gain was knowing he could defeat a full-grown dragon. But what good was that? Now he couldn't win again. Furthermore, due to the magic core shortage, the production of mecha warriors and mecha chariots had ceased. He could only hope that the Orc Kingdom would be more supportive and provide him with more magic cores. Wait until a new magic circle appears, then craft mecha warriors. See if you can enhance their power so they won't be crushed to death. Alright, Kano, stop being depressed. You're the first mage to defeat a full-grown dragon. You should be proud. Proud? You're still proud even after losing money. I don't know what's on your mind. What kind of mindset? Aren't all you humans like that? Jingbao looked puzzled. She felt something was amiss with Kano's words. No one on the continent of gods and demons who achieved this would consider losing money. Kano coughed, realizing he'd overacted. Indeed, for the humans of the continent of gods and demons, defeating the dragons was an immense honor. They could brag about it and be worshipped by everyone. But for Kano, fame was of no use. It only made him stand out and attract trouble, offering no other benefits. Furthermore, the dragons, so high and mighty to the humans of the continent of gods and demons, meant nothing to him. Even if Kano prepared for a while to attack Dragon City and destroy all the dragons, it wasn't impossible. Genetic weapons, biochemical weapons, energy weapons, all of these could destroy the dragon race, yet here, they were completely unheard of. What should we do now? Jingbeo was now at a loss, staring at Keri. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke again. You've taken the sacred dragon skeleton and humiliated Yuanshang. The dragon race will not let you go. Even if you escape to the human world, it will be the same. I'm afraid the next time we meet the dragon race, we won't be so easy to deal with. Jingbeo knew that this fight was purely due to Yuanshang's underestimation of the enemy, otherwise, he could easily kill Keri. Simply attacking Keri would be a simple matter. However, for the sake of the dragon race's dignity, Yuanshang had to deal with the undead holy dragon and the behemoth. Thus, he was distracted, giving the giant mecha an opportunity. Furthermore, with Jingbeo nearby, Yuanshang feared his attack would be too powerful and injure Jingbeo. As both were dragons, Yuanshang would have a difficult time explaining himself if he injured Jingbeo, even if Jingbeo were an undead dragon. Keri remained silent, constantly weighing the pros and cons in his mind, but after thinking about it, it seemed that the only way for humans was. They definitely couldn't stay in the savage plains anymore, that would be courting death. At that time, a forbidden dragon language spell would leave them with no chance of escape. The same was true for the other races, they simply couldn't stop the dragons. Only humans, some who weren't afraid of death, hoped to encounter dragons. The only ones who could contend with the human race were the four great empires, and among them, only the magic empire had the greatest chance of slaying a dragon. Because dragons are made of top-grade magical materials, and dragon crystals are the best inlays for staffs. Most importantly, the magic empire has the strength. Let's go to the magic empire and sneak into the magic academy. As long as we don't encounter a saint, no one will find us. When we become strong enough, a dragon will be nothing. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82, Crescent Mercenary Group. After leaving the savage plains, Keri and Jingbeo entered the Forest of Trials. He remembered being chased all the way into the savage plains last time, but this time, they were forced to return. However, the pursuit had been so fierce the previous time, and it suddenly stopped. Keri suddenly realized there was a major flaw in his source of information. It seemed he'd been operating in isolation, completely oblivious to what was happening outside. If Prince Caesar hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known a dragon was after him. Luckily, it was Sarachi and Yuanshang who came after him. If it had been any other dragon, Keri would have been in trouble. Thinking about this, Keri had to consider how to deal with the dragons. After all, he might face them at any time in the future. It was clear that mechas alone weren't enough to defeat the dragons. The previous battle was a prime example. Both the undead holy dragon and the giant mechas were better at defense than offense. Furthermore, they were only good at group attacks, making them ineffective against a single, powerful entity. Keri couldn't rest on his laurels. If he ever encountered another dragon determined to kill him, with his current strength, he would likely be doomed. So, no matter what, Keri needed to increase his strength as quickly as possible, or else, he needed to recruit powerful subordinates so he could slay dragons without hesitation. However, neither the first nor the second seemed easy. Most importantly, would the dragons give him that much time? A tortoise shell. That's right, there was no other way. He could only resort to the old trick, build himself a large tortoise shell, one that could withstand dragon attacks. He had abandoned the steel bunker in the Undead Kingdom as a precaution for Tadeoza, but even with it, it wouldn't be enough to stop a dragon's attack. While the dragon's power couldn't destroy it, dragon language magic could easily destroy it. Furthermore, the gold dragon's ability to manipulate metal could also damage it. Therefore, for now, he needed to devise a plan, a magical fortress that, while not guaranteed to withstand dragon attacks, would at least offer some buffering power. The sheer power of the missiles needed to be harnessed effectively, otherwise, without any self-defense capabilities, that was simply out of character for Keri. Since it was a rare opportunity to visit the Forest of Trials, Keri naturally needed to acquire more magic cores. However, unleashing his mecha warriors with such fanfare would be risky. He didn't want to be discovered and hunted by the four empires again. As they approached the human realm, Jingbeo grew quieter. Using the dragon's transfiguration technique, she transformed herself into a beautiful young woman. completely suppressing her magician aura, retaining only her physical strength. After all, she was, strictly speaking, a necromancer. Even the slightest hint of death would lead to her being hunted down. Even in her physical form, Jingbao's strength rivaled that of a junior swordsman. If nothing else, she was more than capable of self-defense. Keno possessed the protective necklace, and without saint-level strength, his cultivation level was completely undetectable. He would only use his physical body to fight the 9 extreme hammer from now on, so this was a good opportunity to hone his attacking abilities. As for the mecha warriors, they could be summoned when necessary. After all, the burning soul fire was invisible to the average human eye, and only a mage could detect it, as the burning soul fire would consume their mental probing abilities. When entering the human kingdom, we must adapt to the local customs. It is best to choose a mercenary group to join, so that the chances of being noticed will be greatly reduced, and it will be easier to hide your identity. Then we must keep a low profile and ignore messy things, especially you. Don't stand up for beautiful girls and children when you see them being bullied, because what you provoke are often not small troubles. Then when you are with mercenaries, you must do what you can. Don't show your full strength at every turn, as that will make others suspicious and wary. All mercenaries will not trust the people around them safely. That is a stupid behavior. If he dies accidentally, it is a very normal thing. It only means that his strength is too poor, and it is his fate. The person who should never be provoked by a mercenary is a woman, because you never know what she wants. Maybe she just wants your life, and she doesn't need to do anything. Jingbao looked very experienced and taught Keno seriously. This made Keno helpless. Did he look such a righteous person? But thinking about it carefully, he really didn't want to bully women and children. Even most men have this common problem. Beautiful women and children, to some extent, are privileged. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. If there are any others, to be honest, my experience is not very sufficient. Along the way, I have killed everyone who posed a threat. Keno killed Keri without hesitation just because he suspected him, but in the end, he showed mercy to Ellie. This may have something to do with Keri being a bearded old man and Ellie being a beautiful woman. Keno killed almost everyone he considered a threat without a second thought, because only in this way could he ensure his safety. Jingbao looked at Keno, speechless for a moment. Killing everyone who posed a threat would probably cause even greater trouble. The continent of gods and demons has never lacked those who are so-called righteous. You're doing a good job, but I don't support it. Even mages can find you by your aura, and others, driven by fame, won't let you go. Besides, what do you think of living beings? Animals without intelligence? You kill them without hesitation. I have to say, you're truly lawless. Could it be the effect of the burning soul fire? No, my killing wasn't due to the burning soul fire. Those people were chasing me, wanting me dead. I had no choice but to let them die first. Keno's expression was full of innocence, and indeed it was. He couldn't be so polite as to call them rude when they were about to kill him. He was also just lucky, having something others wanted. Even so, killing him was understandable. Keno didn't believe that. If you wanted his life, you had to be prepared to die. I wouldn't offend anyone unless they offended me, but if they did, I would kill them. Even if they want to kill you, you must suppress your anger. Otherwise, you'll become a murderous freak, which is never good. Jingbao was thinking of Keno, and Keno knew that. However, he shook his head bitterly, realizing he had indeed gone astray. Thinking about killing every day, was this really a way to live? Roar! A furious roar echoed from afar, followed by a burst of shouting and screaming, accompanied by a woman's screams. It seemed someone was fighting a monster. Judging from the sound, the monster seemed to be a level 6 earth bear. Its defense was formidable, and its attack and explosive power were not much different. Although it was a level 6 monster, its strength was close to that of a junior great swordsman. Those who came to the trial forest were generally no more than swordsmen or mages. With such strength, they were more than enough to protect themselves. However, if they were unlucky and encountered a pack of demon wolves or a level 6 monster, that would be another matter. Jingbao and Keno exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. It was clear that their chance had come. To be able to emit such a resounding cry under the attack of a level 6 magical beast meant they were no less powerful. They were likely novices, possibly students from a certain academy. Their speed was naturally impressive, and in a matter of moments they reached the scene of the fight. As they had expected, it was indeed a group of novices and a great earth bear. The great earth bear, enraged, its massive paws flattened all the surrounding trees. Surrounding him were 5 young men, seemingly no more than 18 or 19 years old, 3 men and 2 women, 4 sword masters, and 1 high-level magician. Although they looked utterly battered, they hadn't sustained any serious damage, at most, only minor scratches, which for a sword master wouldn't be a big deal. The 4 sword masters' swordsmen shone with fighting spirit, their gazes cold. To Kaner's surprise, one of the female sword masters was a magic swordsman, her fighting spirit radiating a strong fire aura. As for the female high-level magician, she was far inferior. She screamed incessantly, her wand in hand, and to the uninitiated, one might have mistaken her for a sound wave attack. They weren't seriously injured, nor was the earth bear. After all, it was known for its defensive prowess. If 4 junior swordsmen could breach its defenses, the monster would be nothing to them. The magician, despite her screams, was nonetheless quite strong. She spotted Kano and Jinbeo almost as soon as they emerged, and immediately shouted, "We are the Crescent Moon Mercenaries, the Magic Empire's most talented mercenary group. We are under attack by a nasty level 6 earth bear. Please come to our aid." The beautiful and lovely magician Li Anan, "Please help us." Kano and Jinbeo were stunned by the worried look on the mage's face. Honestly, in their experience, they had never encountered such a narcissistic female magician. The name Crescent Moon Mercenaries was interesting, but they had never heard of it. However, judging by the 4 swordsmen and 1 senior magician, they all seemed to be students at the school. However, to say they were the most talented was a bit of an exaggeration. The youngest known saint-level rank on the continent of gods and demons is 30 years old. By comparison, sword masters and high-level magicians aged 18 or 19 are merely gifted, and even the magic swordsman is considered the best among his peers. After all, every advancement above swordmaster is incredibly difficult. Many even remain at the level of junior swordmaster their entire lives, unable to advance. At this point, they often choose to journey to the monster forest, seeking a breakthrough through life or death trials. While it's true that this method is effective, at least most achieve it. Of course, a significant number are slain by monsters. This is why, on the continent of gods and demons, sword masters become incredibly powerful once they reach the level of a sword master. Easily defeating a dozen high-level swordsmen is a piece of cake. The reason for this is their experience in life or death trials. Chapter 83, Weird Monster. Kano and Jinbeo were naturally exceptional, their experiences too terrifying for ordinary people. They faced great swordsmen and mages, naturally far more powerful. Li Anan, on behalf of the Crescent Moon Mercenary Group, asked Kano for help, and the other 4 swordsmen didn't object. With their strength, taking down a level 6 earth bear would be incredibly difficult. While Kano and Jinbeo didn't appear particularly powerful, their presence meant they were undoubtedly capable. Perhaps they could actually help them. What's the benefit of helping you? The enemy had 5 members, and they only had 2. While they didn't appear to be ruthless mercenaries, there was no guarantee they wouldn't break the rules. After all, the magic cores of level 6 monsters were very valuable. Killing and stealing treasure was common among mercenaries, especially when they were outmatched. Kano and Jinbeo, looking no more than 18 or 19 and not overly mature, could easily be mistaken for inexperienced rookies. "We know of an ancient ruin. If you help us kill this earth bear, we'll take you there." "Li Anan, you're crazy. How dare you tell anyone about the ancient ruins?" the female demon swordsman scolded Li Anan. Li Anan's neck shrank, a look of grievance on her face. The earth bear seized the opportunity and slammed its paw down on the female demon swordsman. The female demon swordsman, with considerable combat experience, easily dodged the blow. The 3 swordsmen behind her immediately charged forward, enraging the earth bear and forcing it to turn and attack them, giving the female demon swordsman a moment to breathe. With a flash of cold light, the female demon swordsman charged forward, stabbing the earth bear in the buttocks. The furious earth bear's expression suddenly became distorted. He howled in pain, then turned and slapped her. However, in that moment of turning, the other 3 seized the opportunity to pursue the earth bear. Each of them thrust their swords with all their might, stabbing at its weakest points, its buttocks, of course, being a special target. This thrust made Kino curl his lips. These people were being too shameless. How could they do this? But remembering that he had just roasted the chicken from Yuan Shang a few days ago, he could only smile bitterly. It seemed that the others were no different from him. If they couldn't defeat him, they would have to find another way. But being stabbed twice in a row was too much for the earth bear. With a roar, A cocky aura erupted from its body. The four men were sent flying by the cocky aura. Then, with a roar, the earth bear charged at Lianon, its eyes bloodshot, as if it had some deep grudge against Lianon. Ah! Help! Lianon was startled, his face pale. He threw his wand and turned to flee, completely forgetting that he was a magician and could cast a protective shield. Banana, help me! Buck, Base, Bala, hurry up and save me! The grizzly bear is going to eat me! Anon is so scared. Lianon ran as fast as she could, repeatedly yelling for help. She looked like a little girl of 7 or 8. He wondered why these people had brought her out for training. It was pure trouble. However, her shouting allowed Kano to recognize the other people's names. Banana's breasts were indeed quite large. Buck, Base, and Bala were probably brothers, as they bore a resemblance. Banana's reaction was quick, and she rushed forward almost instantly. However, a glint of cunning suddenly flashed in the earth bear's eyes. With a fierce backhand strike, Banana was sent flying. Several crackling sounds were heard as the bear's body slammed into the tree, causing Kano to curl his lips. Judging from Banana's appearance, he estimated that 3 or 4 ribs were broken. Banana was instantly rendered incapacitated, and the earth bear immediately turned and charged at her. Upon seeing this, the 3 Buck brothers' faces suddenly changed. Without hesitation, they charged forward. However, the earth bear, now shrouded in a cocky aura, its defenses amplified. It showed no fear, charging relentlessly. The Buck brothers were no match for the earth bear to begin with, and now it was even less so. In just a few blows, they were sent flying. There's something wrong with this earth bear. Can a level 6 monster be that intelligent? Kano asked, puzzled. In his opinion, the intelligence of a level 6 monster was only about the level of a 2 or 3-year-old child. But this one was too high, mastering the strategy of surrounding Wei to save Zhao and defeating them one by one. Furthermore, the cunning in the earth bear's eye seemed a little too human. It felt like a human in disguise. I feel something's amiss, too. It doesn't seem to be the earth bear. But if it's not the earth bear, what is it? Big bad bear, get out of here. Don't hurt Banana. As the two spoke, Lianon let out a sharp cry. Without even using a staff, she unleashed a bolt of electricity with just 2 spells. Fuck. A lightning mage. And that casting speed is way too fast. Kano was startled upon seeing Lianon cast a spell. You know, lightning mages are known for their powerful attacks, and their numbers are extremely rare. Furthermore, Lianon could unleash even the most basic lightning attack with just 2 spells, yet the speed was incredibly fast. This talent clearly showed Lianon to be exceptional. While the lightning attack was fast, it wasn't particularly powerful. Upon striking the earth bear, it barely scratched its itch, not even burning a single hair. This moment terrified Lianon. She quickly pulled a scroll from her special ring and was about to cast a spell. As soon as the magic scroll was released, a surge of magical energy erupted around it. A powerful, explosive aura seemed to contain advanced lightning magic. Sensing the scroll's power, the earth bear paused, its pupils constricting, and with a furious roar, the ochre-colored aura surrounding it suddenly thickened. This scene was clearly witnessed by Kano and Jingbeo, who were both stunned, astonished. The earth bear's intelligence seemed truly extraordinary. Logically, it was simply impossible. Lianon's strength wasn't high, but the speed with which she cast the magic scroll was so fast that in a matter of seconds, a lightning web swept across. It looked like a high-level lightning web. However, this lightning web's attack was a group attack, and its single target damage wasn't very strong, especially against a defensive beast like the earth bear. The earth bear roared, sending a shockwave sweeping out. This was one of the earth bear's talents, sonic roar. Though few earth bears had mastered it, it was certainly powerful. The lightning net shook violently from the shockwave, its power instantly diminishing. By the time it enveloped the earth bear, little remained. Hurry up, you wicked earth bear, or Lianon will fight you to the death. I have a lightning-based single-target magic scroll, lightning spear, that's incredibly powerful, Lianon said, pulling out another magic scroll from her space ring. A look of reluctance on her face suggested this scroll was truly important. However, the earth bear paid no heed to Lianon's threat. With a furious roar, it charged directly at her, clearly aware of her formidable nature and ready to finish her off. The earth bear's attack startled Lianon, who then flung the magic scroll aside and ran. Help! Come save me. This scene left Kano and Jingbeo stunned. What was going on? Couldn't they just throw the magic scroll away and run? Finally, Kenolite moved, drawing the longsword from behind him and charging forward. He then used the 9 extreme hammer secret technique. A 5-fold attack, and a sneak attack at that. If it had hit, even the earth bear would have been in trouble. However, the earth bear seemed to have been on guard against Kenolite. With a roar, it launched a counterattack. Seeing that Kenolite hadn't even used his fighting spirit, it naturally assumed it could withstand the blow. However, after the 2 attacks clashed, Kenolite's face darkened and he was instantly sent flying backwards 4 or 5 feet. The earth bear was even worse off. In a flash, the ochre-colored circle of light was shattered, leaving a massive wound on his palm, nearly deep enough to reveal the bone. Roar! Kenolite's attack truly enraged the earth bear. With a roar, it charged again. Once close, its mouth unleashed a shockwave. Caught off guard, Kenolite felt a wave of dizziness and dazed. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and was flung forward. Regaining consciousness mid-air, Kenolite ignored the pain and, with a kick of the air, used the nearby trees to pivot and land on the ground. He had survived the earth bear's attack because he cultivated a purely physical body. His defense was formidable, far surpassing that of Banana and the others. A faint smile played on Kenolite's lips as he charged forward again. His longsword flashed with a cold light, unleashing a burst of sword energy. Sword energy, Banana, watching from afar, exclaimed in astonishment. You know, sword energy isn't fighting spirit, it relies entirely on comprehension. While it's said that once one reaches the saint level, one can comprehend sword energy, and even gifted great swordsmen can achieve it, there are currently fewer than 10 individuals in the entire divine and demon continent capable of unleashing it, and Kenolite's skill clearly isn't at the level of a great swordsman. At Banana's shout, a glint of solemnity crossed the earth bear's gaze. Then, with a furious roar, it unleashed another shockwave. Kenolite dodged the attack with a swift movement, then thrust his sword directly into the earth bear's abdomen. Under the combined attack of sword energy and the 9 extreme hammer, the sword pierced through its defenses and pierced the earth bear's body. As the sword slowly pierced its flesh, the earth bear erupted in rage. Its eyes bloodshot, and with a roar, the shockwave struck Kenolite, and then a palm strike sent Kenolite flying again. Chapter 84, Druid. Ah, damned human, you actually pierced my belly with your sword energy, you actually, the earth bear roared, then spoke in human language, startling everyone present. Lianan covered her mouth in disbelief, while Banana was stunned. Kenolite froze, a sudden thought coming to mind. Jigbayo, however, smiled and said, they say druids are bringers of peace, but why do you feel so evil? You're so bored, flirting with beautiful women here, huh? Who are you? Who told you druids are all good-tempered? I'm not, the earth bear transformed, transforming into an ugly man in the blink of an eye, except for his pointed ears, just like the legendary elves. Aren't elves supposed to be beautiful? Druids are elves too. How can you be so ugly? Lianan, dazed, stared at the transformed druid in amazement. Her eyes sparkled with interest, no trace of fear left. Nonsense, we druids all look like this. Besides, druids are druids, and elves are elves. We're not the same, the druid immediately objected, seeming annoyed at the claim that he was elven. Elves are an aesthetic race, everything about them is beautiful. But druids don't look like what we'd like, so the elves don't recognize their elven identity. And druids are also known for their hot tempers. After being exiled from the elves, they established their own factions and still refuse to acknowledge their elf identity, but in terms of bloodline, they are indeed the same race, there's no doubt about that. Jigbayo spoke, but the druid's face was filled with anger. After all, being exiled is definitely not a good feeling. And no matter how they argued, others believed the same thing. Humans, orcs, dwarves, and even among druids, some wanted to return to the elves, but the elves simply didn't recognize them. Stop discussing this. My name is Druid. Remember, it's Druid. Aren't you going to explore the ancient ruins? Take me with you. Besides transforming into an earth bear, I can also transform into an armored beast. Neither rocks nor mineral veins can stop me. With me, if we need to escape, it'll be a piece of cake, the druid spoke confidently, startling the others. Armored beasts are a unique type of stone-based magical beast. They can reach a length of 10 feet, covered in stone-like armor. Their claws and teeth are incredibly sharp, piercing gold and stone with ease. However, these magical beasts are remarkably gentle and never attack. Even if attacked, they will simply curl up or dig a hole to escape. Because of their formidable defenses and focus on escape, armored beasts have few natural enemies. While their reproductive capacity is low, they generally reach level 8 or 9. Even at level 8 or 9, they're the most docile of warcraft. Even if mercenaries encounter them, they won't attack, simply because their defense is so formidable that any attack would be a waste of energy. But once a druid gains this transformation, it's a far cry from the others. Aside from a slightly slower movement speed, the armored beast is otherwise quite good. Constantly refreshing its stone flesh, its defense is unmatched at its level. Combined with its sharp claws, capable of piercing gold and stone, and its razor-sharp teeth, it can hold its own against even dragons of the same level. As for the Earth Bear, it's equally renowned among Warcraft, known as the most powerful combat-oriented Warcraft besides the dragon, especially in terms of explosive power, surpassing the dragon itself. This druid is undoubtedly quite clever. Other druids, when advancing, generally choose agility-oriented and flying warcraft, such as leopards, snakes, and iron-winged eagles. Others choose purely defensive types, such as turtles. Furthermore, as long as they obtain a warcraft core, they can absorb it and advance. The reason behind this attack on the Crescent Moon mercenaries, which is targeting the ancient ruins, remains unknown. Banana and the three Buck brothers had already arrived. The addition of Kano and Jinbei was clearly a counterbalance. They'd even used their sword energy just now, so it didn't seem like a show. Join us, why? We discovered the ancient ruins, so why should we take you in? What if you steal the treasure? We'll end up with nothing, and we might even be attacked by you, Buck said, his emotions surging. They'd gone to great lengths to get here just for that ancient ruin. How could they let someone else snatch it from them? Base and Bala were similarly concerned, watching Kano and the other two warily. But they were unsure. Although Kano and Jinbei hadn't shown any strength, they looked like they were formidable. Banana remained silent, seemingly contemplating something, wavering between options, perhaps considering the druid's advice. Actually, I think we could let them join. After all, who knows what's in the ancient ruins? If there's a powerful monster, we won't be able to defeat it. Lianen glanced at Banana and whispered quietly. Banana seemed to be tempted, but she didn't say anything. The three Buck brothers were silent for a moment, realizing they had truly overlooked the issue. A single druid had already put the five of them in this state. Who knew what else was in the ancient ruins? That beautiful girl is right. Any ancient ruin is fraught with danger. If you take us with you, you'll be much safer. How did you know we were going to the ancient ruins? Banana suddenly asked, her expression grave. The druid smirked at the question. Our druid's talent is beast taming, which allows us to communicate with all beasts. So, as long as there are beasts around you, I know every secret. How terrifying. I can actually hear animals speak. That, Lianen's face flushed, startling the druid. Then, realizing what she was saying, she said with extraordinary seriousness, don't misunderstand. When we communicate with the beasts, we only get a general idea. We don't know the specifics at all. That's not good either. Lianen's shy expression chilled Banana's face. However, due to her status, she could only sigh helplessly. Kano smiled faintly, but Jinbei remained unconcerned. Normally, her aura was completely self-sufficient, and no animal would approach her. Can you tell me more about that ancient ruin? Kano stared at Banana, questioning him doubtfully. After all, if it truly was something valuable, the guardian beast inside would surely be no less capable. However, the ancient ruins surrounding the Forest of Trials were guarded by no more than level 6 magical beasts. Perhaps this was why Banana and her four friends were so confident. Kano's words immediately drew Jinbei and the druid's attention. After all, when it came to ancient ruins, no one could ignore them. Seeing the confused glances around her, Banana felt a headache. Now that the ruins were exposed, if she didn't tell anyone, the three men before her would surely not let it go. A single druid could wipe them out. And she felt Kano and Jinbei seemed even more powerful. Since their appearance, the two had remained calm, showing no fear or worry even when facing the druid. Could this be anything other than absolute confidence in their own abilities? Okay, let me tell you, I don't know what's inside that ancient ruin. Here's a blueprint I stumbled upon, you can take a look. Under the gazes of the others, Banana finally gave in. She pulled a torn piece of parchment from her pocket and handed it to the druid. This parchment only has a map, the text is damaged. There's a 6-star array mark on the treasure hiding place, so it's probably related to magicians. The druid took the parchment and examined it carefully for a long time. Finally, his face brightened with joy, and he said, I know this place. It's an underground cave. But it's very dry inside, and nothing survives. If it's an ancient ruin, it might save us a lot of trouble. Keri and Jinbeo stood by, seemingly uninterested in looking. Since someone had already found the place, they naturally didn't bother. After all, they were completely unfamiliar with the area, and Banana wouldn't collude with a druid to find the wrong place. Seeing no one around him objected, the druid smirked and said to them, Trust me, we can reach that place in less than half an hour. But if there really are ancient ruins, I must be the first to choose any powerful beast cores. No problem, I promise you that. Banana readily agreed. This wasn't because she was being generous, but rather because magic cores were usually not found in ancient ruins. Although magic cores were inherently very hard, they would turn to stone after 1,000 years if not carefully preserved. Once a magic core turned to stone, it would become true stone, completely losing its value and making it impossible to use it in a fusion transformation spell. This was common knowledge, but the druid didn't want anything else. Besides, with a little luck, he might find a rare beast core. Jinbeo and Keri had no objections. They didn't care about ordinary things and didn't want to snatch them. But if they came across something truly valuable, they would definitely not let it go. Keri and Jinbeo, what are you cultivating? Why can't I sense any fighting spirit or magic aura on you? Lianon asked, his face full of confusion. The druid and others also looked over at him. After all, Keri and Jinbeo were too strange. There was no magical aura, no fighting spirit aura, yet they appeared in the trial forest. It is very likely that there are some magical props with hidden auras. Oh, we are body cultivators. We strengthen our bodies through various methods. Now my body can be compared with that of a sword master, and Jinbeo can do the same. Body cultivators. I heard that body cultivators are very difficult. To be able to cultivate to the level of a sword master is already a genius. Chapter 85, Wolves. Lianon's expression was filled with disbelief, and the others weren't much better. Truly, the physical cultivation was incredibly difficult. Legend has it that long ago, the inhabitants of the continent of gods and demons also practiced physical cultivation. Their strength was so immense that they could split mountains and split rocks with ease. However, later, the gods descended and passed down methods for cultivating fighting spirit and magic. With these shortcuts, no one practiced physical cultivation anymore. Over time, physical cultivation gradually disappeared. Occasionally, one or two would appear every few hundred years, but due to the dilution of the elemental energy of heaven and earth, they remained at the level of swordsmen, unable to make any progress. Keri and Jinbeo had actually reached the level of swordsmen at the same time. What kind of talent did that require? After all, they only looked to be 18 or 19 years old. Don't get me wrong, we're not that gifted. It's just that we happen to consume a special magic fruit, which rapidly strengthened our bodies. Just a coincidence. Two of us taking it at the same time, truly a coincidence, the druid chuckled, not exposing their lies. After all, people's secrets were usually kept secret, and the excuses they offered were often similar. Perhaps the only person here who believed them was Lianon. She believed everything others said, and was also the fastest way to gain others' favor. When the 7 people arrived at the place on the map, they all immediately stared at the druid. The place was correct, and it was very accurate. The surrounding grass and trees had not changed much, but the problem was, this was not a wasteland at all, but the home of a pack of magic wolves. And unexpectedly, there were more than 1,000 magic wolves here, all of them level 3 magic wolves. This situation made everyone feel mixed. The good news was that the usual strength of magic wolves was 1 or 2 levels, and the ordinary magic wolves here had reached level 3, which meant that this place was extraordinary and there was a high possibility of ancient ruins. The bad news was that there were as many as 1,000 magic wolves here. Given the ferocity of the magic wolves, they were equivalent to 1,000 junior swordsmen. Even if a great swordsman came, he would probably flee. The druid's sandsling and earthbear transformations were certainly impressive, but they could only retreat 3 feet when faced with these 1,000 demonic wolves. This was because the demonic wolves' ability to work together was too powerful, making it impossible for a single level 6 demonic beast to handle them. Your memory is seriously flawed, Banana scoffed, and the druid's expression turned grim. His memory wasn't wrong, but where did these demonic wolves come from? Lianen's face was filled with worry, clearly terrified by the demonic wolf pack's strength. They might be able to handle 100 demonic wolves, but 1,000 was too many. Furthermore, there was the demonic wolf king, who is likely more than a level 4 demonic beast. That's not right. I've been here before, and there weren't any demon wolves like this. Besides, this is the Forest of Trials, and usually there are only level 1 or 2 wind wolves here, not even 1,000 in number. What's going on? The druid was puzzled. However, since he knew there were ancient ruins here, he couldn't leave. The others would also think of a way. Even luring these demon wolves away would be a good idea. Everyone was lost in thought, but they couldn't think of any good solution. After all, luring the demon wolves required considerable skill, and if they weren't careful, they would be doomed. Druid, I think you should go. Of all us, you're the strongest, and after transforming into an armored beast, you'll not only have formidable defense, but you can also burrow underground, giving you the best chance of escape. After the matter is settled, I'll give you a second choice. After all, I discovered this ancient ruin, so I have to have first choice. Banana spoke, and the druid rolled his eyes. His level 6 Samsling's defense was indeed formidable, but it depended on the target. It was fine against ordinary wind wolves, but not so much against magic wolves. Miss Banana, do you know what a magic wolf is? What's wrong with a magic wolf? A magic wolf isn't a magic beast. Besides, the common ones here are only level 3. What can your level 6 Samsling do to it? Lianen's face was filled with surprise. In her opinion, a level 3 magic beast was just a level 3 magic beast. At best, it was level 3. No matter how many there were, they shouldn't be able to kill a level 6. After all, a Samsling's greatest strength was its ability to escape. The druid's face was brimming with fury. He could tell the other party was praising him, however, he wasn't that powerful. I'm a druid. My transformations are just my abilities, but they can't match that terrifying defensive power. Besides, demon wolves aren't as simple as you think. You guys only know demon wolves as level 3 monsters, but do you know where they live? They live in the monster forest, and they're the overlords of that forest. Demon wolves don't have ranged attacks, but they're bloodthirsty and brutal. Most terrifying of all, their attacks can ignore magical defenses to a certain extent. My transformation skill, coincidentally, is a form of magic. If I were to distract those demon wolves, even 100, let alone 1,000, would tear me apart. Even if I could dig holes, it would be useless. Those demon wolves are just as good at it as I am. The druid roared in anger. No one wanted to admit they were incompetent, but the truth was, he truly wasn't. If he rushed in rashly, he would likely lose his life. Except for him, the others were only beginner or intermediate swordsmen. Even if they were deployed, they wouldn't be able to hold their own. They couldn't even match the defensive and evasive abilities of the Earthbearer and the Sandshrew. My judgment is correct, the ancient ruins are all here. And I swear, I didn't spot the demon wolves the last time I came. Besides, I'm not blind, 1,000 demon wolves wouldn't miss them, so, if there's a demon core in the ancient ruins, you have to give it to me first. This condition was agreed upon beforehand. I'll give it to you, but can you get it now? Maybe the demon core will be completely destroyed in the time you've wasted. Jinbeo spoke from the side, his face full of sarcasm. Neither she nor Kano cared much about the sudden appearance of 1,000 demon wolves, but they didn't want to reveal their strength. Both the druid and Lianen looked extraordinary. Perhaps they had powerful backing, making them impossible to control. Furthermore, Kano planned to use them, making it even more difficult to reveal their strength. Lianen's brow furrowed, seemingly at a loss for what to do. After all, these were 1,000 genuine demon wolves, not adorable puppies. What should we do? We have a mountain of treasure right before our eyes, yet you're all frozen in place. I think for safety's sake, we should just leave. We can then ask a few teachers from the academy for help, and maybe things won't be a problem. Asking your teachers is too much trouble. How about we go together and lure them out, so they disperse? I'll take the loss, and go first. Upon hearing that Lianen was going to ask the academy teachers, the druid refused to go. If they really did, what would his role be? Those sanctimonious hypocrites, while good-natured as they were not easy to deal with. But his expression was indeed a bit exaggerated, completely revealing his inner thoughts. Banana sneered beside him and said bluntly, "It's ridiculous to ask us to go separately to lure the wolves. Lianen is a fragile magician, and any demon wolf can kill her. If that happens, Your life will be in jeopardy. Yes, I'm afraid of demon wolves. Besides, I'm not a fast runner. Lianon looked aggrieved, and the druid was immediately helpless. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, and with his strength, he really couldn't do it alone. The druid couldn't help but look at Kenolite and Jingbeo. They looked pretty good, and they had some tricks up their sleeves. We can send one of them, I'll do it. As for the 5 of you, just send one too. Let's go with Banana. The 3 Buck brothers are not bad, but they're obviously not good at speed. Kano's words made the Buck brothers feel ashamed. In fact, they knew Kano was thinking about them. The 3 of them were a bit clumsy. If they really tried to lure the demon wolves, they would probably just end up being defeated. Banana pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. In truth, this was the only solution, as none of them would risk it alone. They're a pack of wolves. If we lure them away, they'll go back. I think we should have Banana, Kano, and the druid lure them from 3 sides simultaneously, and then we'll ambush them and kill as many as we can. You're crazy. Even if we're setting an ambush, with only a few of us, and 2 of us splitting up, it's hard to say who will ambush whom. The druid was the first to object. He truly didn't believe in Banana and the others' abilities. Fighting a demon wolf one-on-one was perfectly fine, but would a demon wolf actually fight you one-on-one? That's right. Our combined strength can only defeat a dozen or so demon wolves at best. But even if we divide those 1,000 demon wolves, there will definitely be no fewer than 100. However, demon wolves can't climb trees, which will ensure our safety. Banana disagreed with Jingbeo's words and even wondered why Jingbeo thought so. Of course, she didn't know that both Kano and Jingbeo were capable of single-handedly wiping out a pack of demon wolves. Numbers weren't a problem for them. Sorry, then we can only lure them out. But what if they come back? We'll have to talk about it later. Jingbeo was a dragon, so he naturally knew a lot about demon beasts. If these demon wolves were truly guarding the ancient ruins, they probably wouldn't leave. Kano and the other 2 were simply asking for trouble. But she couldn't say more because there was a druid here. The druid knew what she knew, too, but she was curious why the druid wouldn't say anything. Moreover, it would be unwise for just a few of them to pull teeth from the mouths of 1,000 demon wolves. Therefore, she suspected that the druid might have another method, but she simply didn't want to tell Banana and the others. Furthermore, it was very strange that this druid appeared in the Forest of Trials. Logically, he should have appeared in the Warcraft Forest. After all, the level of the Forest of Trials was too low, and the druid's strength was close to that of a level 7 Warcraft. Chapter 86, Illusion Array. The 3 quickly prepared themselves and moved in 3 directions from the wolf pack. Seeing the ferocious and brutal wolves, besides Kano, Banana, and the druid, all wore cautious expressions. At the appointed time, Kano casually picked up a stone and threw it. With his ability, hitting even one was no problem. The impact of this stone on the wolf was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Instantly, all the wolves looked over, their eyes fierce, and charged forward. Kano remained calm, looking around. As many as 70 or 80 wolves were charging at him, while the others stared at him with deadly eyes, as if they had already determined Kano's fate. Of course, Kano wouldn't attack now. Killing 1 or 2 would only attract more wolves. So, he flashed and bolted away. Roar, an angry roar echoed, and Kano's heart trembled. A terrifying pressure enveloped him, slowing him slightly. This terrifying aura seemed to emanate from the demonic Wolf King. However, it seemed this demonic Wolf King wasn't just a level 4 or 5 monster. This terrifying pressure could have been level 8 or 9. As soon as he slowed down, the demonic wolves behind him rushed forward, taking advantage of the situation and pouncing, knocking Kano to the ground. Kano's face darkened, and he swept his sword. The sharp blade instantly sliced through the demonic wolf's neck, severing its head. The surrounding demonic wolves didn't continue to attack, but instead surrounded Kano, apparently fearing he might escape. Kano observed this clever move, a faint sneer curling his lips as he stood quietly, waiting to attack. Each demonic wolf stared at Kano fiercely as he approached, their aura terrifying. However, these demonic wolves continued to advance, taking 100 breaths. After such a long time, even Kano began to lose patience. Since they were here to waste time, Kano didn't worry about them wasting time. However, as time went on, the demonic wolves suddenly stopped advancing. Just when Kano was wondering, a howl was heard from the wolf den. These magic wolves actually bit the magic wolf that had just died, turned around and left. Such a situation made Kano frown. Logically speaking, it seemed that such a thing should not happen. Would the magic wolves let their opponents go easily? He didn't have the mind to chase after them. It seemed that he had to ask the druid. Maybe he knew something. When they arrived at the place where several people gathered, they found that neither the druid nor Banana had any injuries, except for being a little embarrassed. It didn't look like they had been chased by magic wolves at all. Hey, you are safe and sound. You say that as if you are injured. The druid's doubts made Kano feel that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. When the wolves chased me, I ran without looking back. Although I was a little embarrassed, I managed to escape safely. It seems something happened in the wolf den, and the wolves all turned back. Yes, I did the same thing. I ran as fast as I could and shook them off. You two are really faster than the wolves. Kano's face was full of confusion. He had a feeling something was wrong, and now it was becoming clearer and clearer. It seemed that there was something wrong with the wolves. What do you mean? Nothing, I just find it strange. You all managed to escape, and the only scratches you have are self-inflicted. Don't you find it strange? These wolves don't seem as powerful as you thought. Druid, you seem to know a lot about the wolves. If the wolves surrounded you, would they leave? You were surrounded by the wolves, and then they left. The druid's face was filled with disbelief. At this question, everyone looked at Kano. Kano had no scratches on his body, and he didn't look like he had been besieged by the wolves. Kano smiled but said nothing, with no intention of answering. However, the druid showed a look of surprise and said affirmatively, if you are surrounded by magic wolves, they will never let you go, because magic wolves don't care about anything else, they only know how to kill. The reason why magic wolves are cruel, bloodthirsty and terrifying is that sometimes, even the magic wolf king can't control them, but they are too powerful, and no one dares to provoke them. If that's the case, I think we are probably not facing magic wolves, but if they are not magic wolves, then what are they? Kano looked up at the sky and pondered. The druid and Jingbeo also fell into deep thought. As for the others, they didn't understand the magic wolves at all, so naturally they had no say. I was surrounded by demonic wolves, and even after I killed one, they didn't attack again, but instead fled. You too, though you look battered, weren't hurt at all by the demonic wolves. The wounds on your bodies were all from your own escape. Don't you sense something's amiss? The demonic wolves aren't right. Kano voiced his doubts, prompting the druid and Jingbeo to nod repeatedly. It certainly sounded like something was amiss. These demonic wolves seemed to have lost their original nature. They were alive, their actions simply trying to drive them away. Could it be that they're guarding the ancient ruins, or the demonic wolf king within? We can't get too far away, Lianon spoke cautiously, blinking. Although she had never seen a demonic wolf, this hypothesis made perfect sense. Upon hearing this, the druid immediately denied it. Impossible. If the magic wolves are truly guarding something, then any intruders will be hunted down and killed. There's no doubt about that. This is their mission. The magic wolf king won't repeat orders, nor will he surround them and then let them go. The druid spoke with unwavering determination, and the scripture treasure beside him nodded solemnly. Based on their understanding of the magic wolves, this was indeed the case. Suddenly, Kano seemed to recall something and spoke again. Oh, by the way, do you know what the magic wolf king of these level 3 magic wolves should be? The magic wolf pack is special. If the magic wolves are level 3, the magic wolf king should be level 6. At 1,000 magic wolves, the magic wolf king would be at most level 6. If there are 5,000 magic wolves, the magic wolf king could be level 7, the druid spoke with uncanny resolve. No one knew more about magical beasts than the druid. What's wrong? Is something wrong? No, very wrong. The demon wolf king's aura locked onto me. If I'm not mistaken, the demon wolf king's strength seems to have reached level 8 or even 9. Impossible, the druid exclaimed in astonishment. Level 9 demon wolves were so rare. Even in the monster forest, demon wolf kings were usually only level 7, yet they were already the dominant force. If they reached level 8, the entire monster forest would be thrown out of balance. A level 8 demon wolf king meant he had subordinates of level 7 demon wolves, and even grouped together in groups of level 6. At that point, they could easily attack any target below the saint level. As for level 9 demon wolves, they were even more terrifying. Barring some kind of mutation, a level 9 demon wolf would be impossible. Impossible, that's a problem. Hurry and give me the map. We might be able to find something from it. The druid pulled out the map and handed it to Keno. Upon receiving it, Keno immediately noticed the magic circle in the center. This magic circle was extremely strange. Centered on the wolf's lair, it covered an area 10 miles in radius. And it seemed to Keno that the problem lay within this circle. What's wrong? Can you spot the problem? The druid asked, and Banana and the others approached. However, Keno's understanding of magic circles was limited, so he couldn't figure it out. He thought about the magic circles he'd studied before, even with a cursory glance, he'd never seen anything like this one. Perhaps it held some special meaning. Jinbeo, do you see anything wrong with this? Am I familiar with magic circles? I don't recognize them at all. From the traditions of the Dragon Clan, Jinbeo was naturally familiar with magic circles, at least the most common ones should be familiar to her. However, she had already confirmed that she had never seen a magic circle like this before. Or perhaps, this wasn't a magic circle at all, perhaps, it was simply the mark of a magician. Perhaps this isn't a magic circle, but a magician's mark. That's possible, but that's a disaster. Every saint-level magician can create a unique mark, and there have been countless saint-level magicians throughout history. Jinbeo's words were true, 4 saint-level magicians have been innumerable throughout history. Even now, a new saint level appears every 100 years. In ancient times, saint-level masters were practically everywhere, making it incredibly difficult to identify the magic mark of a specific saint level. I know this magic mark. It belongs to Domino, the king of illusions. His specialty is illusions, and he's known as the most ineffective and terrifying magician. Lianon spoke cautiously, as if she knew this magician well. The druid was stunned upon hearing this, clearly puzzled by Lianon's statement. The least powerful, the most terrifying. Those two words seem to contradict each other. The least powerful because the illusion array has no offensive power. It merely confuses the opponent. The most terrifying thing is that if the enemy is trapped and unable to extricate themselves, they will be killed by the illusion. When they think they are dead, they are truly dead. Apparently, many people knew this legend, even the 3 Buck brothers were well aware of it. After all, there has only been one magician who specialized in illusion arrays and reached the saint level throughout history. Naturally, he would be regarded as a role model for other magicians. As for the druids and the sutra treasures, it was understandable that they were unaware of this matter. After all, they did not study human civilization much, especially the most complex and remote magical sigils. Chapter 87, Phantom Demon. The treasure of Domino, the king of illusions, means the demonic wolf we saw was an illusion. Then there's no danger, Buck said excitedly, earning glares from Keno and the others. Illusions set by saint-level magicians are not easily dealt with. Just because you think you're safe doesn't mean you're safe. No, Buck. Although this illusion isn't controlled by humans, it draws upon the magical power of nature. If we die within it, we're truly dead. Only the truly powerful can withstand it. Seeing Buck's nonchalant expression, Lianon spoke up, drawing a few glances from the crowd. Lianon looked shy, but she seemed quite knowledgeable. Banana and the Buck brothers seemed to believe Lianon's words, which made Jinbeo and Keno suspect Lianon was no ordinary person. Perhaps there was truly a powerful being behind her. Knowing it's an illusion, it's easy. Just find the phantom stone at its center and break it, and all illusions will cease to function. Jinbeo knew a bit about illusions, and the crucial phantom stone was naturally paramount. However, after looking around, everyone was unsure who to send. After all, illusions are ever-changing, and breaking them isn't simply a matter of sheer strength. Sometimes, it depends on luck, and ordinary people have broken illusions before. Why don't we go together? Since we know it's an illusion, we won't die. As long as we finally break it and wake the others, our lives will be safe. That's right. One more person means one more chance. No one knows if they can break the illusion themselves. The druid also spoke up. Knowing it was an illusion, he didn't care. But just because he didn't care didn't mean he could break the illusion. However, there was a drawback. If they all died, and no one else came to wake them, their fate would be certain. I'm quitting. I don't want the things in the ancient ruins anymore. However, at this moment, to everyone's surprise, Banana actually chose to withdraw. From her expression, she seemed genuinely afraid of dying in there. The others looked at each other, feeling a bit strange. Banana had been the most enthusiastic from the beginning, so why was she now thinking of quitting? And you, Lianon, are not allowed to go in either. It's too dangerous in here. Don't forget your status. If anything happens to you, we'll all be buried with you, but this is an illusion. If the illusion dies, so will we." Banana's tone was incredibly firm, leaving Leanna no room for objection. She didn't stop the three Buck brothers, clearly letting them in. "You want us to charge in and reap the rewards?" The druid snorted, his face filled with displeasure. He didn't want to be the vanguard for others. Banana was right. If they were truly trapped in the illusion, they would be dead anyway. Kano and Jingbeo remained silent. They really weren't in a hurry to speak, because the matter would be resolved whether they spoke or not. HMPH, I'm a man of my word. If I say no, then so be it. Believe it or not, Leanna and I are withdrawing. Banana's behavior made Kano and Jingbeo feel something was amiss. Even the druid seemed lost in thought. Things seemed more complicated than they seemed, but they had no idea what was going on. Could there be something else going on? Apparently unconvinced by the druid's disbelief, Banana dragged Leanna away, her expression completely unwilling to stay, giving Kano a sense of danger. It's been said that the illusion array couldn't be overcome by sheer physical strength. Anyone who entered could be broken. So why wouldn't Banana give it a try? Kano didn't believe the illusion array was truly that terrifying. He suspected Banana must know something else but simply didn't want to share it. Furthermore, the secret she kept secret could very well be a matter of life and death for them. After all, this was a saint-level illusion array. Even a mage or great swordsman could be killed if they stumbled upon it, let alone them. What's inside an illusionist's treasure cave? We don't want it either, Kino suddenly said, surprisingly refusing to explore the ancient ruins. Jingbeo, standing nearby, simply glanced and fell silent. The three Buck brothers hesitated. After all, the fewer people who went, the more dangerous it would be. If they truly fell into the illusion, they would be doomed. Ancient ruins, these are ancient ruins. Even an illusionist, rumor has it, has slain many saint-level masters. The items he obtained were mostly useless. Think of what's inside: magic cores, magic crystals, gems, staffs, divine swords. Rumor has it that Domino, the king of illusions, once obtained the divine sword edge, a divine-level weapon. If you all stay away, I'll be the only one left. How can I possibly stop the saint-level illusion array by myself? The more people who enter, the greater the chance of success. Seeing that no one was willing to go, the druid grew anxious. This situation naturally attracted everyone's attention. You didn't know Domino just now, so how come you're suddenly so familiar with him? And you found this place so easily in the beginning, could it be that you knew about it all along? Banana's face turned cold, and she shoved herself close to the druid, naturally startling him. Sensing the slightly hostile gazes of the people around him, the druid sighed sharply and said bitterly, I admit, I know about this ancient ruin. In fact, I was the one who told you about it. The map you found was given to you by me. This is truly an ancient ruin, and it truly contains a vast treasure. I want the illusion stone at the center of the illusion array, because it contains the magic core of a 9th-level illusionary demon. If I obtain it, I can transform into an illusionary demon and easily kill people without them even noticing. The druid spoke, his entire body aglow with excitement. While Kino remained calm upon hearing his words, the others were utterly shocked. A phantom demon, a 9th-level phantom demon core at that. How is that possible? Did phantom demons become extinct in ancient times? How? Lianan's face was filled with disbelief, but it triggered a flashback in Kano's memory. He then remembered that the phantom demon seemed to be an extinct magical beast from antiquity. It was said that its numbers were extremely small, far fewer than those of the phoenix. They resembled ordinary squirrels, only about a foot in length. The only difference was a single, white horn about an inch long. Both their size and appearance made phantom demons adorable. In reality, they possessed no offensive power, but in reality, they were incredibly terrifying. A phantom demon's greatest strength was its illusionary magic, which lured its enemies into a magical trap without their knowledge. If your mental strength was inferior to theirs, encountering one was a sure death. In ancient times, phantom demons were the most coveted pets by all magicians, as they were, in some ways, even more powerful than dragons. And a 9th-level phantom demon was no match for almost anything below the saint level. However, due to some special reasons, the survival rate of phantom monsters is too low. Upon discovery, magical beasts will kill them immediately. Usually, most phantom monsters are killed by nearby higher-level magical beasts when they are still at a low level. No wonder a level 9 phantom monster core drives the druid so crazy. If he can successfully transform, he will be almost invincible at his level. Feeling that the eyes of the people around him were becoming more and more unfriendly, the druid immediately said, "You are helping me this time, and I will definitely not let you down. In the treasure, there are many magic cores, gems, staffs and magic swords. The legendary sword edge is in it. It is a magic sword that can emit sword energy. After you get it, Brother Kanu, even breaking through the defense of the great swordsman will be a piece of cake. There is also a magic staff in it, which uses the magic core of an 8th level thunder-type magic beast. The sealed magic is a lightning high-level defensive magic lightning shield, with 8 shields. Rumor has it that Domino once killed a dragon, and there is a dragon crystal in it. That is a dragon crystal. I don't need to tell you the value, you should also know it." When saying this, the druid couldn't help but look at the scripture treasure. It seemed that he had judged the identity of the scripture treasure. With his druid talent, it seemed that this was not a difficult task. It must be said, however, that his words piqued the interest of several people. Keri, naturally, was reluctant to let go of the sharp edge of the artifact. The increased power of the sword's energy was rare. If it's what you describe, I'd naturally like to go in and try it out. But if it's not, then what can I say? Keri's tone was gentle, but the druid's heart sank. He could clearly sense Keri's murderous intent. If he deceived Keri, he would likely be hunted for a while, if not by the murderous intent. The druid retreated slightly in fear, but he quickly shook it off and looked at Keri. He said solemnly, "I'm telling the truth, please believe me. If I'm lying, then I'll let you do whatever you want. Let me do it, but you'll transform into a mountain slayer. If you try to escape after transforming, what can I do to you? So, tell me a method we both agree on." To be honest, Keno was a little wary of the druid's mountain slayer transformation. He couldn't burrow, and it wouldn't be possible to break through its defenses in a short period of time. "Then I'll do whatever you say. I only want the phantom demon core. As for the rest, I'm not interested for now." Although druids were a type of elf, their transformation meant they primarily consumed magic crystals and gems. While he didn't want to miss out on other treasures, he had no other options. For now, as long as he had the phantom demon core, he would be content. After advancing to level 7 magical beast, with the phantom demon's illusionary magic, who could stop him? How about this? Let Lianon plant a magic mark on your body, so that you can't escape in a short time. What do you think of this method? No problem, I'm happy to do it. Chapter 88, Breaking the Illusion. The druid agreed to Keri's request almost without a second thought. Planting a spiritual mark on one's body was no small matter. That unthinking decision showed his determination to obtain the 9th level phantom demon core found in the ancient ruins, and for any druid, a 9th level phantom demon core held a fatal allure. Even if it were given to Keri, he would likely do whatever it took to obtain it. However, this druid was a bit too straightforward, giving in before the trap was even set. It must be said, however, that this was indeed a huge temptation for several people. If they could obtain the contents, their strength would surely increase significantly, especially Keri, who would need a large amount of supplies. Due to the shortage of magic cores, the production of mecha warriors had ceased. Furthermore, in ancient times, warcraft was practically everywhere. At that time, any expert possessed a large number of magic cores, and even the saint level was even more so. "Okay, Miss Lianon, please plant your spiritual mark on this druid." "I'm sure I'll cooperate." "Well, planting a magical mark on someone is extremely rude. As a lovely lady, I shouldn't do that." Lianon looked shy, but the druid beside her was frantic. If it weren't for Banana and the 3 Buck brothers watching closely, he would have rushed over and forced Lianon to plant the spiritual mark on him. It's okay. I don't blame you. On the contrary, I want to thank you. It's because of you planting the spiritual mark on me that they can trust me, but if that's the case, I'll also have to enter the ancient ruins. Banana, will you agree?" Keno's request almost directly dragged Lianon into the trap. Banana, who was standing by, was lost in thought. Seeing Lianon's expectant gaze, her brows furrowed. Lianon was very excited about the 8th level lightning magic core staff. Banana also desired the weapons within. Because of the magic swordsman, she lacked a suitable weapon, and the ancient ruins offered the perfect opportunity to find one. As for the 3 Buck brothers, they were pure adventurers. Upon hearing about the ancient ruins, they were eager to explore, regardless of their own abilities. "Okay, I agree. However, We must not lead the charge in any matter. And if there are any magic swordsman weapons, they must be given to me, no problem, no problem. I remember there's a flaming sword in the ancient ruins, used by a fire magic swordsman. It should be perfect for you. Upon hearing Banana's agreement, the druid nodded rapidly, his uncontrollable excitement causing Banana to frown. Suddenly, she felt that her decision had been misguided. This druid must be hiding something from them. Since you know this place so well, you should know how to break the formations. I know, of course I know. Just walk in and overcome all the illusions. Don't worry about those demonic wolves, just kill them to your heart's content. The druid spoke casually and with unusual ease. Kino and Jinbeo remained expressionless upon hearing his words, but Banana was even more puzzled, clearly a little skeptical. Is there any point in just killing them? Those are illusions. Besides wasting fighting spirit and magic, what good are they? As if noting the surprise of Banana and the others, the druid said seriously, if we don't attack with all our might, we'll be killed soon. Not truly dead, but dead nonetheless. And if we're dead, there's no way to break the illusion, just trust me and keep attacking. I can assure you, you'll get what you want. You can also follow me and let me attack. My defensive abilities can hold off for a while, but then it's all up to you. With this, the druid transformed into the form of an earth bear. Without a word, he charged forward. Kaner and Jinbeo followed without hesitation. They knew the druid was up to some trick, but they weren't afraid. Whether attacking, defending, or escaping, they were confident. Seeing Kaner and Jinbeo attack, Banana, Lianen, and the other four dispelled their last shred of doubt. Since it wasn't just one or two people who suffered the consequences, they didn't care. After all, Kaner and Jinbeo weren't much stronger than them, so they felt somewhat balanced. Furthermore, they held a few trump cards that could guarantee their safety. The druid, transformed into an earth bear, galloped relentlessly, showing no sign of slowing down. In a matter of moments, they had reached the wolf lair, naturally attracting the attention of all the wolves. Their display of force wouldn't let them down. Over 1,000 wolves roared in anger and charged forward. The sheer force of the scene was so overwhelming that even knowing it was an illusion, the druid's expression paled. As he approached, he dodged behind several of the men. This situation infuriated Banana to the point of rage. However, this was no time to pursue the matter, as the wolves had already charged and surrounded them. Kano's 9 extreme hammer had already reached the realm of lightness. As for the Wu power above it, he struggled to control it for a moment. Yet, with a sweep of his sword, he instantly killed 3 or 4 demon wolves, leaving none behind. Seeing the increasing number of demon wolves charging towards him, Kano frowned. He glanced at the druid, only to find that he had actually dodged to the other side. Although he was also under attack from a large number of demon wolves, he acted as if he was at ease. Kano glanced over, and Jinbeo signaled. In a flash, the two of them left Lianen and the others. Standing back to back, they continuously struck with their swords, slaying the charging demon wolves. Compared to the druid, the two of them coordinated more effortlessly. After all, their bodies had reached a level comparable to that of a 4th-level demon beast, so they naturally wouldn't be affected by the attacks of a 3rd-level demon beast for a short period of time. While the Kaner and the druids handled the situation with ease, Banana and the other 4 struggled. Lianen, in particular, was a complete hindrance. Magicians were practically useless against ferocious demonic wolves. Surrounded, Lianen's face was filled with fear and panic. Watching the wolves charging at her, she couldn't even cast the simplest spell. The same was true of her magic scrolls. Although she knew they were illusions, she couldn't help but feel the fear. Banana and the 3 Buck brothers formed a circle, attacking the surrounding demonic wolves. However, their attack power was limited. It took 3 consecutive attacks to kill a single demonic wolf. Surrounding them were 1,000 level 3 demonic wolves, all fearless and undaunted. With just 5 people, they simply couldn't defeat them all. In a matter of moments, the 4 men were covered in wounds, visible from bites and scratches. Although they knew it was all a lie, the pain was unmistakable, and they were even beginning to consider retreating. As time went on, Kino and Jinbeo also suffered numerous wounds. While not fatal, they still bled profusely. As for the druid, for some unknown reason, he hadn't taken as much damage. While his massive body bore numerous wounds, it was no serious injury. "Ah! My hand!" Base screamed, as 3 demon wolves simultaneously seized his arm. As he pulled with all their might, Another wolf bit him, effectively ripping his arm off. The pain of losing an arm was undeniable, especially with the copious blood flowing. Base's face paled from the blood loss, and his body appeared utterly weakened. Second brother, I'll help you, Bala roared upon seeing this, charging forward. However, the sheer number of demon wolves surrounding him made it impossible for him to resist. Don't come over here, as if the pain had made him sense the danger, Base shouted loudly. However, his words were too late. Bala, who had just rushed out, was immediately surrounded by several demon wolves and torn to pieces. Bala, Buck and Bass's eyes widened in fury as they watched their brothers die before their eyes. Though they knew it was only an illusion and their brothers weren't dead, they still felt a deep pain in their hearts. Ah, you're courting death? Base went completely crazy, wielding his heavy sword and striking the surrounding demon wolves one-handed. However, before he'd struck twice, a demon wolf bit him in the waist and tore him to pieces under its relentless bite. Roar! A furious roar filled the air, followed by a pitch-black demon wolf king bursting out of its lair, shrouded in black flames and more than twice the size of an ordinary demon wolf. Oh no! It's a level 8 demon wolf king, Jinbeo shouted, startled. Her brow furrowed, as if she had noticed something was wrong. The level 8 demon wolf king appeared, its gaze filled with human-like disdain. It glared at Banana and the other two in the distance, then charged forward. The tragic deaths of his two brothers had driven Buck mad. With a roar of rage, he recklessly charged the demon wolf king. The two collided, then brushed past. Buck's arm bore a massive wound, while the demon wolf king remained unharmed. This startled Kano, who then flashed forward and lunged, aiming for the demon wolf king's eyes. Death shock, Jinbeo cried out, unleashing a psychic attack unique to necromancers. The demon wolf king let out a scream as Kano's sword plunged directly into his eyes. The surroundings transformed, transforming into trial forest. However, the hundreds of demon wolf kings had vanished without a trace, leaving only a dozen or so wind wolves, each of them only at level 1 or 2. Kano's sword lodged in the eye of a wind wolf king, dripping blood. This wind wolf king, however, was only at level 4. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89, Level 5 Phantom Demon. Banana and Lianon were covered in wounds, and Buck had a massive gash on his arm. Meanwhile, Bala and Bass lay drenched in blood, seemingly dead beyond death. Is this an illusion? Lianon's face paled as she surveyed the restored surroundings, then the now dead Bala and Bass. Things seemed more complicated than they'd initially imagined. Buck finally couldn't help himself, falling to the ground in exhaustion. Tears streamed down his face as he gazed upon his two dead brothers. Shishi, a cuddly figure leaped over from the distance. It was a cute little squirrel, its single white horn atop its head remarkably similar to the legendary phantom demon. Kano and Jinbeo were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. They hadn't imagined a living phantom demon could exist here, and one so powerful it had reached level 5. Once this phantom demon became known to magicians, it would be a target for all to vie for. Even a saint-level magician wouldn't give up easily. You're lying. There's a real phantom demon here. You're just trying to lure us in, force us to break the formation, and then reap the benefits, Lianon roared at the druid, her face thick with rage. She was naturally heartbroken that two of her best friends had died. But the druid remained remarkably calm, unfazed by Lianon's rage. This alarmed Banana. She stared at the druid, then glanced at Kino, her demeanor completely wary of everyone. Yes, I did lie. There's only a windwolf pack and a level 5 phantom demon here. There are no ancient ruins. I made that map myself. If I wasn't incapable of dealing with this level 5 phantom demon myself, I wouldn't need you. I'm going to capture it now. Do you have any objections? Suddenly, the druid became incredibly arrogant, believing he could easily defeat them all. Don't even think about it. I won't let you succeed. Buck was furious. Being deceived was one thing, but two of his brothers had died. Naturally, he was furious. In a flash, he rushed towards the phantom demon, sword in hand, intent on killing it. No, Lianon screamed, but it was too late to stop him. The druid's face was filled with disdain, completely unconcerned with the Buck's actions. When Buck was about 10 feet away from the phantom demon, The horn on its forehead suddenly flashed, and Buck paused. Then, turning around, he charged at Kano and Jingbeo, sword in hand. His eyes were filled with madness, and he paid no heed to the wounds on his body. Everyone knew that Buck was now trapped in the illusion, possessed. "Please, don't kill him." Lee Annan stared at Kano, his expression filled with pleading, while the druid transformed into an earth bearer and rushed towards the phantom demon at top speed. The phantom demon could only control one target at a time. This was naturally a good time to capture him. Kano snorted coldly, and his figure flashed away, directly blocking the druid's way, followed by a five-fold attack. Under the sharp sword energy, the druid's bare paw was cut open, but at this moment, he didn't care at all, and his whole body crashed into Kano. Kano's face darkened, and he kicked out, trying to use the druid's impact to retreat. Faced with such a situation, the druid's eyes showed a trace of disdain, followed by a roar, and a cocky light circle burst out. Under the powerful impact, Kano's body instantly flew backwards. At the same time, a sharp pain came from his leg. If his body was not strong enough, I am afraid that attack would have broken his leg. After his body was knocked back, Kano's face suddenly became gloomy, but he did not hesitate at all, and rushed forward again. Jingbeo, on the other side, watched Buck charging towards him. He kicked, deflecting him. Then, in a flash, he charged at Huan Yao. Huan Yao was at her most vulnerable at this moment. Capturing her would solve all problems. But then, a low growl suddenly erupted from the side. Then, a black cheetah appeared beside Jingbeo, its maw gaping, ready to bite. Shadow Demon Leopard. Jingbeo's face changed, unsure if it was an illusion or the real Shadow Demon Leopard. After all, with his current single target control, Huan Yao could only control one. With a thud, Jingbeo charged forward, his longsword sweeping across, scaring the dark demon leopard back. The Shadow Demon Leopard seemed furious at Jingbeo's attack. From its mouth, a ball of black light condensed, its power so powerful it resembled advanced magic. "Asshole!" Jingbeo roared, charging forward with his sword, intent on destroying the Shadow Demon Leopard before it could strike. This startled the Shadow Demon Leopard. Its form flashed, transforming into an iron-winged eagle in an instant. Druid, Jingbeo's face darkened as he watched the Shadow Demon Leopard soar into the sky. Then, with a flick of his hand, a laser cannon appeared in his hand, and he fired directly at the iron-winged eagle in midair. A beam of light shot out, piercing the eagle almost instantly. The next moment, with a scream, the iron-winged eagle plummeted from the sky, its body charred black. The druid, at only level 5, faced no challenge against the laser cannon. After all, no matter how fast it flew, it couldn't outrun the speed of light. "Brother," watching the iron-winged eagle plummet from the sky, its breathless form, the druid roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew his brother's strength was comparable to that of a level 5 demon beast. He hadn't expected to be killed so easily by the enemy's secret weapon. Jingbeo's attack was a desperate move, completely unaware of the magnitude of the effect. Lianen and Banana were even more shocked. They hadn't anticipated a druid lying in wait, and Jingbeo unleashed his secret weapon to instantly dispatch them. The frantic druid abandoned defense and charged at the phantom demon at top speed. Kano frowned, then dodged, barely avoiding the attack. The earth bear charged forward, sprinting to the phantom demon's sight and snatching it up at top speed. The instant he seized it, the phantom demon trembled, practically losing its resistance. Then, its eyes rolled back, and it fainted. Neither Kano nor Jingbeo reacted. The druid grabbed the phantom demon and fled at top speed. Despite the loss of his so-called brother, his face still beamed with excitement. This was a phantom demon, a level 5 just high enough for him to fuse. Once fused, he would advance to level 7, and at that point, anyone below level 7 would be no match for him. "You want to run?" "No way," Kano roared, charging forward. This time, there were no ancient ruins, only a phantom demon. No matter what, he couldn't return empty-handed. Jingbeo glanced at Lianen and Banana, then charged forward as well, his speed unwavering. "Nana, don't worry about me. Hurry up and charge forward. We can't let that druid get away, be careful. I'll capture that phantom demon." Phantom demons are legendary magical beasts, even more precious than phoenixes. If Lianen were to be captured and recognized as their master, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Furthermore, the magical beast's innate abilities can amplify a portion of its owner's abilities. If a phantom demon were to be captured and recognized as its master, Lianon's mental strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. For a magician, this was a boon. So, without a moment's hesitation, Banana charged forward. Although her strength had only reached the beginner level, her speed was impressive. With all her might, she soon spotted Jingbao's shadow. Banana followed Jingbao, always 100 feet away. As time went on, she began to sense something was amiss. Besides Jingbao, there was no sign of anyone else ahead. No Keno, no druid. A possibility dawned on Banana, and her feeling grew increasingly unsettled. She quickly pulled a scroll from her interspatial ring and, activating it, nearly doubled her speed. However, to her surprise, Jingbao's speed also increased. Despite this, Banana managed to catch up with Jingbao after less than half an hour. Where are they? Seeing no movement around, Banana stared at Jingbao in exasperation. Jingbao, however, frowned, a hint of resignation in his expression. Sorry, I lost you. I think you lost him a long time ago? Banana's face was filled with irritation, knowing she'd been tricked. Jingbao had probably changed direction since she'd caught up with him. She'd chased him for so long, but he'd completely lost his way. Catching up now was utterly impossible. Helplessly, fearing for Lianon's safety, she could only quickly turn back. Jingbao's expression was indifferent, a hint of disdain in her eyes. She naturally knew the value of the phantom demon, so how could she possibly give it to someone else? She was a dragon, unable to recognize a master beast, but Keno was human, and besides his undead pet, he had no pet of his own. For the necromancer, the phantom demon was the perfect choice. The druid, carrying the phantom demon, ran furiously, unable to shake Keno off. He soon realized that Keno was the only one charging towards them. Jingbao had used silent attack when he unleashed the death blow, so he didn't yet know Keno's strength. Although the sword energy was intimidating, it was only intimidating. After running for half a day, the druid finally got tired and stopped abruptly. He looked at Keno and said coldly, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill him. You're not a magician, so why do you have to compete with me for the phantom monster? Are you trying to please Lianon? That's totally unnecessary. I advise you not to do that, because if you kill the phantom monster, you will also die. Don't try to challenge my resolve. I'm a man of my words." Keno's lips curled into a sneer, making the druid hesitate for a moment. He had seen the power of Jingbao's special weapon, and who knew if Keno had it on him. Are you a magician too? What do you think? Chapter 90, Team Annihilation. Feeling Keno's icy gaze, the druid's face darkened. He had thought this matter simple, but now it seemed he'd encountered unexpected trouble. No wonder you wanted to steal the phantom demon. You're a mage. You're so secretive. Are you a necromancer? The druid's face was filled with resentment. Naturally, he worried that Keno might possess a secret weapon like that. His level 5 brother had been killed in one blow, and he was only level 6. While the difference between one level was enormous, the difference between level 5 and 6 wasn't much either. If you were seriously injured, it would be disastrous. After a brief moment of contemplation, the druid smiled and said, "Keno, right? Now the phantom demon is in my hands. I can tell you with certainty that I'm determined to capture it. I feel like if you're dead, you can't be so determined. If you truly value your life, you should learn to let it go. Are you so sure you can kill me? Or, let's try." A hint of a sneer curled the corners of Keno's mouth, only making the druid even more unsure. He gritted his teeth at the man's madman-like behavior, not daring to challenge him. From the moment they met, Keno and Jingbao seemed incredibly mysterious. Most importantly, he sensed a faint dragon aura from Jingbao, which made his feelings even worse. He was certain that both Jingbao and Keno were extraordinary individuals, especially when Jingbao unearthed his special weapon. "Alright, I surrender, but the phantom demon is too important to me. It's crucial to my strength. I can give you magic cores as compensation. How about a large quantity? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I'll make the same mistake twice. You've already tricked me once with your immense allure. Why not try another?" Keno simply didn't believe the druid's words. If he truly merged with the phantom demon's magic core, Keno wouldn't be able to defeat him anytime soon. Even killing him wouldn't solve the problem. "Alright, I admit I was wrong about the magic core, but if you truly want a familiar, I know the location of a unicorn. It's a level 8 light-type unicorn, and with your strength, you're definitely capable of capturing it." "That's a good idea, but how can I trust you? How about you keep the phantom demon in my hands, and I'll return it to you once I capture it. Unicorns were indeed rare, known as the mounts of the god of light. Their numbers were extremely low, and while they were extinct, they were nearly so. But in terms of preciousness, unicorns were certainly not as valuable as phantoms. Furthermore, unicorns only amplified light-attributed mages, so against him, not only did they have no amplifying effect, but they actually had a counteractive effect. Unicorns were highly noble creatures, naturally repelled by death mages. Even ordinary-looking creatures were not worthy of their attention. Kano's claim to mastery was hopeless. "No, if you take the phantom, I'll definitely not give it back to you. That only means your offer isn't satisfactory to me." The druid was silent, as if pondering. He stared at the phantom in his hand, unwilling to give up. He wanted to give it his all, but he could sense that if he did, the consequences would be disastrous. Druids, naturally attuned to nature, were incredibly accurate. Kano hadn't shown any threat up to this point, but he sensed danger from the very beginning. As the two men clashed, a flurry of footsteps echoed from the surroundings. It sounded like human mercenaries, and there were more than one. Kano frowned slightly, but the druid's mind began to work. If possible, he might be able to use these mercenaries to escape. The druid's figure flashed, and he changed back into human form. Staring at Kano, he couldn't help but feel eager to try. The mercenaries around were getting closer and closer. There were dozens of them, and judging by their cautious appearance, they seemed very experienced, and their strength was about that of swordsmen. These people soon discovered Kano and the druid, and immediately felt relieved, because the two of them looked young. They were destined to be not very strong. Unfortunately, the two did not seem to have anything valuable on them. Otherwise, maybe they could make a small fortune. Encountering mercenaries in the wild is not a good thing, because it is normal for thieves to rob thieves, and if there is a serious imbalance in the strength of the two sides, it is more likely to happen. Just as the mercenaries were about to leave, their interest gone, the druid suddenly shouted righteously, "You despicable necromancer, hand over the level 7 magic core you stole from me. Otherwise, I won't mind fighting you to the death." A level 7 magic core was worth over 20,000 gold coins. For a mercenary navigating the world of life and death, it was a significant haul. Instantly, all eyes were fixed on Kano. The necromancer was a hated figure. Furthermore, it was daytime, and summoning an army of undead was impossible. Even if they could summon the undead, who feared the light of day, their power would be greatly reduced. Although Kano didn't look like a necromancer, they wouldn't give up the level 7 magic core that was so easily within their grasp, nor did they consider whether or not they had one. "Do you find it fun to do this? Or do you think they can help you escape my pursuit?" "No way. I don't want to give up my life, nor do I want to give up this. I have no choice but to give it a try." The druid hid the phantom demon within his clothing, making it undetectable to anyone but a magician's. Furthermore, with his back to the mercenaries, they naturally didn't notice. Furthermore, the mercenaries were more concerned about the 7th level magic core in Kano's possession. Whether he had it or not, they would have to act first. Kano was alone, and judging by his age, his strength wasn't very high. "You evil necromancer, how dare you appear in the human realm? Thorga, the deputy leader of the Blade mercenary group, will teach you a lesson." Thorga, claiming to be the deputy leader, charged forward. His strength had already reached that of a high-level swordsman. With just a few of them, they could easily handle Kano and the other two. As a precaution, they naturally had to stay together. He barely had to say a word before several others rushed towards the druid. Despicable, the druid pretended to understand the mercenaries' intentions and immediately fled. Such a good opportunity, why not seize it? Soga's face was filled with savagery as he stared at Kano, as if he had already seen a level 7 magic core. With this one, their mercenary group would have no worries for a month. Looking at the charging mercenaries and the fleeing druid, Kano shook his head slightly. He couldn't understand why they wouldn't listen despite his well-intentioned warning. Especially these mercenaries. Willing to fight tooth and nail for a level 7 magic core. To Kano, this was courting death. The next moment, Kano casually waved his hand, unleashing 20 mech warriors. He himself rushed towards the druid at top speed. The druid was clever enough to fight and retreat after being entangled by several mercenaries, appearing to be losing ground and trying to escape the mercenary group's attention. Soga hadn't noticed him. When he saw the suddenly appearing mech warriors, his expression froze. He naturally thought of magic puppets, but he had accidentally encountered a magic puppeteer. 20 magic puppets didn't seem very powerful, judging by their size. This gave him some relief. With his strength, he should have no problem escaping. Everyone, capture this puppeteer. A reward of 100 gold coins for a kill, 1,000 for a capture alive. Looking for death, Keno sneered, mentally commanding all mech warriors to attack immediately. The swordsmen and bloodmasters were completely unprepared for the laser gun's power. Caught off guard, all but a few swordsmen who had activated their shields were instantly annihilated. Over half were dead in an instant. This situation was naturally unexpected. After all, Keno's strength was limited, and how powerful could the puppets he summoned be? Soga's neck shrank, knowing he'd hit a wall. A single mistake could easily mean the death of everyone. Of course, the more horrified person wasn't Soga, but the druid. He could clearly sense the power of 30 laser guns at such close range. Jingbao's mere presence had already astonished him. He hadn't expected Keno to possess over 30. Keno's casual demeanor, as if he still had some strength left, gave the others a serious sense of unease. They all knew that ants can kill elephants if they are in large numbers. Moreover, they were not elephants, and the mecha warriors were not ants. After a wave of attacks, the 30 mecha warriors immediately aimed their guns and shot at the 3 swordsmen. The swordsmen who were targeted were instantly scared out of their wits and turned to run away without a second thought. If they had been hit, even a fool would know what the result would have been. They were not slow, and their fighting spirit and defense were fully activated. But even so, the instant attack killed them. With such a huge gap, the others did not have the courage to fight again. They turned around without hesitation and wanted to leave quickly. They thought it was a good opportunity, but who would have thought it turned into a death god? Another wave of attacks killed several swordsmen. The druid saw that there was no one around and hesitated. He knew that he was Keno's target. If he wanted to escape, he would probably be the first to be attacked. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Keno waved his hand, and a massive, 5-meter-tall mech appeared behind him. Its laser cannon unleashed a terrifying blast. Soga, having already rushed 4 or 5 miles, thought he'd escaped, but the next moment, he was scorched by the laser cannon. Without a trace of suspense, he collapsed to the ground, dead. The druid's mouth widened, his eyes nearly bulging. He knew full well that at such close range, he was a sitting duck for Keno. Even if he transformed into a mole, he would be instantly destroyed. Run. Why aren't you running? Let's see who's faster, you or I. Keno's lips curled into a faint smile. The druid, however, faced 31 mechas. The giant's laser cannons, akin to the deathly presence. Chapter 91, Magic Pet Phantom. Brother, I was wrong. Let's cooperate. I'll hand the phantom monster over to you, the druid said, and honestly held up the phantom monster with both hands. Needless to say, he was naturally offering the phantom monster in his hands. Believe me, our druid's beast language is unparalleled. With this gift, I can easily determine where high-level magical beasts are. With a little luck, I can even discover ancient ruins. If we work together, and you bring your magic puppets, we'll definitely reap a huge bounty. And let me tell you, the monster forest holds many unique beasts, ones you humans can't even encounter. We can even capture lone elves. If we're lucky, we might even stumble upon a fountain of life, which would be a truly magnificent achievement. Oh, by the way, your friend is an undead dragon, right? I know many ancient battlefields filled with the corpses of enormous beasts, dragons, behemoths, ancient giants, and more than you can imagine. Believe me, if we work together and take risks, we'll definitely reap a huge bounty. The druid kept talking, but Keno maintained a faint smile. This made the druid unsure if he had truly impressed Keno. He didn't want to risk his life at the hands of Keno's softness. He had to seize the opportunity to escape, otherwise, he would most likely die. Don't worry, I'll kill you, because your offer has already impressed me. For me, a friend is far better than an enemy, just what I want. Although the druid appeared to agree, he wasn't convinced. Kenor's mech warriors were a secret, and no one could survive knowing them. Especially since they had just met and didn't know much about each other, complete trust was out of the question. At Kenor's command, a mech warrior approached the druid, who, with a smile on his face, handed over the phantom demon. As the mech warrior received the phantom demon, the druid suddenly transformed into a mountain slayer. Then, a ochre-colored light flashed around him, and he plunged into the ground at top speed. I said I wouldn't attack, and you still don't believe me. Kenor was helpless. He knew the druid wouldn't kill the phantom demon. That would completely offend Kenor. Kaner's laser cannons were no pushovers. He left himself a chance, using the mech warrior to block the other mech warrior's view. Taking advantage of the moment he handed over the phantom demon, he transformed into a mountain slayer and fled. He wasn't completely sure, but it was the only way he could do it. There was no other possibility. He didn't trust Keno, didn't believe Keno would let him go. Things turned out better than he expected. Keno didn't attack him. He knew it was because he hadn't killed the phantom demon, otherwise Keno would have hunted him down. I hope we can work together next time we meet. Whether you offend me or not, there's no need to hide. Keno's voice echoed through the forest, but the druid continued to plummet downwards, only stopping when he felt it was safe, sweating and panting heavily. Finally, safe. The captured phantom demon had regained consciousness, clawing at Keno with its claws. At the same time, the white horn on its head emitted a white fluorescent light, as if launching an illusionary attack. Little one, stop daydreaming. Your attack is good, and your mental power is formidable, but by comparison, you're a bit behind me. That's why, even though I'm still in this illusion, I'm more than capable of protecting myself. Behave well and let me take you in as my familiar, otherwise, you might suffer. Rare magical beasts like the phantom monster are incredibly intelligent. Generally, after level 4, they can understand human speech. Simply expecting them to surrender is nearly impossible, especially with a creature like Keno, whose mental power is only slightly stronger than that of the phantom monster. The phantom monster struggled relentlessly, its horn on its forehead glowing continuously. Naturally, it was unwilling to give up, but it was powerless against Keno. Little one, you're so stubborn. Looks like you'll have to suffer. Keno's expression turned cold, and he squeezed hard. The phantom monster screamed, stuck out its tongue, and died with blood pouring from its mouth and nose. Seeing this, Keno couldn't help but smile. He had to admit that this phantom demon was truly clever, even feigning death. However, no matter how clever he was, Keno wouldn't be fooled. The burning spirit fire appeared in his palm, and the moment it touched the demon, it immediately began to struggle frantically. Although the burning spirit fire didn't threaten its power, it certainly did cause some damage, especially the excruciating pain. The surrounding illusions vanished, and the demon's expression became pitiful. This made Keno smile, and the demon finally calmed down. The rest was much simpler. Keno set up a magic circle to recognize its master. Despite its reluctance, the demon finally yielded. The smooth process of recognition made Keno wonder if it was an illusion. Although Keno's strength didn't improve after the recognition, his mental power almost doubled instantly. This filled him with ecstasy. With this, the power of his burning spirit fire would increase significantly, and the range of its control would naturally increase as well. The placement of a familiar wasn't a problem, as each familiar had its own familiar space. The only difference was that larger creatures took longer to summon, while a foot-sized phantom demon could be summoned almost instantly. Even without summoning, the familiar's power still increased. However, due to the phantom demon's unique nature, Keno naturally wouldn't summon it easily. If discovered, it would likely lead to considerable trouble. After all, a familiar's master couldn't be easily changed, but even after being killed, its core and horn were still valuable magical materials. When he reunited with Jingbeo, Lianon and Banana were nearby. Lianon stared at Keno with anticipation, constantly examining him, naturally searching for any trace of the phantom demon. Unaware of Keno's identity as a magician, he wouldn't recognize it. In that case, the phantom demon would be left outside. What's wrong? Didn't you catch him? Jingbeo asked calmly, his eyes questioning. Keno shook his head, a look of resignation. I stopped him, but the druid was too crazy. He actually killed the phantom demon and swallowed the magic core. With my strength, fighting him would only result in losses, so I had to give up. Keno's statement was reasonable, but Lianon's face was still filled with disappointment. Banana, on the other hand, looked puzzled, clearly still resentful of Jingbeo's deception. If Keno hadn't been sure or had other ideas, how could he have chased him alone? However, it was highly likely that the druid, relying on his strength, had made a desperate move and directly killed the phantom demon and swallowed the magic core. After all, for the druid, the magic core was all he needed. Despite her deep disappointment, Lianon said nothing. They had done their best, and she couldn't blame them. Banana, however, wasn't entirely convinced of Keno's words. She also didn't know Keno was a magician. She simply assumed that Keno and the druid had some secret deal. Otherwise, Jinbei would have had no need to lead her away, and Kenolite, by all appearances, did not look like someone who would return empty-handed. A flurry of footsteps was heard, and soon a group of people appeared around them. All of these people were wearing mercenary uniforms, and Kenolite had just seen the marks on their chests. He had just killed the deputy leader of the Sharp Blade mercenary group, Suojia. Although these people were definitely not here to cause trouble, Kenolite was still a little depressed. The leader was a middle-aged mercenary, quite powerful, and seemed to have reached the peak of the junior greatsword master, only one step away from becoming an intermediate greatsword master. With a greatsword master in charge, the Sharp Blade mercenary group was considered a high-ranking existence among the intermediate mercenary groups, but for Kenolite and Jinbei, it was still nothing. Apart from anything else, whether it was the undead holy dragon or the undead behemoth, their strength was stronger than that of the greatsword master, coupled with the holy spirit armor, that naturally went without saying. Kenolite and Jinbei weren't afraid of the Sharp Blade mercenaries, nor were Banana and Lianon. Banana's expression actually relaxed at the sight of the mercenaries. Friends, I wonder if you've seen the rest of the Sharp Blade mercenaries. We have a deputy captain named Soga, who should be nearby. The Greek swordsman's politeness won the favor of Kenolite and the others. Banana, on the other hand, acted arrogant and casually said, "Blade mercenaries, you're Captain Galinia, right? I've heard Uncle Jack talk about you, and I heard you recently recruited a mage, Jack, you're Miss Banana." Galinia's expression froze, then a smile spread across her face. It was clear at this point that Banana's identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. "Captain Galinia, we haven't seen any other members of your Blade mercenaries. However, we're hunting a druid, and I'm wondering if you could help. Even if the druid swallowed the phantom demon's magic core, it wouldn't be digested quickly. Retrieving it, combined with the phantom demon's horn, could create a powerful magical path. Originally, it had been uncertain for Jester and Lianon, but now with the addition of another mercenary group and a great swordsman, there was hope. If that's the case, the Blade mercenaries are willing to serve you. We have the best scouts, and as long as the druid is still around, we'll probably find him soon," Galinia assured him, patting his chest. It wasn't a big deal for him. If it could establish a connection with Banana's family, that would be even better. A bright light shot up into the sky in the distance, and Galinia's face lit up. Clearly, it was a signal from the Blade mercenaries. The scouts ahead must have discovered something. "Miss Banana, please follow me. From now on, I will ensure the safety of you and your friends. We have discovered something up ahead, and there might be traces of the druids." Chapter 92, Provocation. When Galinia led the entire Blade mercenary group to the source of the signal, they found more than a dozen corpses. Knowing his deputy leader, Galinia naturally recognized Soga's body. How could this happen? Who killed them? With such damage, could it be a fire mage? Everyone was burned to death by the lasers, seemingly similar to the attacks of a fire mage, but the lasers' even distribution was strikingly different. However, these people had never seen anything like it before, so they had no idea. "Captain, there are footprints of an earth bear. Captain, there are footprints of a sandsling." Soon, mercenaries discovered the footprints of earth bears and sandslings, left behind by a transformed druid. Banana and Lianon, aware of the druid's transformation, were immediately puzzled, realizing that the druid had engaged in a fight here. However, the earth bears and sandslings transformed by the druid seemed to possess fire attributes and did not possess such attack properties. That's not right. Both the earth bear and the sandsling are earth attributed. What's with this fire attack? Could the earth bear be dual attributed? Even if that's the case, the earth bear shouldn't be attacking the sandsling. Judging from the traces, both the earth bear and the sandsling should be level 6, but this fire attack is closer to level 7 or 8. How could a level 7 or 8 appear in the trial forest? Galinia's face was filled with confusion, naturally bewildered. Banana, after taking a closer look, spoke again. "The bodies are scattered across different areas, clearly attacked one after another. But there's no scorching around them, so it must be a long-range, single-target magic attack. Only a magician could do that, and no beast could. Based on that, this magician must be at least a mid-level mage. How could a mage appear here?" Banana suspected that this was related to Kino, but the mage's attack disproved it. Even if Kino practiced both magic and martial arts, he couldn't have reached the mage level at such a young age. Mages, in the continent of gods and demons, are all elderly. Cultivation is impossible without being in your 50s or 60s. The most gifted mage of the past 10,000 years was 30, and for unknown reasons, he ultimately stopped at the level of a senior mage. Furthermore, the cultivation of magic involves mere meditation, with breakthroughs relying on sudden enlightenment. Therefore, cultivation is far more difficult than that of a warrior, as can be easily seen from the sheer number of sword masters and magic saints throughout the continent of gods and demons. However, an equally difficult question remains: why are the mages in the Forest of Trials? Whatever the reason, it seems inappropriate. Everyone hesitated for a moment before suddenly hearing footsteps. It sounded like they were human, and there were quite a few of them. A moment later, a group of mercenaries appeared before them, led by a fire mage clad in a fiery red robe, possessing the strength of a mid-level mage. Fire mercenaries, what are you doing here? Galenia's face darkened upon seeing the magician. Their blade mercenaries and the fiery mercenaries were mortal enemies, and the fiery mercenaries could easily have killed their deputy leader, Soga. Furthermore, Lian of the fiery mercenaries was a mid-level mage, certainly capable of such skill. With so many members in the fiery mercenaries, it was understandable that Soga and the others couldn't escape. Why can't we be here? What's wrong? You're looking for me after someone dies? Are we, the fiery mercenaries, that easy to pick on? Lian glanced at the corpses on the ground with disdain. But the next moment, his gaze sharpened, and he couldn't help but sigh in surprise. There's something wrong with these bodies. How could they be burned like this? It doesn't seem like magic. Lian's face was filled with surprise, and he stared at the corpses repeatedly. After a long moment, he shook his head repeatedly. Something's wrong, it's so wrong. How could this happen? It's so strange. What's wrong, Mr. Lian? Is there something strange about these corpses? Banana hesitated slightly, but couldn't help asking. At the same time, Lian and Galenia also showed strange expressions, as if they wanted to hear Lian's opinion. Looking at Banana, Lian frowned. The next moment, he said seriously, these corpses seem to have been charred in an instant. It doesn't seem like it was caused by magic. If it was magic, the flames wouldn't go out immediately and would definitely burn the surroundings. But look around, there are no traces of anything. But if it's not magic, I haven't heard of any other possibilities. Even if it's warcraft, the same is true. That's why I said it's strange, very strange. I'm a warrior and don't have much say in magic. But let me ask again, what are you, the flame mercenary group, doing here? Galenia spoke again coldly, his tone very unfriendly. The blade mercenary group had lost a deputy leader, and this matter always needed some explanation. Regardless of who paid the price, it had to be done, and the flame mercenaries were an excellent choice, especially since magicians were no match for warriors in close combat. He had been so determined to trouble the flame mercenaries because he had Banana by his side as a spectator. After all, he had helped Banana this time, and perhaps he could leverage her family's influence to gain power. Lian naturally didn't know what Galenia was thinking. Even if he did, he wouldn't be afraid of Galenia. His transcendent status as a mage allowed him to handle many situations with ease. That's right, I killed all those men of yours, with a knife, one by one. Lian's face was filled with disdain, but his hand tightly gripped his magic staff. If anything went wrong, he would defend himself. The surrounding mercenaries, noticing the situation, immediately stared at the other party, then placed a hand on the hilt of their sword, their faces filled with alert, ready to attack at any moment. Banana stepped forward slightly to block Lianen. A high-level magician, fragile as she was, couldn't withstand the onslaught of these great swordsmen and sword masters. Kano and Jinbeo stood beside Banana, their expressions calm. They smiled at Lian, which gave Lian a sudden, uneasy feeling. Lian, I'll ask you again, answer me honestly. Did you kill my deputy captain? Fuck, I say yes. Lian was furious at the repeated provocations from a great swordsman. With a wave of his magic wand, 3 fiery red shields suddenly appeared around him. Almost at the same time, all the mercenaries of the Flame Mercenary Corps roared, drawing their swords and charging forward. Galenia, his face filled with sarcasm, didn't immediately attack. Only when the Flame Mercenaries charged did Galenia coldly say, "Shoot." Archers, already prepared behind him, launched a barrage of arrows. Though their numbers were small, they slowed the Flame Mercenaries down. In that moment of pause, Galenia instantly slashed the 2 swordsmen away, his figure flashing to reach Lian. Just as Galenia was about to strike with his heavy sword, a hint of smugness crossed Lian's face, a sight that naturally made Galenia frown. However, He was already before Lian, his attack already launched. Even if something uncontrollable unfolded, he could only grit his teeth and press forward. Explode, Lian shouted, and the two flaming shields before him instantly exploded. The terrifying power immediately caused Galinia's face to change dramatically. Such terrifying power, so close, Galinia could clearly feel it. From his memory, it seemed like Shield Explosion, one of the most powerful magic spells a mage could cast besides forbidden spells. To seal it within a magic core would require at least a level 8 magic core, and with the capabilities of the Flame Mercenary group, they could only deal with a level 8 magic core at best. Filled with rage, Galinia immediately unleashed all his might, his entire body bathed in silvery white Dao-Ki, instantly blocking most of the incoming attacks. Though he couldn't see Lian, Galinia relied on his senses and launched a full-force attack in the direction he had just come from. His Dao-Ki could easily block 2 shield explosions, but without the protection of 2 shields, Lian's defenses would naturally be greatly weakened. At this point, attacking with all his might gain the upper hand. As for killing Lian, that was impossible. Having spent years in the wilderness, Lian's combat talent was undeniable. In close combat, he could certainly defend himself. Furthermore, if Lian were truly killed, it would be a serious problem. The Blade Mercenary group might even suffer heavy casualties. Bang! Galinia's face lit up with joy, knowing he had struck a magic shield. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. Without even needing Lian's command, the magic shield exploded again, its force so powerful that even with Galinia's full Dao-Ki, he was thrown back a dozen feet. This wasn't the same situation as before. After all, he had already taken 2 magical shields head-on. The cost of his fighting spirit was considerable. Despite being knocked back a dozen feet, he remained unscathed. However, after the smoke cleared, he discovered that Lian still had a shield. Before he could attack, Lian's eyes snapped open. With a flick of his wand, 2 giant flaming pythons, each 2 feet long, appeared before him. These flaming pythons were intermediate-level magic, but unleashing 2 of them in quick succession was high-level magic. Even in such a short time, it was clear that Lian had expended considerable energy on these efforts. The 2 flaming pythons, spewing flames, charged at Galinia, the other at the nearby Blade Mercenaries. The 2 mercenaries were engaged in a fierce battle, but due to their numbers and strength, they were evenly matched. However, the arrival of the flaming python instantly upset the balance. Lian, without hesitation, unleashed 4 or 5 more fireballs. Banana, Lianin, Kano and Jingbao had no intention of intervening. Not only that, they retreated little by little without leaving a trace. It seemed that they knew that they were not ordinary. So when the people from the Flame Mercenary group attacked, they did not attack them as well. Chapter 93, Magic Archer. In a matter of moments, the Blade Mercenaries were completely overwhelmed. Galinia's face was grim. Though he wasn't injured, some of his men had already died. The Blade Mercenaries, under the main attack of their fiery magic, continuously inflicted heavy damage on their men. Lian's giant fire python, meanwhile, had already severely injured 2 of them. The fire pythons were essentially lifeless, immense in size, and fearless of death. Most importantly, their raging flames made them virtually invulnerable to weapons and blaze anything they touched. Even swordsmen wouldn't dare confront a fire python head-on. The only outcome would be injury. Mages were weak in close combat, primarily due to their slow magic casting speed, a fatal flaw. However, their magic, when unleashed, could devastate nearly any opponent of their rank. The 2 fire pythons bought Lian time, and 3 subsequent fireballs instantly shattered the defenses of a swordsman. Then, unconcerned with the remaining magic shield, he chanted a spell with his staff, seemingly preparing to cast another spell. Damn it! Archer, shoot him! Use the magic-breaking arrow! Use the magic-breaking arrow! Galinia roared, realizing he'd done something incredibly foolish. But stopping now was impossible. Swish, a sharp arrow streaked past his face. Even with his Dao-Ki shielding him, he still jumped. The arrow felt incredibly dangerous. While not a specially crafted magic arrow, it nonetheless possessed a violent magical aura. Ah! A scream echoed from the side, and Galinia's face darkened. In the distance, an archer, about to fire a magic arrow, had been shot through the neck. The wound was charred black, seemingly caused by magic. Hiss! Magic archer, Galinia gasped, a thought flashing through his mind. Magic archers also practiced both magic and martial arts, but their weapon was a bow and arrow. Furthermore, powerful magic archers possessed a powerful destructive power not only against magicians but also against swordsmen. The dangerous aura just now sent shockwaves through his mind. He clearly sensed that the magic archer could also harm him. Lian, a sneer in his face, completely unconcerned with the magic arrows, knew without a doubt that this was one of his recruits. Well, Galenia, this is the magic archer I recruited. His attack power is decent, isn't it? Alright, Lian, I admit you win. We're no match for you. Stop. Galenia finally began to strain, unwilling to watch his men die one by one. As for the issue of face, it didn't matter to the mercenaries, who were facing life and death. Stop, you say stop, stop. What a joke. Lian's face was filled with sarcasm, showing no sign of stopping. Meanwhile, Banana stared at Lian and said coldly, alright, stop. My name is Banana, you should know me, stop. Let's go, Lian said calmly, his face darkening. With a wave of his hand, he turned and left. The other mercenaries didn't object at all, lifting their injured comrade from the ground. Without even turning back, they followed Lian away. Captain Lian, I need your help. In addition to my previous gesture of stopping, I'm willing to pay your mercenary group a commission of 1,000 gold coins. If you find the druid I'm looking for, I'll pay you 50,000 gold coins. Druid, what's a transformation? Lian frowned, then paused, his gaze shifting, his thoughts unsettled. Kino always paid close attention to other people's expressions. But Lian's was particularly striking. The druid's transformations are Earthbear and Sandshrew. Although he can burrow, his time underground is limited, and he'll definitely come out, so if we deploy more people, finding him should be easy. With our strength, capturing him won't be difficult, as he's only level 6, Banana said it with uncanny ease, but it meant nothing to the mercenaries. They'd been dealing with life and death for years, and with swordsman level skills, they could basically remain undead against a level 6 monster. Even though this opponent possessed high intelligence, they were no pushovers, and they only needed to hold off for a moment while the others arrived. The 50,000 gold coins in commission, plus Banana's favor, made the risk absolutely worth it, and a level 6 existence wasn't much of a risk for them. I don't want to be stabbed in the back while we're at it, Lian said casually, naturally referring to the Blade mercenaries. After all, they had just fought, and the resentment they held was lingering. Captain Galenia, I'll give you the same compensation, but I'm telling you seriously, this is a very important matter. If anyone breaks the rules, the consequences could be disastrous. I believe you're all very wise. Banana's expression was casual, but a chilling chill in her eyes belied her beauty. Her warning was clear, and both Galenia and Lian understood it perfectly. Captain Lian, where's your magic archer? He's a hidden one, never revealing himself to others. So, I'm sorry he can't show up to see you. In that case, forget it. Actually, I'm looking forward to meeting him. After all, a magic archer is something any family would want to recruit. In some ways, magic archers are even more sought after than mages, as they are the most powerful sneak attackers and true magic killers. However, ordinary magic archers are extremely experienced in combat, but they also prefer not to reveal their identities. Their existence is unknown to all but a few. After all, a magic archer can be a magician or a swordsman, and a single one's abilities are quite limited. Everyone, listen up. This past grudge is over. Now, go find the druid. Once you find him, just hold him back. We're collaborating with the Blade mercenaries. For the 50,000 gold coins, everyone, go. Galenia and Lian spoke, and the others naturally didn't dare resist. Then, leaving the wounded behind, everyone dispersed. Whether the druid transformed into a mountain sandal or a true mountain sandal, it couldn't stay underground for long. Kino wasn't sure of this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't have pursued. The druid didn't actually get very far, he simply burrowed in the same spot. And relatively speaking, he could hold out longer than the mountain sandal, because he was an elven druid. Hundreds of mercenaries scattered, intending to search the trial forest for a long time. Because the monsters there were low level, they were more than capable of self-preservation. Why don't we all follow them? That way, the chances of finding them will be higher. After all, if they knew the druid had taken a phantom demon, they'd probably take a risk. Lian spoke worriedly. The phantom demon was a serious matter. Those mercenaries, who dabbled in life and death, were wary of the Banana family. If they knew about the phantom demon, they'd probably turn hostile immediately. Simply taking the item and running away would be the least of their worries, they could even be killed. Lianen's words made Banana pause. This possibility was indeed not impossible, and it was very likely. Okay, then let's go together. As she said that, Banana looked at Kenolite and Jingbeo, and found that the two had no objection at all, but at this moment she suddenly felt an inexplicable alert in her heart, and then she changed her words and said, "It will be a bit troublesome for us to find it together, so why don't we separate? Lianen and I will be in a group, and you two will be in a group, no problem." Jingbeo looked casual and didn't care at all, while Kenolite smiled faintly from beginning to end, which made Banana unsure. After Kenolite and Jingbeo left, Lianen couldn't suppress his curiosity. He looked at Banana and said, "Why didn't you stay with them? Even though they're physical cultivators, they're certainly formidable. Kenolite alone held off the druid earlier. If they teamed up, that's even easier." "Anan, I know that, but do you know why these two are here? Relatively speaking, this isn't a good place for true training. If I were them, I'd choose the monster forest." Banana didn't mention Jingbeo following her, as that wouldn't explain anything. Getting lost was an acceptable excuse. Meanwhile, Kenolite and Jingbeo were wandering the trial forest, their immediate target precisely the two mercenary groups. He couldn't let them find the druid, because he had the druid's supplies, and he wanted to rely on Lianen. Such a talented magician must have an extraordinary background. He could use her to uncover the secrets of the Magic Academy, especially the magic circles. Although he had done some research before, the Wright family was a small clan after all they possessed was basic knowledge. "Oh, by the way, Jingbeo, what kind of magic was that mental attack you used earlier? Can you teach it to me?" Mental attacks are specialized attacks, not magical methods. Instead, they focus mental energy to create a piercing attack. At the wizard level, only psychic mages and necromancers can perform them. "You mean you can learn it?" Kenolite's spirit was instantly piqued upon hearing this. He certainly wouldn't miss an attack that ignored defense. Even if he could stun the opponent for a moment, he would be satisfied. In a battle between masters, a single blow could kill someone instantly. You're lucky. Mental attack is just a technique. It's just that few know it, and even fewer can use it. Necromancers happen to have a natural talent for it. Plus, your mental power is already formidable, and with the help of the phantom demon, it's even more powerful now. As long as you can grasp it better, you'll learn it in no time. Remember, the method of using mental attack. Jingbeo didn't hold back and quickly explained the specific method to Kenolite. After listening, Kenolite quickly grasped it. Chapter 94, Ellie. Following Jingbeo's instructions, Kenolite immediately grasped the truth. After all, his mental power was so immense, almost comparable to that of a mage. Using it solely to control the mechas was a waste. Kenolite walked with his eyes closed, yet he didn't touch any trees. Even if you released his mental power freely, it could lock onto plants and trees within several feet. This continued for an hour, until Kenolite suddenly opened his eyes and an invisible wind blade shot out, reaching a full 2 feet before slowly dissipating. No, the attack power is too weak. With this amount of power, it can only reach 2 feet, which is effective against a mage. Kenolite exerted all his strength, seemingly struggling. However, since there were no animal targets nearby, he couldn't detect anything. This made Jingbeo frown. After all, her mental attack was powerful enough to reach a range of 7 or 8 feet, instantly disabling even a great swordsman. While Kenolite's mental power might not be as strong as his, with the added strength of the phantom demon, it couldn't possibly be that weak. Their primary target was magicians, so what good was a 2 zang range? Some swordsmen's attack range was even beyond 2 zang. "Wait, what form does your mental attack take, Wind Blade?" Kenolite asked, slightly taken aback. Logically, the method Jingbeo described should be similar to her concentrated mental attack. Wind Blade? How is that possible? How big is it? Jingbeo's face was filled with disbelief, as if she had heard something strange. Kenolite immediately understood what was wrong. It must be that the form of the mental attack was different from Jingbeo's, and drastically different. 2 inches, the wind blade Kenolite's mental power condensed was a good half a foot long, but he felt that was too large. So, he simply reduced it by half, saying it was only 2 inches. But despite this, Jingbeo's face was still full of disbelief. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said slowly, "The most common form of condensed mental power is a needle, only half an inch in size. If the mental power is slightly stronger, it will condense into a cone, with greater penetrating ability and naturally stronger attack power. Like me, it is a cone. Normally, even the mental attacks launched by saint-level magicians are needle-shaped. Above the cone, it is an offensive form, which is an advanced form and has the ability to truly damage the soul. At the same time, it is maneuverable and can change attacks at will, hurting the enemy invisibly. The forms are divided into arrow-shaped, sword-shaped, knife-shaped, and blade-shaped. Each form has its own unique characteristics. Of course, there are some others, but because these advanced forms are rare, they are unknown. And your wind blade form attack has even more offensive power and can cut into the soul. Although it is only 2 inches in size now, it may not cause any damage to a swordsman, but it can probably kill ordinary magicians and swordsmen instantly. Of course, this form of mental attack consumes a great deal of mental energy. Whether it's condensing or manipulating it, I advise you not to use it. It's very harmful. It has the ability to truly attack the soul. Kano's mouth twitched. He was no fool. Didn't this mean he could instantly smite the opponent's soul, thereby killing them? The soul is arguably a person's most vulnerable part. Even a saint-level soul can be easily destroyed by a novice magician. He hadn't expected his luck to be so good. With just this casual learning, he'd actually acquired a high-level mental attack form capable of attacking. There were probably only a few like him in the entire god and demon continent. Kano looked excited. He had concealed the size of his mental wind blade. It would become his ultimate weapon, and he wouldn't use it until the most critical moment. Of course, the maximum wind blade he could condense was only half a foot. He could also vary the size of the wind blade according to the strength of his mental power. Naturally, he wouldn't need a half-foot blade against a swordsman magician. As for the so-called killing, Kano wasn't entirely clear. What Jingbeo had described was just a legend, and she had never witnessed a truly attacking attack from a high-level mental force condenser. He would have to wait until he had experimented step by step before he could get a definitive result. After all, the soul was something between reality and illusion, and he didn't know what killing meant. In a sense, destroying someone's soul was also killing them. After all, a vegetative state was unconscious and practically indistinguishable from death. And no one had ever heard of a soul being repaired. "There's movement," Jingbeo said calmly, his gaze fixed on the front. The fierce battle in the distance was visible to almost anyone nearby. Just as Jingbeo was about to step forward, Kano held up a hand to block her. Then, with a serious expression, he solemnly stated, "This druid is quite remarkable. We might need him in the future. Therefore, not only can we not kill him, but we must help him escape, even if it means offending Lianon and Banana. Don't you want to go to the Magic Academy to learn magic circles, Jingbeo? You must understand that some people cannot be eliminated no matter what. It's true for you and me, and for that druid, too." Jingbeo was touched by Kano's words, and then a thoughtful look appeared on her face. She quickly nodded and said seriously, "I understand. It'll be fine." "What is this?" A mutated iron-winged eagle. Kano, who had followed, watched the iron-winged eagle fighting a group of mercenaries with a look of surprise. Even Jingbeo's gaze was filled with wonder. The iron-winged eagle was a level 6 demonic beast, covered in black feathers. It was invulnerable to swords and spears, in some ways even more powerful than a magic shield. However, its powerful defensive capabilities negated its magical attack capabilities. However, this doesn't mean they're weak. In fact, the iron-winged eagle's entire body is a weapon for attack. Its beak is incredibly sharp, capable of piercing gold and stone. Its talons are powerful enough to tear through monsters alive. Even its wings are incredibly powerful, easily shattering gold and stone. In desperate battles, its feathers can transform into sharp arrows, instantly turning even a mole into a hornet's nest. Furthermore, the iron-winged eagle's speed is truly remarkable among flying monsters, so normally, no one wants to face it. But the iron-winged eagle before Kano and the others had reached a remarkable level 7. Its feathers were ochre, streaked with golden threads. The sharp claws at the corners of its beak were completely golden. Its size was nearly double that of the iron-winged eagle, reaching a length of 10 feet. If it weren't for its identical shape, they wouldn't have recognized it. A level 7 mutant golden earth iron-winged eagle, the chances of it appearing are too low. How could it be in the trial forest? What could possibly be here? Jingbeo's face darkened, as he seemed to reflect on a number of possibilities. Phantom monsters and alien iron-winged eagles shouldn't be here at all. There must be some other twist. Does a mutant golden earth iron-winged eagle mean it can unleash magical attacks? Not really, because the iron-winged eagle originally had no attributes. Even if it mutated, it could only support passive magic, increased sharpness, increased strength, increased defense, and so on. But for an iron-winged eagle, which already possesses powerful offensive abilities, that's more than enough. Jingbeo's expression grew strange as he spoke. After all, mutated magical beasts can continuously advance. To some extent, their talents are inferior to those of ordinary dragons. With a bit of luck, they might even reach the saint level. As Jingbeo had predicted, the mutated iron-winged eagle didn't unleash any magical attacks. However, in a flash, it had already reached the ground, and with a flash of its claws, it tore the two mercenaries apart. The two mercenaries were experienced, and even though they were only novice swordsmen, they shouldn't have been so powerless. This clearly demonstrated the power of the mutated iron-winged eagle. However, Kenolite glanced around and suddenly saw several large footprints on the ground. A strange expression crossed his face, causing Jingbeo, who was standing beside him, to pause in confusion. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Look at those footprints. Are they those of the earth bear? They do look a bit like them. What do you mean? Jingbeo paused, then quickly thought of something. Kano nodded and chuckled. Druid, he's got great luck. Kano's tone was tinged with envy. Having found both the phantom demon and the mutated iron-winged eagle, the druid had to be impressive. This was undoubtedly due to the druid's innate ability, beast speech. Suddenly, a flaming magic arrow shot out from the bushes, striking the druid in midair. However, the archer underestimated the druid's defense. Even with its considerable power, the druid's casual grab destroyed the flaming magic arrow. However, the archer's action seemed to anger the druid. With a sharp cry, he flashed and charged forward once more. The surrounding mercenaries saw him and fled, leaving only a single tree standing. The moment the druid charged forward, 3 magical arrows blasted out from within the tree, one after another, nearly all striking the mutant iron-winged eagle. However, the mutant iron-winged eagle's defenses were far too formidable, easily blocking the attacks. Its agility made one question its true strength. At that moment, a dark figure darted out from the tree. Despite being clad in black, Kino recognized him from his gaze. This figure was none other than Ellie, his former collaborator. Furthermore, there were only a handful of archers in the entire continent of gods and demons. Druid, don't hurt her. She's my friend, Kano roared, startling the druid. Seeing Kano and Jingbeo appear simultaneously, the druid spread its wings and, without even a glance back, fled. This startled Jingbeo and the mercenaries, and even Kano. Was his aura truly that powerful? A mere roar could frighten the druid away. Hadn't the druid reached level 7? That's the equivalent of a combined swordsman and mage. And yet, he still didn't dare challenge him? Chapter 95, Jealousy. Who is this woman? Ellie came up to Kano and stared at Jingbeo. Before Kano could even greet her, the two of them exchanged hostile glances, speaking in unison. Kano felt a surge of frustration at the question. This situation didn't seem right. When had he become so popular? This is Jingbeo, my dragon friend. This is Ellie, my human friend. Kano smiled faintly and immediately introduced the two. He was worried they might end up fighting. Ellie's strength was not bad, but she still seemed far from dragon slaying. Ah, you're a dragon. Ellie's face was filled with shock, staring at Jingbeo in amazement. After all, dragons were essentially legends in the human world, and they were notorious for their evil. A cold, beautiful woman appeared before them, claiming to be a ferocious dragon. No one would believe her. The so-called ferocity of dragons was simply a human misconception. Dragons were magical beasts, and in their eyes, humans were merely food. Treating them as equals was simply wishful thinking. Dragons are highly intelligent and respect the powerful. This is naturally because strength reigns supreme in the land of gods and demons. Beautiful dragon, how exciting. Kano, where did you manage to snag such a beautiful little dragon? Why don't you discuss this in your free time? I actually think you have something in common. Ellie and Jingbeo could be considered the same type of people. While they appear cold on the outside, they both care about others. And judging by their current behavior, the potential for friendship is very high. Jingbeo, like Ellie, doesn't feel too much aversion to her, especially when they get close. There's a subtle sense of closeness between their auras. Oh, by the way, why did that druid run away when he saw you? He's at level 7. Could you have come up with some killer trick? Ellie knew that Kano's previous weapon was a heavy sniper rifle. While it had decent damage, it wasn't as powerful as her magic arrows. With that kind of attack power, it was unlikely to pose a threat to level 7 Iron-Winged Eagle. And the fact that the Iron-Winged Eagle had fled upon seeing Kano was truly remarkable. The Iron-Winged Eagle might be afraid of the Sutra treasure, but that wasn't right. No matter how you looked at it, the Sutra treasure didn't possess such power. The powerful dragons were very proud, so why would they set their sights on Kano? So, she was certain Kano must have some secret weapon, and the druid had seen it before. Kano simply chuckled, as if acknowledging Ellie's words. Then, glancing at the dozen or so mercenaries around him, his eyes full of contemplation. He had just exchanged greetings with a druid, and they had all seen it. He couldn't expect them to keep their mouths shut. If they said anything, speculation would be a problem, especially given the magnitude of the matter. Kano's actions were naturally observed by the others. These mercenaries, all of whom had experienced life and death, were somewhat sensitive to danger. If the three of them hadn't just communicated through telekinesis, overheard by the mercenaries, they would likely have immediately surrounded Kano. Relatively speaking, Kano and his three companions were much easier to deal with than the Iron-Winged Eagle. Don't you want to know what powerful methods I possess? I'll show you now. Radiating his telekinesis, Kano didn't notice anything amiss around him. Looking at the dozens of mercenaries, he immediately prepared to kill them. Wait, there's a great swordsman approaching, that Galania. Everyone else is rushing over here, you can't attack. Just as Kano was about to attack, Jingbeo intervened. Kano then released his telekinesis and, as expected, detected Galania's approach. This startled Kano slightly. This meant that Jingbeo's telekinesis surpassed his own. As both were necromancers, his own level was slightly higher, and he also had the power of the illusion demon. This was completely unnatural. Kano, don't forget who I am. The entire continent of gods and demons is wary and unbridled for a reason. Jingbeo's tone was filled with pride, as if she were the only undead dragon in the entire continent, perhaps even the only one for tens of thousands of years. Such a rarity must hold hidden terrors. Kano didn't dwell on the matter, as they had a good relationship. He would do his utmost to prevent them from becoming enemies. But a moment later, Galania arrived. As if he had sent a message, Lion and Lean Banana also arrived. Seeing Ellie standing with Kano, Lion's expression changed slightly. Before he could continue, Ellie spoke first. Captain Lion, thank you for your care during this time. But I found my friend, and I think it's time for me to leave. Ellie, you're leaving now. Lion's expression changed slightly, and then, after a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face, and he spoke coldly. Everyone else looked over, the members of the Flame Mercenary group gripping their swords with one hand. They could clearly sense Lian's wrath. The value of a magic archer to the mercenary group was self-evident. Lian had gone to great lengths to get Ellie to join, even spending a fortune to equip her with a magic bow. But just a few years later, Ellie had left without a word. As the leader of the mercenary group, how could Lian let her go? Yes, I found him, so I must leave with him, but what about us, the Flame Mercenary group? Without you, our combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. That doesn't seem to be my concern. Sensing Lian's tone growing colder, Ellie sneered without hesitation, her expression as if they had no connection at all. This infuriated Lian even more. If he really let Ellie go, some of his newly recruited, powerful mercenaries would probably leave too. After all, they had come because of Ellie. Since Miss Ellie is leaving, Captain Lion should let her go. I'm willing to give you 50,000 gold coins as compensation for the Lion mercenary group. Banana smoothed things over with a smile, offering 50,000 gold coins right off the bat. This was a significant favor, a surefire way to establish a good relationship with Ellie. I don't need your interference in my affairs, Miss Banana, please don't interfere. This isn't about the gold coins, you're insulting me, Ellie objected, and Lion's expression sullen. While he didn't want to offend Banana, that didn't mean he couldn't afford it. Lion's response startled Banana. She knew Captain Lion was furious and had no intention of acquiescing. Meanwhile, Galania remained surprisingly calm. While he could oppose Lion and leverage Banana's influence against him, the price he paid if Lion really got angry would be too high. As the leader of a mercenary group, he had to consider his men. Moreover, he had to consider the situation and the individual. If it had been a great swordsman, he might have already taken action. It's not about the gold, it's about what? She wants to leave, but you won't let her. Does she owe you something? Yes, if she does, we'll definitely pay you back as long as you all agree. Jinbeo sneered and spoke first. Kano spoke next. Ellie leaned towards him without hesitation, and he had to show some sincerity. Kano and Jingbeo's actions undoubtedly infuriated Lian. If it had been two magicians, he would have tolerated it, but Kano and Jinbeo were just mortals. While physical cultivators were powerful, that was only a legend. And to be honest, they only cultivated their physical bodies because they couldn't cultivate fighting spirit and magic. Their strength was no match for a swordsman or a magician, let alone a magician like him. When she came, I lent her a magic arrow. Do you think I should return it? You gave me that magic arrow as a token of my sincerity in joining the mercenary group. Besides that, there's also the magic core. Give it to me now. Ellie spoke without hesitation, a cold smile on her face. She showed no fear of the fiery flame before her. Even a level 7 druid had fled upon seeing Kano, revealing just how well Kano had concealed himself. With such strength, he could easily challenge the fiery flame mercenary group. Oh, since it's a token of sincerity, then it's a gift. And the magic core, Captain Fiery Flame wouldn't deny it, would you? So she's telling the truth, that's right. Our Ellie doesn't lie. What she says is what she means. If I don't hand over the magic core today, I'm afraid. Kano's lips curled into a faint sneer, his gaze raised to the sky. His casual demeanor made it seem as if he didn't take the members of the Fiery Flame mercenary group seriously. Captain, we just discovered a level 7 mutant iron-winged eagle here. It's incredibly intelligent, and seems to be the druid. Lady Ellie attacked it with a magic arrow, but it was easily broken. Then, the level 7 mutant iron-winged eagle was about to attack Lady Ellie, but she simply shouted, and the iron-winged eagle flew away. A mercenary spoke to Lian, as if sensing something was amiss. Lian's brow furrowed, and his expression shifted noticeably as he looked at Kano. It wasn't just him, but the others too. Anyone could guess that the druid was probably afraid of Kano. A level 7 mutant iron-winged eagle fearing a physical cultivator would be a lie, and no one would believe it. Unless, of course, the level 7 mutant iron-winged eagle had witnessed something before, and therefore, upon seeing Kano, it fled without a second thought. For a moment, the atmosphere shifted. Lian grew more cautious, staring at Kano, wondering what he was thinking. Captain Lian, your men must have seen it wrong. How could that level 7 mutant iron-winged eagle be afraid of me? How could it be a druid in disguise? It left because everyone had arrived and it saw you from afar. Yes, I thought so too. After all, the iron-winged eagle has excellent eyesight. It's entirely possible that it saw you coming from such a long distance. A great swordsman and a mage? Why would it stay? If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96, Ancient Battlefield. Alright, I don't need that magic bow. I can also give you the magic core you want. But I'm asking you to join for a reason, and you must complete it before I let you go. Lian's sudden change of tone was naturally due to his uncertainty about Kano. Even a level 7 magical beast had to avoid him, so he wasn't sure he could handle Kano now. His frankness at this moment naturally surprised everyone. Not only were Banana and Lianon interested in what he had to say, but Galinio was as well. Needing a magic archer was definitely something extraordinary, perhaps they could reap a great reward. I'm not going to be shy, everyone. I know of an ancient ruin, an ancient battlefield, to be more precise. Inside is a dragon's treasure. Is anyone interested in going there? Dragon's treasure. Everyone lit up at the mention of this, because everyone on the continent of gods and demons knew what a dragon's treasure meant. Dragons love to collect shiny things, which naturally include magic cores, crystals, gems, and gold, but also magical weapons and wands. Furthermore, due to the dragon's immense power, they practically take anything they desire. Therefore, every dragon hoard contains countless magical cores, crystals, and gemstones. This is especially true of the ancient dragon hoards. The piles of magical cores and gemstones are enough to establish a small principality. In the past, even many dragons occupied gem mines, and the rewards were naturally immense. That's right, this dragon horde is in the Endless Cave in the Canyon of No Return, the Endless Cave, but when Lai Yan mentioned the location, everyone's faces suddenly changed, even Kano's expression wasn't much better. He had actually heard of the Endless Cave in the Canyon of No Return. It was one of the foremost dangerous places, and even a saint-level figure was said to be dead if he entered. Legend has it that it was one of the ancient battlefields of gods and demons, where a surprise attack was launched, tens of thousands of mages and great swordsmen battled, and many saint-level figures were also present. Ultimately, due to the magic circle, almost everyone perished. Countless death energy and resentment could not escape, and combined with the magic circle's effects, it created the dangerous place it is today. After countless years, the bodies of the deceased became undead. As for their souls, their resentment transformed them into vengeful spirits. Under the blessing of the formation, they were practically immortal. Furthermore, due to the overwhelming dead energy within, it was impossible to recover their magic power and fighting spirit. Once depleted, they could even be corroded by the dead energy and become undead. Therefore, even a saint-level being within would be of little use. Simply warding off the dead energy was already a significant feat. Of course, such a perilous place concealed immense wealth. Whether it was the special rings carried by the deceased or the treasures of those who once inhabited it, they were all immense treasures. For countless years, countless adventurers and mercenaries, hoping to get rich overnight, entered the Canyon of No Return. However, the odd one who emerged with a special ring would also become instantly wealthy. However, those who survived were so rare, with only one appearing every century. Therefore, no one dared to venture into the Canyon of No Return. As for the endless cave within the Canyon of No Return, it was even more treacherous. Deep within the Canyon of No Return, entering it was certain death. Kano had once considered the Canyon of No Return a haven for the undead. However, he ultimately gave up because it was too dangerous. Even saints could die there, no joke. Are you kidding us? You can't even enter the Canyon of No Return, and you're still thinking of going to the Endless Cave? You're really courting death? What if I tell you I know a teleportation array that leads directly to the Endless Cave in the Canyon of No Return? Lai Yan's lips curled up in a smug smile, shocking everyone. Direct access to the interior of the Canyon of No Return was simply unbelievable. You have to understand that while the Canyon of No Return is dangerous, it's primarily on the periphery. So many people have died there that even saints wouldn't have much fighting spirit left after battling them. Conversely, the undead roaming the interior, while powerful, are few in number. The chances of encountering one are slim. With luck, you might not even encounter one. For a moment, everyone was excited. After all, if this magic array really existed, their chances of obtaining the treasure were indeed very high. A magic circle, it's just a magic circle. How many people can it teleport? It's a massive magic circle, discovered by one of my mercenaries. It can transport 100 people at a time, but it requires a lot of magic cores to activate. I've brought them. We have nearly 200 here, so 200 people will go. No, some won't want to go. They'll guard the teleportation array. We'll get some rewards when we get back. You should think carefully about it. I won't force you to go if you don't want to. Although wealth is within reach, the Canyon of No Return also holds immense dangers. Swordsmen and swordsmen with the strength to enter it have a greater chance of death. Although they are all mercenaries living on the edge of life, taking risks is one thing, and committing suicide is another. No one wants to die. I'm not going. I'm guarding the teleportation array. I'm not going either. I have children. I don't want to go either. I have families to support. I'm not going either. It's too dangerous there. One by one, the mercenaries spoke up, mostly middle-aged mercenaries. They all had families to support and didn't want to risk their lives. After all, the Valley of No Return was a place where even saints perished. They were mere swordsmen. Any danger would guarantee their death. As for the young mercenaries, they were eager to try. A path to the heavens lay before them. Perhaps after this, they could buy land and a few slaves, becoming noble lords. The older mercenaries also wanted to give it a try. They had long since taken life lightly, and with no burdens, even if they died, it wouldn't be a big deal. Of the 200 or so, only about 80 would ultimately go. Even with Kano and the others, there were enough to transport them all at once. What about you? Lai Yan asked, looking at Li Anan and the others. While the journey to the Valley of No Return was incredibly dangerous, any family that got wind of it wouldn't leak it, because with a bit of luck, their family could very well rise to prominence. I want to go. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Anon, you're crazy. This is absolutely impossible. Anon seemed eager to try, but Banana immediately stopped him. After all, the undertaking was too dangerous. Going in with the strength of a high-level magician would undoubtedly mean death. Miss Banana, I know exactly what you're thinking. It's to return to the clan, tell them about this, and then seize that place. That's a good idea, but I have to say it's useless. As for my trump card, please forgive me for keeping you in suspense. I'll reveal everything once we enter the canyon of no return. Lai Yan was brimming with confidence, as if he had a backup plan. He seemed well prepared for this journey to the canyon of no return. Banana couldn't help but show a hint of hesitation at Lai Yan's words. She naturally wanted to tell the clan about this and monopolize the teleportation array. Now that she thought about it, since Lai Yan had stated it so openly, he certainly wasn't afraid of others finding out. If anything were to happen to the ancient teleportation array, repairing it would be impossible, as the materials needed for the ancient teleportation magic array were now completely gone. Since so many people are here, I might as well go. It's a rare opportunity, I'd regret not taking it, since Ellie's gone. Let's go too. The teleportation array, that's from a vanished civilization. If Ellie was going, then naturally, Kano would follow. How could he pass up such a rare opportunity? Besides, both he and Jingbeo were necromancers. Entering the canyon of no return wouldn't only see their strength decline, but actually improve. With a burning soul flame, Kano could devour everything within. With luck, the undead holy dragon might even advance. Jingbeo might also use this opportunity to break through to the intermediate mage. Okay, very good. With the three of you joining us, our success is much more certain. Old friend, you won't forget me, will you? Galinia, I wouldn't forget you. Since I told you this, I'm sure you'll join. One more person means more hope, especially since you're a great swordsman. Lai Yan wasn't surprised by Galinia's joining. In fact, he wanted him to join, too. He knew Galinia well, and he trusted her, simply because they were rivals and knew each other well. Okay, we'll both join too. After a moment's deliberation, Banana agreed decisively. She didn't want to pass up this opportunity. She needed a great opportunity, preferably one that would allow her to advance quickly. Otherwise, even with her family's full support, it would take over a decade to reach the great swordsman level quickly. A decade was simply too long for her. Anon, naturally, was equally unwilling to pass up this opportunity. If she could gain some magical inheritance, it would certainly benefit her immensely. Besides that, the magic notebook was absolutely indispensable. It would also be very beneficial for her breakthrough. After all, her attribute was lightning magic, and there were very few lightning magics preserved in the continent of gods and demons, not even a single forbidden spell. Seeing that everyone who was expecting agreed, Lai Yan showed a hint of excitement. He could not wait to lead everyone to a desolate hill and enter an unassuming cave. The canyon of no return was in the evil forest, completely different from where they were, but fortunately, they did not need to run too far, because the magic teleportation array was in this unassuming cave in the trial forest. Just looking from the outside, this place was too desolate. There were no magical beasts. And those who did not know would think they had arrived in a savage plain. Moreover, there was no magic in the air at all. Ordinary people did not want to come here at all, so naturally they would not notice anything unusual here. Chapter 97, Valley of No Return. The teleportation array here is extremely well hidden and has been abandoned for a long time. The attackers likely teleported through this array, leading everyone deeper into the cave. They found nothing but a jumble of stone pillars. Furthermore, these pillars were already nearly decayed, and there was no sign of a magic array. This is a teleportation array. How could it be? Anon spoke first, and the others all expressed disbelief. After all, the cave looked too ordinary to be a teleportation array. Kano and Jingbeo also looked around, but their results were the same. No trace of a so-called magic array, not even a trace of magical activity. Have you ever heard of a natural magic array? Natural magic array? How could that be possible? Jingbeo's face was filled with disbelief, which surprised Lian. He had only read about natural magic arrays in a tattered ancient book, and there seemed to be no record of such a thing in the divine and demonic continent. The fact that Jingbeo knew about it simply because he mentioned it clearly indicated that Jingbeo was someone special. At the very least, he knew far more than the average person. What's a natural magic circle? Many people didn't know, even Kano. Naturally, Lianen was the first to speak. A so-called natural magic circle is one that forms naturally. For example, a few magical trees form a magic circle, or a few stones form a magic circle. Under certain circumstances, the magic circle will activate on its own. Of course, the probability of a natural magic circle existing is extremely low, practically non-existent. But even if it's low, there are still some relics from ancient times to the present. After being discovered by humans, they modified them slightly to create the simplest and most practical magic circles. You mean these stone pillars? They're natural magic circles. Lian's explanation gave everyone a general understanding. But just think about how rare these naturally formed magic circles are. It's likely that even in countless terrains, a natural magic circle might not appear. After all, the geology is constantly changing, and it requires special conditions to activate. But the gods and demons continent is so vast, there might be others. It's just that those places might be dangerous, so they might not be discovered. Alright, enough rambling, let's quickly enter the canyon of no return. With that, Lian pulled out 100 magic cores from his special ring and placed them one by one into the grooves of the stone pillars. To everyone's surprise, the grooves seemed to possess a strong attraction, and the magic cores were instantly drawn to them the moment they were placed. Then, the entire stone pillar emanated a faint white light, appearing quite mysterious. As the white light spread, the stone pillars gradually disappeared, leaving only a single beam of light. Sorry, I don't have enough magic cores. I thought you could help. Lian only took out a little over 20 magic cores before stopping. The others naturally understood what he meant. Such a huge loss was impossible for him to handle alone. Can't you help us weigh one first? We'll pay you double when we find the treasure. What I'm saying is, we'll each need a magic core when we teleport, otherwise, the magic circle will drain your energy. Okay, I'll give you 30 magic cores. Galicia didn't hesitate at all, offering 30 cores straight away. This was already a significant contribution for them. But after hearing this, Lian shook his head and said calmly, 30? Galicia, you have 30 members of the Blade Mercenary group going there. Are you asking them to pay the remaining 50? Lian, why don't you give more? Because I discovered this place, and my magical familiar died because of it. Do you think that's a good excuse? Okay, but I don't have that much. After all, I need to give another 30. I'll give 50, and the other 5 will pay the remaining 30. That should be enough, right? Giving away 80 magic cores at once was already a significant expense for him. If it weren't for the treasure, he wouldn't have done so. I recently received word that someone is buying up magic cores in large quantities. It seems you were well prepared, otherwise, how could you have come up with so many cores so easily? Can you tell me who you've planted among my people as spies? Lian's face turned cold as he looked at Galicia, radiating a powerful mental force, observing the expressions of everyone around him. To his disappointment, none of them seemed unusual. Lian, you haven't planted anyone among my people? Although you're cautious in collecting magic cores, I'm sure you haven't sold any in a long time. Didn't you say we know each other very well? Okay, just admit it. But 50 magic cores is indeed too few. You put up 60, and the other 20 will be the remaining 20 for the 5 of them. Okay, no problem. After only a slight hesitation, Galicia nodded in agreement. After all, if he truly obtained the treasure, he would definitely leave the magic empire, or at least the surrounding area. That way, he wouldn't need to curry favor with Banana anymore. Given that, there was no need to weigh down the 5 people with magic cores. Regardless of whether they were weighed down or not, if the Banana family learned of the situation, they would kill him and seize the treasure. 20 magic cores for 5 people was a trivial matter for them. Even if nothing else, the reward Lian paid Ellie was more than enough. Just fill all the stone pillars with magic cores, and then the pillars will transform into pillars of light. After 10 breaths, they will teleport on their own, Lian said, placing the last magic core into the stone pillar. His expression was extremely solemn, and his entire body was trembling. With all 100 stone pillars filled with magic cores, a massive magic circle formed. Over 80 people, each standing beside a pillar of light, vanished instantly as all the pillars flashed. As they vanished, a dark figure, several feet tall, rushed into the cave, knocking a dozen of the remaining mercenaries away before they could react. Some of the swordsmen quickly reacted, only to be stunned to discover it was a level 7 earth bear. After knocking over a dozen people, it approached the stone pillars and, with a swipe of its sharp claws, shattered the pillars that had already reverted to stone. Without stopping, it continued to shatter them one by one. The mercenaries watched in amazement. They tried to intervene, but it was too late. Once a stone pillar had been destroyed, it was impossible to restore it. Now they faced the challenge of facing a level 7 earth bear in this small cave. As mercenaries, they knew this was a suicidal act. Most of the mercenaries had no intention of fighting and immediately fled. The earth bear ignored them and continued its destruction. After destroying all the stone pillars, the earth bear transformed itself into a molehill, its claws continuously drilling holes in the ground until the cave was reduced to a hornet's nest. Without this magic circle, I wonder how you'll ever get back. Ideally, all of you should die in the canyon of no return. This person was none other than the druid. It looked like he hadn't fled the entire time, merely following behind Kano and the others, looking for an opportunity. Furthermore, he had managed to evade detection. If Jingbeo or Kano had discovered the druid, they wouldn't have let him escape. They would have captured him and forcibly taken him to the canyon of no return. After the magic circle teleported them, everyone felt a stumble, followed by a feeling of dizziness. Those with weaker mental strength writhed and struggled on the ground, clutching their heads. The first to recover were naturally Lian, Kano, Jingbeo, Alabin, Nana, Lenin, and Galinia, for they possessed either formidable mental strength or considerable physical prowess. However, when they looked around, they saw a shroud of gray. The area was filled with a thick aura of death, practically transforming any corpse into an undead. However, this kind of death aura didn't require a significant expenditure of fighting spirit or magic. Even high-level swordsmen could easily withstand its encroachment. No, there's flat ground below us. How can there be no magic circle? Yeah, if that's the case, how can we get back? Even if we get the treasure, it's no use without our lives. Lian, what do you mean? If you don't give us an explanation, don't blame us for being rude. For a moment, everyone glared at Lian, even his subordinates. After all, their lives were on the line, and there was no room for carelessness. Facing the crowd's anger, Lian remained calm, smiling coldly and casually saying, "The teleportation array we entered through is one way. We came here through a special rift, so naturally we can't go back, but do you think I'd risk my life? I've already prepared a way out, and it's foolproof. But before you leave, you must ensure my safety. If I die here, you won't be able to leave." Lian spoke with a calm expression, but the others' expressions were a little grim, because they were all threatened, and they had to die before Lian. "Don't feel so wronged. Think about my strength. I'm a magician. If even I die, do you still have hope?" Lian's words immediately made the others feel more at ease. It must be said that this was indeed the truth. If even Lian died, they probably wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, the only uncertainties here were Kano, Jingbeo, Ellie, and Banana. Because they were both magic and martial arts practitioners, their bodies were much stronger than others. To a certain extent, they were more than capable of protecting themselves. After everyone slowly recovered, they began to adapt to the deathly aura around them. Although they felt a little uncomfortable all over, they had to adapt in order to survive better. Time passed little by little, and Lian showed no intention of leaving. This made everyone feel strange, and some even doubted the authenticity of the treasure. Chapter 98, Lich. After all, Lian had only sent his pedant to investigate. Given the distance, some discrepancies were normal. And if they couldn't find the treasure, they had to leave quickly. Even a moment's delay could be fatal. "Lian, why aren't you leaving? Could it be that you don't know where the treasure is? Something went wrong. The teleportation went awry, and I don't know where we are now. However, we should be near the endless cave." Lian's tone was uncertain, his face darkening. He hadn't anticipated the teleportation's discrepancies. Had he known this, he should have let his pet wander around more. Now, over 80 of them were left in a state of panic. If they took the wrong path and encountered a powerful undead, they would likely be wiped out. "Lian, are you kidding us? You don't want us to separate and search slowly, do you? We can search together. Even searching together won't work. It's too dangerous with so many people. To those undead, we're like a beacon of light. They can see us even from a distance, but we can't see them." Galinia's face was savage as he roared. They were absolutely risking their lives right now. One mistake would lead to their utter destruction. Furthermore, because of the deadly aura here, they couldn't stay for long, otherwise, they would inevitably become undead. Found it. Head this way. Lian suddenly stood up, his face gleaming with uncontrollable excitement. Then he actually led the way, heading in that direction. The others looked at each other, unsure whether this was true or not. But there was no other way but to obey Lian. Everyone followed without hesitation. The situation didn't allow them to hesitate, as the surroundings were eerily quiet. With someone leading the way, there was always a sense of anticipation. Everyone's face was grim along the way. Their only consolation was that they hadn't encountered a single undead after walking for half a day. It wasn't clear if it was due to good luck or the undead were simply too few and uncommon in this area. Look, we've found it. That's the endless cave. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, only to discover a massive pit several miles in diameter 100 meters ahead. It was pitch black, and their exact depth was unknown. Rumor had it that the Endless Cave was created when several saint-level demons trapped a group of masters from the Divine Demon Continent and used the Forbidden Earth-sinking spell. Therefore, everyone within was saint-level or above. Needless to say, the wealth within was immense. Are we going down? Gazing at the pitch-black pit, the girls instinctively felt a surge of fear. After all, darkness always felt unpleasant. No need to go down. You believed me when I told you the treasure was in the Endless Cave. I don't want to die if you dare go down. The treasure is near the Endless Cave. Everyone, spread out and search now. It shouldn't be far away. Lian couldn't suppress his excitement, and he radiated his spiritual power. However, the death aura here was much thicker than elsewhere, and his spiritual power could only reach a distance of 10 feet. Using such a large amount of spiritual power to search was obviously unwise. And the current number of people naturally gave them an advantage. Everyone scattered, searching the surroundings as quickly as possible, hoping for luck and perhaps finding a special ring. As for magic core weapons, magic wands, and the like, after such a long time, coupled with the corrosion of the death aura, even if they were found, they would definitely be useless. Even dragon crystal would not be able to withstand such a long period of wear and tear. Huh? A mercenary saw a hand bone protruding from the ground, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. If this was the remains of a magician, perhaps the other hand would have a special ring. At this thought, he couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. He immediately grabbed the hand and was about to pull the skeleton up. However, the moment he pulled the skeleton up, it suddenly snapped back. The pale bone seemed to instantly become razor-sharp and pierced his chest. Ah! A scream echoed, and everyone looked over to see a skeleton's bony claws sinking into the mercenary's chest, blood gushing out. The mercenary was now dead, with no chance of survival. Everyone's face was grim, but then they heard a crunching sound around them. Skeletons emerged from the ground one after another, causing the mercenaries' faces to turn pale. They gathered together frantically, not daring to move. Soon, they were surrounded by a dense swarm of skeletons. There were no shortage of them, over 1,000. And because of the deadly aura here, these skeletons were only at the level of intermediate swordsmen. 1,000 intermediate swordsmen were nothing outside. 10 sword masters could easily defeat them. But now, this presented a huge problem. Their fighting spirit would be constantly depleted as long as they fought. With no way to replenish it, any single skeleton could kill them. No, why aren't these skeletons attacking? There's a controller. Jingbao's face darkened, and the others' expressions immediately changed. If it were just 1,000 skeletons, it wouldn't be a big deal, but with one more controller, it would be a real problem. Someone capable of controlling 1,000 skeletons must be at least a wizard, and definitely a necromancer. Here, if they weren't dealt with instantly, they would likely be dead. However, necromancers are usually well hidden and controlled remotely, making it difficult to find and kill them. Not bad, little one, you're quite clever. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wuglu Yao, a great lich. No one had heard of Wuglu Yao, but the very presence of this lich made everyone grimace. Liches are undead creatures created by sacrificing their own lives. As pure undead, their power increases more slowly, but this is not a significant issue due to the infinite time consumption. Crucially, however, liches retain all their memories from before the transformation, including their experience and talents, making each lich incredibly powerful. They are natural summoners, capable of summoning undead with ease. In some ways, liches' talents are comparable to those of undead dragons. Fortunately, this lich wasn't overpowered. With their strength, they could still kill it. After all, they were both at their peak. Lord Wiggerl, may I ask why you've left us here? Perhaps you're thinking it's not worth it to fight like this. Lian's face darkened, secretly thankful that the enemy was only a mage, otherwise, they would have been wiped out. Furthermore, with such a powerful being, their treasure would likely be lost. Fight like hell. Do I have the time for such a thankless task? I'm just here on a mission, and I must do what's right. What do you mean? Half of you must die, and then leave my territory immediately. Do you do it yourself? Or let my skeletons drain all of your fighting spirit and magic power, and then be killed by the other undead? The Wuglu demon's voice grew darker and hoarser, and his conditions made everyone's faces darken. Attacking one's own companions was a cardinal sin, and killing half of them, if that really came to that, everyone would probably be in chaos. Impossible, I will never kill my own companions. Don't try to sow discord. If I do, I'm afraid we'll truly be doomed. Lai Yan's face was full of determination. He naturally had to show the others his attitude now, otherwise, they would distrust him, and they would be doomed. Oh, you don't want to? That's because the conditions aren't good enough. I'll give you a little more leverage, and you'll agree. The Wuglu demon had barely finished speaking when a group of skeletons slowly approached from a distance. Their appearance caused everyone present to change expression, except for Kano and Jingbeo, who remained relatively unchanged. There were over 100 skeletons, their bodies gleaming silver, as if crafted from pure silver. They held bone blades that looked incredibly sharp. These were silver skeletons, as powerful as swordsmen. They could handle one or two, but 100 would be a sure thing. If you think about it, such a large number of silver skeletons is understandable. After all, this lich had lived for who knows how long, so forging 100 silver skeletons wouldn't be a big deal. Well, I'm giving you enough confidence, right? I'm just showing it, not wanting to spend too much. If you truly desire annihilation, I can grant that. Roar, a mighty roar echoed, seemingly from the Wuglu demon's undead pet. Judging by the sound alone, its strength was evident. It was likely at least a level 6 undead pet. Putting aside other things, just these 100 silver skeletons alone were enough to make them vomit blood. If the lich were to aid them, they would be hopeless. Everyone's face was gloomy, even Lai Yan and Galinia. Losing half their men and being completely annihilated seemed like a dead end. They didn't abandon their teammates, but that depended on the situation. Given the current situation, they had no time for further deliberation. My patience is limited. Don't waste my time. The Wuglu demon's impatient voice made everyone nervous. Almost all the mercenaries looked around, gripping their swords with extreme caution. This was especially true for the high-level swordsmen, who were already cannon fodder. If a real fight broke out, they would definitely be the ones to die. You really want to kill each other? Are you crazy? Kano looked at the crowd with disdain, sneering harshly. These people were so smart, how could they have become fools now? If a real fight broke out, everyone's relationship would be completely broken. At that time, the Wuglu demon would not even need to make a move to destroy them all. And would the Wuglu demon really let them go? A bunch of fools, driven to murder each other by a few words. You've wasted most of your fighting spirit, and now you expect them to give you a break. You believe the lich's words, foolishly seeking your own death. Chapter 99, Melee. I've given you a chance. How you choose is up to you. I'm just saying, I don't have much time, the Wuglu demon sneered, unconcerned with Kanner's words. After all, with over 100 silver skeletons here, even if Lai Yan suppressed them, the others probably wouldn't obey his orders. Their lives were at stake, and the swordsmen were especially fearful. Of them, only about 30 were sword masters, the rest were advanced swordsmen. If anyone was to be cannon fodder, it would definitely be the 40 of the 50. The sword masters had already locked onto the surrounding advanced swordsmen, ready to strike at any moment. For their own safety, they could only let others die. Lai Yan and Galinia's faces were gloomy. This was definitely not the situation they had wanted to see. However, they simply couldn't control themselves at this moment, completely helpless. I'll give you 10 more breaths. After 10 breaths, I'll immediately let the silver skeletons take action. By then, there won't be 40 dead. Everyone looked at each other, their faces gloomy. After a moment, they all looked at their friends. Of course, they first targeted those they were unfamiliar with or hostile to them. You're crazy. We can't kill each other. If we do, no one will make it out of the canyon of no return. That's right. We need unity. Unite. Let him unite with the undead. Galinia and Lian saw the situation was not going well and immediately tried to persuade them. However, 10 breaths was too short, especially for these mercenaries whose lives hung by a thread. An elderly mercenary couldn't resist the first move and plunged his sword into the chest of the swordsman next to him. A swordsman's strength against a high-level swordsman's sneak attack was no match for the high-level swordsman's preparedness. The moment the high-level swordsman fell, the situation finally became uncontrollable. If you don't sneak attack others, others will sneak attack you. The outcome is self-evident. Die, asshole, you dare to attack me. Everyone, come together and kill that swordsman. Asshole, you dare to attack your own people. Die. In an instant, the scene was in chaos. Banana quickly blocked Lianen's way, longsword drawn, but her fighting spirit remained unleashed. Kino, Jingbeo, and Ellie stood together, their expressions calm. They didn't seem to be defending themselves, oblivious to the people around them. However, the mercenaries were smart and naturally wouldn't turn their knives against Kino and the other two. After all, they looked unusual. Seeing this, Banana immediately pulled Lianen over to Kino's side. Relatively speaking, this place should be very safe. What's wrong with these people? Are they crazy? They're killing each other. They believe the Lich's words. They're not crazy, they've been eroded by the death aura. Look at their eyes, there's a hint of black energy in them. Although their minds haven't been completely eroded, they've become extremely fearful. The only way to maintain their safety is to kill those who pose a threat. Jingbeo spoke casually, her expression calm. As a necromancer, she naturally knew a lot about death aura, and the situation of these people seemed like the result of a slight erosion by death aura. You mean, the deadly energy here is incredibly corrosive? This place is close to the endless cave, so it's only natural that it's that powerful. Furthermore, when these people attack, their bodies instinctively absorb the surrounding deadly energy. Under such a dense atmosphere, the longer they fight, the more likely they'll be completely eroded. Upon hearing Jingbeo's words, the others' faces darkened. Over 40 of them had already fallen, a staggering number. Kano didn't care. He had a considerable number of mech warriors, and compared to these mercenaries, they were incredibly loyal. Naturally, he didn't want to leave them behind. If they weren't all dead, he could get a smaller share of the treasure. He only needed to leave Lian behind to ensure his own escape. Besides, even without Lian, he wasn't necessarily in danger here. Since arriving here, he felt his strength steadily improving. It was a small improvement, but it was a real improvement. With luck, he could even break through to the level of a mid-level mage. If he truly reached the level of a high-level mage, his strength would undoubtedly increase further. Furthermore, according to rumors, there didn't seem to be any saint-level mages in the Valley of No Return. With his and Jingbeo's strength, they should be more than capable of protecting themselves. Jingbeo, if the two of us stay here for too long, will anything happen? Ordinary necromancers would, but not us two. We're unique among necromancers. You have the burning spirit fire, allowing you to absorb it without limit. And my special physique only benefits me here. What about Ellie? As long as she doesn't take action and doesn't venture into the thick death aura, I think she should be fine. Kano voiced his doubts. Upon hearing his words, Jingbeo answered without hesitation, seemingly unconcerned about the current situation. After all, Ellie practiced both magic and martial arts. Her formidable body made it easy for her to withstand the encroachment of the death aura. Furthermore, the death aura in the Valley of No Return wasn't too dense. A swordsman certainly wouldn't be able to withstand it, but a swordsman could. The real danger lies in the endless cave, where the death energy is incredibly thick. Even a great swordsman could be succumbed to it if they weren't careful. Alright, that's 40, Galenia roared fiercely, his fiery mental force instantly pressing forward. Instantly, all the mercenaries were dazed, staring around in disbelief. Feeling the blood and pain on their bodies, glancing at their fallen comrades, everyone's expressions suddenly became gloomy. Ho ha, that's great. Half the number has been eliminated at once. It saves a lot of trouble, the Wuglu demon's hoarse voice echoed, its tone filled with excitement. Upon hearing his words, all the mercenaries were filled with anger. A mercenary spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with madness. He glared at the silver skeletons and roared, "You bastard, you broke your promise. I really don't want to keep my word with those who killed their own companions. Besides, you're all dead, so who knows I don't keep my word, you five guys, there's nothing left for you here. You can leave." The next moment, the Wuglu demon showed mercy and let Kano and his 5 companions go. This scene shocked and bewildered the other mercenaries. If they didn't know better, they might have thought they were in the same group. Oh, let's go. Since they were allowed to pass, Kano naturally wouldn't fight them here. After all, there were 100 silver skeletons, not something they could easily defeat. Kano's easy agreement surprised everyone. Even Ellie and Jinbeo couldn't understand what he meant. How could they leave the canyon of no return without Lion? Fight their way out? Wait, are you just leaving like this? Without me, you have no idea how to get out of here? Oh, then can I take him with me? Kano asked the Wagyu demon uncertainly. Although he didn't know its whereabouts, the 100 silver skeletons were the perfect hiding place. Kano suspected that the Wagyu demon was hiding among them. Okay, but you can't take the great swordsman with you. I need to keep his body to make gold and silver skeletons. If you let them go like this, what if they tell others about your broken promise, will you? Galinia asked hurriedly, and then the Wagyu demon asked Kano. The teasing in his tone made Galinia's face darken. No, see, they said they wouldn't. Captain Lion, you're just abandoning us. A mercenary looked at Lion in despair. He was one of Lion's loyalists. He had once been absolutely certain that his captain would never let them down, but now Lion had abandoned them without a second thought. Looking at his former subordinates, Lion felt a surge of reluctance. But could their combined strength truly defeat this lich? The answer was obvious: impossible. If they stayed, they would surely die. Since death was inevitable, there was no point in staying and risking their lives. Moreover, he knew that even if he killed them all, they would still be consumed by the death aura, and the end would still be death. Lion, this inevitable situation is because of you. Now, I just want to ask you one question: do you truly have the ability to escape? This is the canyon of no return, and few can escape. Galinia's face was gloomy. He naturally wanted to break free, but even if he did, he would surely die if he couldn't find a way out. There are some broken magic circles here that will teleport you out. I happen to know of one, but I can't tell you. Please understand that. Thank you. Galinia was delighted. Now that he knew there was a way to escape, he naturally wanted to try it. Who knows, with luck, he might actually be able to escape. As for the undead within, they simply couldn't leave the canyon of no return. Without the dense death energy within, their strength would rapidly decline, and they would undoubtedly be annihilated. If you want to escape, I advise you not to try to use magic circles. There are too many broken magic circles here. Encountering any one of them could trap you to death. There are also many killing arrays that would surely kill even a saint-level cultivator. The Wagyu demon sneered, making Galinia and the others look grim. They had expected only a few broken arrays here, but they hadn't expected so many. If they were unlucky enough to encounter one, they would surely perish. However, the slightest chance of survival by escaping would be too great a chance for them to give up. Respected Lich Lord Wagyu Demon, may I ask if there's any dragon treasure nearby? Dragon treasure? You've come here for that. How ridiculous. I've been here for thousands of years. If there was one, I wouldn't know about it, and I'd wait for you to find it, the Wagyu Demon said disdainfully, looking completely incredulous. Lion's face was grim, and he clenched his magic wand. Chapter 100, Soul-Absorbing Stone. Comparatively, I still have some faith in the Wagyu Demon's words. May I ask, Captain Lion, why exactly did you send us here? Kano's tone was sullen, for he realized he'd been deceived. Without the dragon treasure, what was he doing here? Playing house? Sensing Kano's anger, Lion's face darkened. He glanced around, hesitated for a moment, then said solemnly, okay, he's telling the truth. There's no dragon treasure here, at least not that I know of. But I do know there's a cave with a soul-absorbing stone. What? Soul-absorbing stone? How could that be possible? The Wagyu Demon cried out in disbelief, shocking not only him but the others as well. What was a soul-absorbing stone? It was a magician's sacred item. It was only the size of a thumb, but it could rapidly gather the surrounding magic energy. If a magician wore a soul-absorbing stone, their magic power would be limitless. As long as their mental energy was not depleted, they wouldn't have to worry about magic power. With a soul-absorbing stone attached, a wizard's mana regeneration speed increases tenfold compared to their peers, a master magister's by 5 times, and even a saint-level wizard's by double. Just imagine the sheer magnitude of this. Even in ancient times, soul-absorbing stones were incredibly precious, but finding one here wasn't impossible. Tell me where that cave is, and I'll not only let you all escape, but I'll also give you a vast fortune, the Wagyu Demon said eagerly. For anyone who practices magic, a soul-absorbing stone is a treasure. Besides combat, it can also accelerate cultivation during meditation. If given the choice, all magicians would likely choose the soul-absorbing stone without hesitation. The others would be more valuable than personal possessions. You've dragged so many of us in here, so a soul-absorbing stone wouldn't be easy to come by. Kino remained expressionless, for he possessed a soul-gathering array, whose effectiveness wasn't necessarily inferior to that of a soul-absorbing stone. However, if he could get an extra soul-absorbing stone, he wouldn't refuse. He always believed that good things were better kept in his own hands. If I don't need it myself, I can give it to Ellie and the scripture treasure. As for the lich, I'll naturally take it if I can. I don't know how many opponents I'll face in the future, so a few more helpers are certainly a good thing. Of course, I also need to be able to make them submit. A lich that has lived for thousands of years is definitely not easy to deal with. If I'm not careful, I could be easily killed. That's right, there are many zombies near the soul-absorbing stone. They're tough, so they're very difficult to deal with. That's why we've brought so many people here to distract them. Zombies, you're not talking about the zombie nest next to the endless cave, are you? The Wuglu demon's voice was filled with fear and trepidation. Anything that makes him feel so fearful must be more extraordinary. At this moment, the Wuglu demon seemed lost in thought, pondering how to obtain the soul-absorbing stone. Such a treasure, no one wanted to give up. Damn it. How could this be a zombie lair? There are thousands of zombies there, mostly level 3. And the golden-haired zombie lord inside has reached level 9, just one step away from reaching the saint level. No wonder he's cultivating so quickly. It turns out he has a soul-absorbing stone. I must get my hands on such a treasure. What should I do? Wu Jelu's voice grew increasingly anxious, but his words also informed the others of the situation surrounding the soul-absorbing stone. Thousands of level 3 zombies, and a golden-haired zombie lord at the peak of level 9. Zombies are a type of undead, significantly more powerful than skeletons. Barring a few exceptions, they are generally level 3, equivalent to level 3 magical beasts. Zombies lack magical attacks, but their strength and defense are immense. If a magical beast and zombies of the same level fight, the zombies will undoubtedly win. A zombie lair with thousands of zombies must contain more than just level 9 golden-haired zombies and ordinary level 3 zombies. There must also be zombies at levels 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. If that's the case, the battle will be extremely difficult. I think Captain Lee Ian's idea is a good one. Use humans to lure out the zombies. Zombies simply can't suppress their bloodlust and greed for human flesh. Are just 30 or so of them enough? Yes, we can have them lure out the zombies one by one. Then we can set up an ambush and kill them. Lee Ian suddenly had an idea and spoke up. He was doing this to make up for his previous mistake. In that case, all he needed was someone agile to lure them out. Or find someone fast, carrying the flesh and blood of these corpses. The smell of blood would also attract the zombies. Galinia thought of a safer solution. After all, with their strength, they might be able to outrun ordinary zombies, but if they encountered level 5 or 6 zombies, they would definitely die. Galinia was not slow, but he was a great swordsman. If he went out to attract the zombies, he would either attract high-level zombies or a whole group of them. This is a great idea. It seems I should show my true colors. Since we're collaborating, we need some sincerity, right? 100 silver skeletons parted, revealing a towering figure. It stood at least 8 feet tall, clad in a black robe, and exuded a thick aura of death. The next moment, the ground cracked, and a 3-foot-tall earth dragon emerged from the ground. Its power was level 7, and it exuded a thick aura of death, clearly a beast transformed into the undead. Earth dragons are a sub-dragon, their abilities modest, their only advantage is their ability to burrow. Because of their sub-dragon status, they are often used as mounts. However, after being transformed into the undead, the earth dragon seemed even more ferocious, its ferocious aura possessing a formidable lethality. Hello human friends, it's a pleasure to meet you. Now, can you tell me who is up to the task of attracting the zombies? A swordsman would be best, a sword master would likely attract a horde. We need to ambush from a long distance to prevent any accidents. So, this person must run fast. The Wuglu demon looked at the mercenaries, all of whom he saw lowered their heads. After all, no one wanted to go on such a suicidal quest. Moreover, most of them knew that excessive exercise here was a suicidal act. The death aura would not show any mercy. If you don't want to go, then take your pick. It's your decision. The Wuglu demon looked unconcerned. There were only a few swordsmen left. Though they were the best of the best, they had also been corrupted by the death aura. If they didn't leave quickly, they would surely perish. The Wuglu demon didn't remind them, because these were already his. And he didn't mind letting them make their final efforts before that. I'm very fast, I can dodge even a level 6 zombie. But I have a request, I want a treasure that protects me from the erosion of death energy. I think that shouldn't be difficult. A young man stepped forward. Though only 15 or 16, he was a true high-level swordsman. And to have survived among so many people was quite impressive. Luo Fei has the ability. He's our Lion mercenary group's best scout and archer, Lord Lion. From today on, no longer, Lion lowered his head and couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew he had missed the friendship with these people, and it would be a blessing to meet them in the future without a fight. Okay, I'll grant you that request. This is my undead crystal pendant. It can absorb the death energy around you, making it less threatening. Seeing the undead crystal pendant, the surrounding mercenaries were filled with regret. If they had known this would happen, they would have gone alone. Luo Fei immediately put the undead crystal cone around his neck. He immediately felt the deathly aura around him fade significantly. He didn't know how long it would last, but every moment he held on increased his chances of survival. Everything has a price, and this price was just right for him. He then casually picked up a piece of flesh from the ground, pierced it with his arrow, and swiftly rushed in the direction the Wuglu demon had indicated. The remaining people immediately formed a formation, and the skeleton soldiers all went underground. When the zombies approached, they would grab their legs and make them fall. The mercenaries would then charge in and kill them. With a little luck, they might even get the special ring. Damn it! He's gone, the Wuglu demon suddenly said, noticing that the mark he'd made on the undead crystal pendant was moving in a different direction. Chasing after him was clearly impossible at this point. However, it had to be said that running away was definitely a better option than trying to track the zombies. If they were lucky enough to find a magic circle, they might even be teleported away. Now, go. If you return alive, I can help you remove the death energy from your body. There were only 3 or 4 swordsmen left. Even if the Wuglu demon still had the death crystal pendant, it wouldn't be able to retrieve it. He wouldn't make such a foolish decision again. But since they were all surviving, removing the death energy seemed like a good option. Sure enough, the senior swordsman's heart was immediately excited. After all, if he continued like this, he would soon be dead. Furthermore, since the Wuglu demon needed to be exposed to the death energy, he had to return. That way, there was no chance of escape. The mercenary quickly prepared himself and slowly walked in the direction indicated by the Wuglu demon. To prevent him from being eroded by the death energy, the Wuglu demon even sucked out the death energy that had already been in his body. Everyone prepared themselves once again. This time, it was a sure thing. They only hoped that the mercenary could hold out a little longer, or die before they could reach him. Time passed quickly, and after half an hour, a figure rushed into the encirclement at the fastest speed. However, at this moment, a level 5 zombie jumped out directly and inserted its hands into the mercenary's body. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.